Recorded Books presents Dreamer's Throne by Seth Ring, narrated by Michael Kramer. Chapter 1. It wasn't the scratchy sheets that finally convinced him he wasn't dreaming, nor was it the watery gruel that seemed to get thinner with every meal, or even the dull ache of his missing arm. Rather, it was the strange movie-like dreams he had of a young man named Garrett Klein, whose life scrolled out before him, unreeling in a jerky blur. With every dream, memories of his life on Earth twisted, merging with the moments of the body he had come to inhabit. After 4 days of drifting in and out of hazy wakefulness as his weak body tried to overcome the life-threatening blood loss he'd suffered, he finally woke up for real, a clear certainty in his mind. He wasn't on Earth anymore. Hearing harsh shouting outside his door, he tried to swallow, nearly choking as his sandpaper tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth. There was a rough mug of water on the floor by the pile of ragged clothing serving as his bed, but as he reached for it, he remembered that he lacked a hand. It had been shocking to wake up missing his right hand, but right now getting a mouthful of water was the only thing occupying his mind. The shouting seemed to be getting louder, and as he rolled over and reached for the cup with his left hand, the door burst open, shaking the room. A burly man stomped into the room, his jaw set and his lips pressed in a grim line. Behind him, a young woman followed, trying to grab his arm and suffering a backhanded slap for her efforts that sent her tumbling to the wall with a thud. Despite the flash of pain that crossed her face, she jumped right back to her feet and rushed toward the burly man again, only to stop in shock when she saw that Garrett was awake, shakily carrying the mug of water to his lips. Hurrying past the burly man, who had stopped in the middle of the floor, she helped Garrett lift the mug up, supporting his back as he tried to prop himself up. His waist seemed unnaturally weak, but he managed to get himself high enough to get a mouthful of water. He wanted nothing more than to pour the entire mug down his throat, but he knew from experience that, in his current state, it would do more damage than help. Feeling the cool water trickle down his throat, he took another mouthful, holding it in his mouth and letting his parched tongue absorb as much of it as possible. Swallowing was hard, so rather than take another drink, he lay back down, his strength all but exhausted. Seeing he was done, the young woman put the mug down on the rough floorboards and turned to face the burly man. "See? He isn't dead."
"Doesn't matter if he's dead or not. I told you your time is up. You've stayed as long as your coin will last. So it's time for you to get out. Either you leave by lunchtime or I'll drag both of you out myself."
Without giving the young woman any chance to respond, the burly man turned and stomped out of the room, slamming the door. Like a deflating balloon, the young woman sagged, her shoulders trembling as she slumped on the floor. Behind her, Garrett couldn't help but raise one eyebrow, a habit brought from his previous life.
"Excuse me,"
he said, his voice like rough paper brushing together.
"I don't think I know you."
No matter how he racked the new memories that swirled through his mind, he couldn't recall ever having seen this young woman before a few days ago, when he woke up in this sorry excuse for an inn. This shouting match had repeated every day for the last few days, ending with the young lady handing over a small copper coin. But today was clearly different. When she heard his voice, the young woman jerked in surprise, spinning around to stare at Garrett, her eyes carefully tracing his pale face. Her direct stare allowed him an equally good look at her, noting the large burn scar that ran across her nose, cheek, and half her upper lip. Her matted brown hair, cut raggedly in a bob, didn't look particularly good on her, but he supposed its utility made up for its mushroomness. Surprise and excitement, mixed with a natural wariness, colored her eyes, which were so dark they looked black, but the excitement faded as she took in Garrett's weak body. "Tell Rin. You can call me Rin."
"Nice to meet you, Rin. My name is—"
Trailing off, Garrett blinked. What was his name? 2 sets of memories swirled around his head, merging and diverging in a dizzying mix. On Earth, his name had been Paul Geller, but as of 4 days ago he had woken up in the body of the young nobleman Garrett Klein. He had no idea why, but his memories from this world and the memories of the middle-aged man from Earth had intertwined, becoming inseparable. Was he Paul, or was he Garrett? With a wince, he tried to clear his head. As always, survival was the most important thing, even if it meant reconstructing his identity. Only hesitating for a moment, he pretended to cough to cover for himself. "Excuse me. My name is Garrett. Thank you for saving me." "It seems it will be for nothing," Rin said bitterly, shaking her head. "We're about to get thrown out. You won't last more than a day on the street in your condition. If the scroungers don't get you, the rats will."
"Which is why we need to change that,"
Garrett said, his voice barely a whisper as his eyes drifted to the floor.
"Am I correct in thinking that you've used the last of your money and can no longer afford the rent for this room?"
Staring at Garrett, Rin took a moment to answer. On top of having a strange way of talking, there was a calmness to his words that gave her pause. Most people, having woken from a terrible fever, would barely be coherent, but he was operating with a cold efficiency that took her by surprise. "No more money," she finally said, shrugging. "That greedy skinflint is charging us twice the normal rate."
"I see. One of the curses of being powerless, but one we cannot change at the moment."
Closing his eyes, Garrett appeared to be thinking, so Rin just waited, curious of what he would say. She was feeling better about this whole thing, not because she wouldn't be able to survive once she was thrown into the street, but because she had rescued Garrett, thinking he would be her ticket out of the slums. Though his clothing had already been stripped when she found him by the river, his face and his delicate fingers marked him as someone of noble birth, and she'd been hoping that, once he woke up, he'd feel so happy he would give her a reward. However, as the days passed and he continued to writhe in a feverish sweat, she'd realized just how foolish her idea had been. Even if he did wake up, what good was a young nobleman who'd been dumped into the river after his arm had been chopped off? It was more likely she was inviting trouble by saving him, but something in her heart wouldn't let her abandon him, and with great reluctance she had spent the last few coins she'd managed to save to keep him alive.
"The first step is to extend our stay,"
Garrett murmured, fighting against the exhaustion threatening to drag his eyelids shut.
"You should have a secret stash. Use it to buy us one more day."
"What? No way!" Rin protested, shaking her head, only to realize that Garrett was already asleep. Grumbling, she got to her feet, fully intending to march right out of the room, out of the inn, and out of Garrett's life, leaving him to his fate. Yet there was something about him that made her footsteps falter. Slowing down as she reached the door, she heard a whisper behind her and turned around, returning to listen to what he was mumbling in his feverish state.
"One more day."
Rin bit her lip, torn. He was right, she did have a secret stash, one she had sworn never to touch except in a dire emergency. The worst thing was, it was a silver coin, enough for a commoner to live in the slums for a full month. But if she took it out, Henrik would snatch it whole, leaving her with nothing. In vain she tried to convince herself to leave, but she couldn't shake the feeling that she would be missing out on something important if she did. Completely oblivious to the mental struggle Rin was undergoing, Garrett's mind had sunk into a haze-filled space that had slowly been taking shape over the past 4 fever-filled days. It looked like the room he had been spending his days in, but instead of lying in a pile of clothing on the floor, Garrett was observing the room from above, almost as if he was a disembodied spirit. He could see a figure in the room, sitting in an ornate chair glowing with faint light, allowing Garrett to see every inch of its intricate carvings. It reminded Garrett of the pictures he'd seen of ancient thrones in his last life. The figure in the chair, however, was entirely fuzzy, as if they were shrouded in an impenetrable fog. Hidden throne system initializing. Please wait while the dream module is loading. Module loaded. Welcome to the world of Jorah. You are the single remaining player. Determining potential paths. Paths selected. Please enter your avatar and proceed with your path selection." Hearing the mechanical voice echoing through his mind, Garrett couldn't help but look around, searching for the source of the strange words. Finding nothing in the room besides the glowing chair and the shadowy figure, he tried to communicate with the voice, but found himself unable to speak. After a dozen tries, he gave up and focused on the figure. There were too many mysteries, too many unknowns, but his pressing need to find a way to stay in the inn moved him to act. "The voice said I should go into my avatar. Is that the figure on the chair?" As soon as he thought about it, Garrett found his consciousness rushing forward, drilling down into the back of the hazy figure's head. Immediately his vision changed, and he saw a window pop up in front of him. Available paths: Path of the Blade, Path of the Ghost, Path of the Watcher. Realizing he could select each of the paths to learn more about them, Garrett opened the first option to examine it in more detail. Path of the Blade. Growing in strength through slaying those nightmares that stalk the dream world, the blade learns to shape ether into an unsurpassed weapon, using it to cut down their enemies. Powerful from the first, this path is suited to those with a fearless temperament who prefer facing things head-on. Survivability, high. Growth potential, low. The Path of the Blade appeared to be the standard warrior path, one focused on fighting against enemies directly. This feeling was confirmed as Garrett felt information appearing in his mind detailing the two abilities the Path of the Blade would grant him. The first was the creation of a weapon, while the second was the ability to accelerate rapidly. To Garrett it felt like he was in the middle of one of those video games he'd heard about during his life on Earth. Though he'd never played one himself, there had simply been no time. He was at least familiar with how they worked, and the windows he was looking at seemed to mimic them. As nice as it would be to be able to create a sword, Garrett had no familiarity with using a sword as a weapon, and didn't like the idea of having to fight against nightmares, whatever they were, especially at close range. Apart from the high survivability, the Path of the Blade held little appeal for him, so he closed the window and opened up the next option, the Path of the Ghost. Path of the Ghost. Growing in strength through taming those nightmares that stalk the dream world, the ghost learns to use ether to control the denizens of the dream, commanding them to devour their foes. Largely helpless without their pets, this path is suited to those who prefer overwhelming their enemies through numbers. Survivability, moderate. Growth potential, moderate. Much like the Path of the Blade, the focus on fighting the Path of the Ghost took unsettled Garrett. He'd seen his fair share of fights during his past life, and had even participated in a number of them himself, but he much preferred settling things with other methods. As far as he was concerned, fighting was something you only did when you had no chance of losing. Just like the Path of the Blade, as soon as he opened the window, information regarding the skills associated with the Path of the Ghost appeared in his mind. The first was an ability that would allow him to capture nightmares, creatures native to the dream. He still had no idea what the dream was, but he assumed it was this hazy world he found himself in. According to the mechanical voice, it had loaded a dream module, whatever that was, which allowed him to enter this room. The second ability would allow him to command the nightmares he controlled, with greater degrees of success depending on how strong his control was. Not thrilled with the idea of having to rely on others, even if he was controlling them, Garrett closed the window and opened up the final path. Path of the Watcher. Growing in strength through observing the thoughts and actions of those who wander the dream, the Watcher learns to use ether to connect with those whose minds are touched by the dream. Though without a way to defend themselves initially, this path is suited for those who know how to make hidden knowledge work for them. Survivability, low. Growth potential, high. Like a light had gone off in his mind, Garrett stared at the window, reading it over 3 times to make sure he wasn't missing anything. Just the growth potential of the path was enough to make him ignore everything else and select it, but he wasn't one to rush into anything, so he did his best to think through the choice. Apart from the growth potential, he had a particular fascination with secrets, and a path built around them immediately sparked his interest. Though it would give him no direct advantages when it came to surviving, and even boasted a low survivability, Garrett had been surviving his whole life, and wasn't about to stop now, regardless of his path. Chapter 2. Just like the other two paths, the path of the Watcher granted 2 skills, and as he focused on the information, the details of each skill flooded his mind. Whisper of the Dream was a simple skill that allowed its user to project thoughts into the minds of others, while Observe the Dream allowed its user the ability to see the surrounding area clearly. Both skills appeared to be weak compared to the skills granted by the other 2 paths, or at least less impactful, but that suited Garrett just fine. He had already died once, at least if his memories from Earth were to be believed, and the experience, though a surprise, hadn't managed to shake his detached personality one bit. So it was with some casualness that he mentally selected the path of the Watcher and watched as the world warped around him. Blinking through his new eyes, he looked down at his hands that rested on the ornate chair's armrests. This is my body from Earth. How is it here? And why did it only appear after I selected my path? With nearly no information, there was no way for Garrett to figure out what was going on, so he gave up and began to examine his surroundings. The room had lost much of its haze, and the details continued to grow clearer as he stood up from his chair. To Garrett, it felt as if he stood in the real world, but there was a faint fluctuation at the corner of his vision that helped him understand that the room he stood in was part of the dream. Checking over his body, he was happy to see he was in perfect shape. His death on Earth had completely destroyed his body, but here he stood, as if the horrific damage his limbs had suffered had never happened. Suddenly struck with curiosity, he squatted down and did a few push-ups. Though he could feel his body going through the motions, no feeling of muscle fatigue accompanied the effort. Rather, he found himself growing sleepy as he expended his mental energy. Stopping, he stood again, his brow furrowing slightly. Garrett, or rather Paul, had always been hypersensitive to the changes of his mind, and his small test seemed to confirm what he had suspected. This world he'd entered wasn't a world of physical ability like the world where his body currently fought off the remnants of the fever that had plagued him for the last 4 days. Instead, it was a world of the mind, where his strength was measured by how clear his mind was. Shaking his head to clear away the many questions swarming him, Garrett walked over to the single doorway, trying the doorknob. Feeling it turn easily, he suddenly paused as a bunch of floating text appeared in his vision. You are about to exit the safe zone and enter the dream. Once you leave, your choice of path will be locked, and the other paths will no longer be available. Selected path, Watcher. Stay, leave. It only took him a moment to review his choice, and with a small smile he decisively opened the door leading out of the room. The hallway outside the door was long and dark, with only a hazy light that filtered through the window at the other end of the hall. There were 2 rooms off the hall, and a set of stairs that led up and down. But Garrett was much more interested in walking down to the end of the hall to peer out the window. To his disappointment, the only thing he saw was thick fog that shone with a phosphorescent glow. Unable to make out a single detail outside the window, he retraced his steps and stopped by the first of the doors, trying the doorknob. Just like the door to the room he'd started in, this one was unlocked as well, and he was able to open it up, revealing a haze-filled room that looked like an office. About to walk into the office, he suddenly realized there were other people in the room, causing him to freeze in the doorway. Excuse me," Garrett said, his eyes darting between the 3 people in the room. When none of them responded, he frowned and took a step into the room. Getting a better look at them, Garrett realized the 3 men weren't moving, but appeared to be held in place by the haze covering the room. Their bodies were slightly translucent, given both color and form by a light that shone from their heads. The strongest of the lights was in the head of the man who was sitting behind the desk, and as Garrett got closer he found that he recognized him as the burly man who'd threatened to throw them out of the inn. Standing across the desk from him were two other muscular men whose lights were slightly weaker, whom Garrett had never seen before. As curious as he was about the lights radiating out of the three men, Garrett restrained his desire to reach out and touch them, and instead focused on the rest of the room. It only took him a moment to realize he could focus on an object, allowing it to jump into sharp relief as the haze that covered the room peeled back, but doing so caused his mental strength to drain at a noticeable rate. Blinking his eyes to shake the sudden mental fatigue he had accumulated, Garrett thought for a moment and then began to focus his attention on the desk, searching for something useful. There was a single open book and what appeared to be a letter on the desk, and as he scanned over them he realized he was looking at a financial ledger. At first, the letters and numbers were strange to him, but after a moment the education he had received as Garrett kicked in, and he was able to make sense of what he was looking at. Numbers had always been of interest to him back on Earth, so he continued to look down the page, noting that the book was using a simple credit and debit system with a running total at the bottom of the page. A faint scratching sound suddenly intruded on his hearing, and his head snapped up as a faint worry crept into his mind. Unsure where the worry was coming from, he looked around, his eye catching the window. Just like the window at the end of the hallway, this one was completely blocked by the glowing fog. But as Garrett looked up, he seemed to feel a creeping claw scratching lightly across it. Like a nail being dragged across glass, the sound caused his spine to vibrate, and with growing horror, he saw a pale hand with 6-inch nails appear on the window. Garrett had seen more than his fair share of corpses on Earth and instantly identified the hand as that of a dead body. But even as he watched, the fingers of the hand flexed, causing its long, sharp nails to rap against the window, shaking the glass. The feeling of horror that had been growing in Garrett's mind suddenly spiked, and he threw himself behind the desk, pulling his arms and legs in as he tried to get out of sight. His heart pounded as the icy terror gripping him continued to grow stronger, threatening to freeze the air in his lungs as it constricted his chest. Unable to see the window from where he was, Garrett thought he heard a cackling whisper, but was unable to pin it down. As terrified as he was, he also wanted to peer around the corner of the desk to take a look at what was outside the window. The urge to see began to grow in strength, and suddenly his vision shook, and Garrett found himself watching the room from above. He could see himself hiding behind the desk, his body curled up as small as he could make it. This must be Observe the Dream. The three men remained where they had been, and the rest of the room was the same as well, proving that he was looking at a top-down view of the room. Touching his head, he saw his figure do the same, and as he blinked, his vision returned to normal. It took a couple tries for Garrett to figure out how to activate his ability, and once he did, he realized he could also control the remote view, moving his vision around as if it were a floating camera. As he played with the camera, the fear that gripped him began to fade, and Garrett activated Observe the Dream, turning it toward the window, trying to see if the figure was still there. When he found nothing but the fog, he let out a small sigh of relief and moved his vision closer, trying to see if he could peer out the window. As his view drifted closer to the glass, he suddenly saw the fog parting as if something was forcing its way through to the glass. The horror that had first seized him returned in a wave that smashed into his mind, causing his vision to go dark. But right before he faded out, he saw a cloaked figure with a single crimson eye that sat vertically in its face, running from its chin all the way up to its forehead. Unblinking, the eye stared into the room, sweeping this way and that as it tried to find him. With a jerk, Garrett woke up, his heart pounding and his face slick with sweat. A dull pain in his mind and a simple blue window floating in front of his face were all that remained of his encounter with the strange eye. You have discovered a new location, Dreamer's Throne. You have gained 1 EXP. You have observed a dreamer for the first time. You have gained 1 EXP. You have observed a seeking wraith, one of the low-ranked nightmares of the dream. You have gained 1 EXP. EXP 3 of 10. Waving the window away, Garrett groped for the mug of water in the darkness. The room he was in had a small window set high up in the wall, and from the lack of light he could only assume it was early in the morning hours. Finding the mug, he lifted it to his lips, drinking down the water it contained. The sound woke up Rin, who was curled up near him, and in the sliver of light that entered the room from the crack under the door he could see her looking toward him. Faint sounds of shouting and laughter drifted from beyond the door, but Garrett couldn't make out what was being said.
"You bought us time."
His statement was loud in the dark room, even though he whispered, and Rin responded with an angry curse.
"I did. That greedy rat Henrik took my whole silver. 2 days. That's how long he gave us." "A silver. Worth 50 copper. 50 to a gold. Simple enough."
Cocking her head to the side as she heard Garrett's nonsensical muttering, Rin's eyes narrowed. She could barely see Garrett's thin body in the light from the hall, but somehow, as she stared at him, she suddenly got the feeling she was looking at a complete stranger she'd never seen before. Before she could pin the feeling down, it vanished, like a fleeting dream forgotten upon waking.
2 days is better than I hoped. Thank you. I need more water, and my body is exhausted. I'll sleep now."
Almost instantly, Garrett was asleep again, leaving Rin staring at him in fuming anger. Her patience had just about worn thin, but she had already invested so much in him that she couldn't bear to walk away. And after a fierce internal struggle, she finally grabbed the mug and slipped out of the room to get more water. This time Garrett's sleep was dreamless, and he woke to the morning light slipping through the high window. Pushing the rags that covered him aside, he tried to sit up, only to find he couldn't leverage himself upright. After some consideration, he realized his legs didn't respond to anything he did, leaving him with the sinking realization that he wasn't going to be able to get himself around. Lying still, he closed his eyes and took stock of his situation. On top of his right arm, that appeared to have been cut off from the middle of his forearm, he had no strength from below his waist. It only took a moment for him to recall just how he'd arrived at this position, but doing so sent him on a rabbit trail of memories that curled through his mind. The body he'd merged with had grown up in the Palace of Insomnium, the city he was in, serving as the study aid to the then prince. Less than a week ago, the prince's family had been slaughtered by his uncle in a bid to seize control, and Garrett had been grievously wounded and thrown into the river as he tried to help the prince's younger sister escape. After drifting to shore, his body had been stripped of anything valuable, and he'd been left for dead, only to be picked up by Rin and brought to the inn where he was currently staying. He had no idea how or why his memories from Earth had mixed with the memories of the 17-year-old young man, but it no longer mattered. Garrett could feel that his two personalities had melded inseparably. The ice-cold, analytical, survive-at-all-costs attitude he had brought from Earth, and the passionate, idealistic, and social persona developed from his life on this world, had combined together to form the strange mix of rational analysis and creativity that now carried his thoughts forward. With a sigh, he turned his attention to the matter at hand, figuring out how to secure himself and avoid getting thrown out on his ear. A dozen ideas were considered and rejected, leaving only 3 possible options. Jorah, the world Garrett found himself in, was much like a fantasy world from one of the stories on Earth. The level of technology was low, reminding Garrett of a feudal society from the Middle Ages. Unlike Earth, however, this world was inhabited by fierce monsters that could rip a human apart with no effort. Memories of dangerous beasts lurking outside of the walled city and rumors of prowling undead in the sewer system filled Garrett's thoughts, and for a few minutes he was lost in recalling just how dangerous a world he had landed in. Yet monsters weren't the only danger. Equally dangerous were those who carried a soul spark. Called awakened, they possessed souls that took on specific shapes, granting them supernatural powers, allowing them to go toe-to-toe with the vicious monsters that crept through the shadows. Though rare, it was these awakened who both protected and ruled the human strongholds that remained in this world. their words enforced by their powerful fists. Hearing the creak of a floorboard, Garrett looked up as the door opened, seeing Rin clutching half a loaf of coarse brown bread. Before she could unleash the mouthful of angry words she was holding, he did his best to push himself up and spoke calmly. "We need to speak to Henrik. Please set up a meeting." Chapter 3.
"If you're wasting my time, I'll throw you out right now,"
Henrik said, face warped in an angry grimace. He was standing in the doorway of the small room, glaring down at Garrett. Rin had helped Garrett sit up before she went to get Henrik, and he was leaning with his back against the wall. Without being able to use his legs to brace himself, he had to use his left arm, leaving his right arm crossed across his lap. With a calmness that didn't suit his age, he matched gazes with the large innkeeper and spoke calmly. "I'd like you to employ me. Pay Rin and I in room and board, and I'll help you in return."
"Help me?" Henrik laughed derisively. "You can't even help yourself. How will you help me?"
"I know how to read, write, and handle numbers," Garrett said, his voice even. "I can help you with your books. I've been trained as a scribe and money counter." The change that came over Henrik's wide face when Garrett finished speaking was stark, though even his smile couldn't mask the threat of suspicion in his eyes. While reading and writing weren't entirely uncommon, the ability to handle numbers was rarer. Almost everyone in the city learned enough basic math to handle the small amounts of money they dealt with on a daily basis, but anything more complicated than simple addition and subtraction typically required the services of a money counter, a specialized scribe trained in advanced math. On Earth, a money counter would have been described as an accountant, though from Garrett's memories of this world, few money counters would have ever made it as more than a basic clerk. This was Garrett's first plan, and the one he hoped to use to grant himself the respite needed to get his bearings in the city. Money counters, like any other scribe, were difficult to come by in the slums, and also cost a veritable fortune to hire. Henrik was clearly interested in the idea, though his skepticism grew as his eyes traced Garrett's missing hand.
"What can you do with a missing hand?"
the innkeeper asked, pointing at Garrett's stump. "My left hand works fine," Garrett replied. "So long as you give me a chair and a pen, I can show you." Still suspicious, Henrik looked back and forth between Garrett and Rin for a moment before he nodded.
"Fine. Come with me."
Turning, he was about to leave when he caught sight of a mocking smile on Garrett's lips. Anger surged across Henrik's face, causing his cheeks to flush red, but before he could explode, he saw Garrett patting his unresponsive legs. "You will excuse me, sir, but my mobility leaves much to be desired. I'm afraid I can't go anywhere with anyone." Disarmed by the clear self-derision in Garrett's voice, Henrik let out a short laugh and waved his hand toward the two large thugs who stood in the hall.
"Obey and Gorm can help you. Get him to my office." "Yes, boss,"
the two thugs echoed in unison as they squeezed into the small room. Grabbing Garrett's arms, they lifted him roughly, having no trouble holding him up as they dragged him out of the room, paying little attention as his legs scraped the ground. Undignified as it was, Garrett was too focused on other things to bother saying something. He'd occasionally gotten glimpses of the hall when the door opened, but as the two thugs carried him out, he felt his mind still as if struck by lightning. The hallway was long, and light filtered in from the windows set at the other end. There was the same set of stairs leading up and down and the same two doors in the middle of the hall, forming an exact replica of what Garrett had seen in the dream, apart from an extra door that blocked off the stairs going down, presumably toward the basement. Furthermore, it only took him a moment to realize the two muscular men dragging him toward the first door were the two figures he'd seen in Henrik's office. His mind whirling as he considered the implications of what he was seeing, Garrett only snapped back to the present when he was roughly shoved into a chair. Letting go of his arms, Obey and Gorn stepped back, smirking at him as he nearly fell from the chair. It was only Rin, who'd followed the men into the office, who managed to catch his shirt, preventing him from tumbling face first to the floor. Giving her a grateful smile, Garrett looked down at the desk and a shiver ran through him. Sitting on the desk was the same open account book and stack of letters he'd examined only a little while before. Unbidden, his eyes darted toward the window, almost expecting to see the thick fog that had obscured his view in the dream. Instead, he saw a dirty alleyway that led down to what looked like a small bay. He could see the masts of ships poking up here and there, along with some buildings in the distance. The sunlight, though weak since it was still morning, caused the shadow of the building he was in to stretch across the street, meaning the inn he was sitting in was much larger than the surrounding wooden and brick buildings.
"These are the accounts, but before you touch them, I want you to think long and hard about whether you really want to make the attempt. If you're lying to me about being a money counter, you'll find yourself taking a short swim in the river with your hands tied behind your back. Your friend here, too."
Henrik's words brought Garrett back to the present, and as he turned to look at the open book the innkeeper was pointing to, he saw Rin's clenched lips. Instead of responding, Garrett took a look at the book, confirming that the numbers he saw there were exactly the same as the numbers in the dream. He had no experience with the supernatural from his time on Earth, but the memories he'd merged with gave him no choice but to admit that this was a world of magic and mystery. If he hadn't merged with the memories of the young nobleman, he could only have assumed he was going crazy. But instead, a feeling of delight welled up inside his heart. Garrett had no idea how he'd ended up with the ability to walk in the dream, but he wasn't about to complain. Shaking the stray thoughts from his mind, he focused on the account book, running his index finger down the column of numbers, doing the math in his head. Henrik, Rin, and the two thugs, Obey and Gorn, all watched him, their gazes holding a variety of feelings, but Garrett paid them no mind. A small frown creased his forehead as he got to the bottom of the column. Before Henrik could ask him what was wrong, he started tracing his way back up the column until he got to a specific number. Tapping it, he looked up at the innkeeper. "This is wrong. You're missing 30 silver." Garrett had spotted this mistake the first time he'd examined the account book in the dream, and after confirming it in the real world, he was now convinced that the two were linked. Though he wasn't sure what was going on with the fog or the monster with the giant red eye he'd seen, he knew what he saw in the dream was the same as reality.
"What are you saying?"
Henrik asked, his eyes narrowing dangerously.
"Whoever did this calculation missed 30 silver. Your total at the bottom should be 30 silver higher."
The grim expression in Henrik's eyes was mirrored by a nervous expression in Gorn's eyes, but before the thug could say anything, Henrik stepped up next to Garrett.
"Show me."
Nodding, Garrett looked around for a pen, eventually spotting a quill. Thankful that his memories included extensive training with the old-fashioned pen, Garrett picked it up and awkwardly began to copy out the numbers onto a piece of paper Henrik pushed toward him. The only sound in the room was the soft scratch of the quill on the paper as everyone waited for him to finish.
"It's a fairly easy mistake to make if you don't carry the remaining 3, Garrett said, pointing to the numbers once he was finished. "I would double-check to make sure you still have the correct amount of money, but I'd guess this is just a calculation error, rather than embezzlement."
"Embezzlement?" Henrik asked, his voice low and dangerous. "Theft of funds," Garrett responded, his eyes drifting over toward Gorn. The large man was clearly nervous, but to Garrett, it didn't look like he was feeling guilty about something so much as he carried the stunned expression of a kid who'd dropped and broken a glass. Henrik, on the other hand, looked like he was going to burst a blood vessel. Shooting a glare at Gorn, he stormed out without another word, both of the thugs running after him. Watching the door slam, Garrett was left alone with Rin. With a sigh, he began flipping through the account book to pass the time while he waited for the innkeeper's return. A few times Rin opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but ultimately she stayed quiet and watched Garrett as he looked over the accounts. Shooting a glance at her, Garrett decided it was time to try and fill in some information he was missing. "I don't remember if I've thanked you for providing for our stay up until this point. My hope is that Henrik will find me useful enough that we can stay without having to pay." I think he will," If you're not lying to him, Rin said after a moment of hesitation. Money counters are expensive. Good. That will secure our food and shelter, and we can begin to make our plans from there. Whoa there! What do you mean, our plans? Rin asked, scowling. Last time I checked, you were you and I was me. Don't get it confused. I saved you to get a reward, not because I fancied your face. Hiding the amusement that caused a small smile to rise to his face, Garrett agreed with a nod. That's true, and you'll get a reward. But before that, I'm still going to need help. Look, I can't even sit up in a chair without you. How am I supposed to work for Henrik without your assistance? And as much as I hate to admit it, I'll also need someone to help me with getting dressed, eating, and the like. Recoiling, Rin fixed Garrett with a glare. Listen to me and listen well, she hissed. I'm no maid, and I won't be bossed around by you. Of course not. What I am talking about is a partnership, Garrett said, giving her a calm smile. His face, though on the thin side and white as a sheet from his recent sickness, was easy to look at, and his gray eyes seemed to carry a strangely magnetic pull, making it hard for Rin to look away. Seeing her pause, he continued to speak, his voice slow and deliberate. What I lack in physical ability, you can provide. I can provide the means of our survival, a simple exchange of services, if you will. Spotting the hesitation in Rin's expression, Garrett deftly changed the subject. But the first thing we need is an understanding of our situation. Tell me about Henrik and this building. Ah, this is the Dreamer's Inn, Rin said, glancing out the window. It used to be a manor a long time ago, but since the river began to flood this district, it's become a stop-off point for the adventurers heading toward the swamp. As for Henrik, he runs the inn. He's also the leader of the Ghoul's Tooth gang. Closing his eyes, Garrett listened as Rin continued to speak, doing his best to match up the little bits he knew with what she was explaining. It was obvious that before he'd been wounded, he'd never entered this area of the city, but he was familiar enough with the rumors of it. The city of Insomnium was ruled by a king and protected by an order of powerful, awakened warriors who served him, but the true power structure of the city was much more complicated than that. Even when he'd been the former prince's advisor, Garrett had heard of the gangs that controlled the slums, and the adventurers who ventured out of the city's large walls, bringing back spoils and material from their monster hunts. This world was filled with monsters, and many of them could be dissected into valuable components with many uses. Hearing that Henrik wasn't only running a gang, but was also managing an inn for adventurers, it was easy for Garrett to understand just how influential he was in this part of the city. He owed my older brother, Rin said, but he's a cheap skinflint and took every coin I had for the use of that little storeroom he threw us in, and I mean every single one. If you're thinking about trying to trick him, don't. Henrik will kill you and then sell your bones for a few coppers. Got it. Is he an awakened? I don't know. Rin shook her head. But those two muscleheads he has with him are. It wasn't long before heavy footsteps in the hallway announced Henrik's return, and he opened the door with a greasy smile, clearly happy. A room and 2 meals a day, he said, staring at Garrett with a greedy gaze. You'll handle my books and write letters for me. 3 meals and furniture for the room we're staying in. 2 beds with sheets, a table, a chair, and candles, Garrett replied calmly, and a silver a month. The smile on Henrik's face morphed into a sneer, and he walked forward, leaning on the desk to glare at Garrett. Are you trying to bargain with me? How about I cripple your left arm and throw you into the alley for the scavengers to pick apart? Ignoring the stink of Henrik's breath, Garrett calmly reached out and tapped the account book. In return, I'll show you why you're missing 15 gold and tell you who took it. About to reach across the desk to throttle him, Henrik froze at Garrett's words. The room was silent as the 2 men stared at each other, Henrik's bloodshot eyes meeting Garrett's cold gaze. Despite the pathetic condition of the young man in front of him, Henrik found that the blazing anger in his mind was quickly draining away, replaced by a thick thread of caution. He knew next to nothing about the one-armed cripple sitting at his desk, but years of judging people had left him with a good sense for those who should be treated carefully, and currently his instincts were screaming at him that the young man he was staring at was one such person. Licking his lips, Henrik suddenly smiled and nodded his head.
"Great. It's a deal, then."
Chapter 4. It was astounding how much of a difference a full meal could make. For Rin, who had been surviving on rough bread and water for weeks, the 2 large bowls of stew with actual meat looked like a feast, and she didn't wait for Garrett to start before digging in. Though he was just as hungry as she was, Garrett didn't begin eating right away. Directing the large men who were carrying furniture into the small room where to put the second bed, he made sure everything was in place before starting on his stew. He wasn't sure what sort of meat he was eating, and he suspected he was better off not knowing. Henrik had moved quickly after agreeing to Garrett's terms, and the room he and Rin would be sharing was cleaned out and filled with furniture, lending some dignity to the shabby space. Sensing that Rin was looking at him, Garrett paused, his spoon hovering in the air as he looked up. She had practically inhaled her food and was staring at his bowl with undisguised desire. Finishing his bite, he fished out a chunk of meat for himself and then passed the bowl over to her. "What, aren't you hungry?" she asked, grabbing the bowl and pulling it toward her. Shaking his head, Garrett started to chew on his thick slice of brown bread. "No, and besides, you'll need the energy more than me since you'll be doing more physical work." "Ah, that's true," Rin said, rapidly ladling hot stew into her mouth without even blowing on it. They had come to an agreement to work together after Garrett had managed to convince Henrik to give him a chance, and Rin was to be responsible for helping Garrett with things he needed as well as running errands. She had turned out to be the same age as Garrett, 17 years old, and had spent her whole life on the streets, giving her a wealth of helpful knowledge about the area. After the meal, Garrett sent Rin back to the kitchen with the bowls and leaned back against the wall. Even with the little bit he'd eaten, he could feel some strength returning to his body. The table had been pulled up against the side of his bed, so it was easy for him to reach, and the account book sat on it. He had told Henrik he would need at least one night to go over it, as well as a new, clean account book to copy everything over. Promising to have one of his men deliver the new account book, Henrik had given the command to have the furniture brought to the room, and then disappeared to do who knew what. The light from the small window was fading fast, but Rin had secured a candle from somewhere, keeping the room well lit. Feeling like he had some space for the first time since he'd first woken up, Garrett closed his eyes and began to examine his condition. He had discovered a few startling things since waking up, and now that he had a chance to reference them against his memories, he was beginning to understand what was going on. He had no idea how he was doing it, but as he closed his eyes and concentrated his mind, he found himself able to sense his body's condition. According to his memories, this was called inner sight, and was something that only an awakened could do. The strange spark of energy that appeared in the center of his chest was the second indication he had awakened, which provided a clear explanation for why Garrett was still alive. Casting his mind back to the classes he'd taken as the prince's study aide, he reviewed what he knew about awakening. While not all soul sparks granted supernatural strength and speed, they all gave their bearer exceptional endurance, allowing them to survive wounds that would have killed even the strongest unawakened warrior. That explained how Garrett was still breathing, despite having his hand removed, his legs crippled, and being thrown into the river. According to what he'd learned, soul sparks were divided into 3 main categories. Weapon sparks were soul sparks that would form weapons, typically granting their bearer supernatural abilities with that type of weapon. For instance, someone with a weapon spark in the shape of a bow might have uncanny accuracy no matter the distance they shot from, or the ability to control their arrows mid-flight. Monster sparks, which were rarer than weapon sparks, took the shape of a monster and granted their bearer increased speed and strength as well as a feature of that monster. This could be anything from spectral claws to the ability to stick to vertical surfaces, or even powerful senses. The final type of soul spark was the rarest, and was referred to as a tool spark, as they took the shape of specific tools. Tool sparks carried varied powers that were practically impossible to quantify, making them highly sought after. Though he could see the soul spark that rested quietly in his chest, Garrett had no idea what sort of spark he carried, as it was still in the earliest stage, the lighting stage, and hadn't yet been shaped. Awakening was, as far as Garrett knew, a random thing, with most people awakening at some point between the age of 15 and 25. At 17, Garrett was on the younger side, but the fact that he had a soul spark at all was shocking to him. Following the lighting stage, in which the awakened grew their soul spark from a tiny firefly into a roaring star, was the shaping stage, in which the awakened would focus on the emerging shape of their soul spark, condensing and polishing their soul spark until it was lifelike. The final stage, and one that Garrett had never encountered, even in his time in the palace, was that of manifesting, when the soul spark could be projected from the awakened's body and used in the real world. According to the stories, the strength a manifesting stage awakened could wield was legendary, enough to split seas and crush mountains, but as far as Garrett knew, all of that was simply hearsay. Regardless, he was happy to discover that he was awakened, even if he was only at the beginning of the lighting stage. With his eyes closed, he pushed his mind closer to the spark in his chest and suddenly felt a whooshing sound as his vision changed. Blinking in surprise, he found himself in the small room with the ornate chair. Once again his body was whole, and a small window was floating in front of him. "Welcome to the dream. Your current objective is to gain your first level. EXP 3 of 10. Instead of standing up and leaving the room like he had the last time, Garrett took a moment to carefully examine the room. Unlike what he thought the first time he'd appeared here, the room in the dream wasn't an exact copy of his room in the real world. The furniture had appeared in the room, but the small window that let light into the room in the real world didn't exist. Instead, the light that filled the room came from the throne he was sitting in. Furthermore, the room in the dream was considerably bigger than the room in the real world. Unsure what caused the differences, Garrett could only shrug. Curious about what had caused him to leave the dream the first time he'd visited it, Garrett tried to focus on the spark glowing in his chest, only to find himself back in the real world, the spark in his chest noticeably dimmer. Feeling like he'd latched onto something, Garrett returned to the dream, this time standing up as soon as he'd arrived and walking for the door. Dismissing the now familiar notification informing him he was leaving the safe zone, Garrett stepped out into the hallway. The ever-present haze was clearer than it had been the first time, and as he walked forward, it continued to vanish. At the same time, Garrett could see the soul spark that illuminated his surroundings was starting to fade in strength. Though he wasn't exactly sure what was happening, he continued to pace back and forth in the long hall, watching as the hallway grew clearer and clearer, and his soul spark continued to dim. Finally, with a shudder, his soul spark grew dark, and he fell out of the dream, falling unconscious on his bed. When he woke up, he'd fallen to the side and nearly slid off the bed. Gripping the side of the table with his left hand, he used his right arm to push his torso up. He had no idea how much time had passed, but from the pounding in his head and the weak light coming from his soul spark, he knew he'd done something foolish. Letting out a groan, he reached for the mug of water that had been left on the table from lunch and sipped at it. Since his head was still pounding, he rolled over on his bed and closed his eyes, preparing to go to sleep, only to hear footsteps approaching the room. A moment later, the door opened and Rin came bounding in, a thick, leather-bound book in her hand. "Here's your new account book. Oh, and more ink and a new quill, too. Are you really going to go through that whole book and find gold? How's that even work?" Lifting himself up, Garrett pulled himself to the table and took the items Rin offered. The account book was completely blank, though when he looked closely, Garrett could tell that a few pages had been cut out of the front of it. The quill, on the other hand, had never been used, and the ink was in sealed vials. Running his hand over the smooth cover, Garrett smiled. "Chances are good that the gold is missing. If Henrik is as much of a penny pincher as you've said, he probably knows that the gold is gone for good. But knowing where it went is a different matter. Every entry in this book has been initialed, which means that so long as we know where the errors have occurred, we should be able to track down where the money has gone. At the very least, it will give us a place to start. And by us, I mean Henrik and his men. We'll do the basic groundwork, and they can do the actual investigation to get the money back." "Wouldn't it be better if we got the money back?" Rin asked, her eyes gleaming as she imagined what a stack of gold would look like. "No, absolutely not. You're no match for the men who took it, and neither am I. I mean, I can barely move. What will we do if the money is in the pocket of someone like Obe? Better to let Henrik handle it. Besides, it's highly likely all the money is gone already. This book goes back almost 4 years. "Ah, that's true," Rin said with a disappointed pout. Pulling the chair over, she sat down and watched dejectedly as Garrett opened the 2 account books up. Sitting in a strange inn in a strange world without his right hand or the use of his legs, Garrett felt like he should be going crazy right now. But strangely, his mind seemed to have completely adapted to his new situation. A wry smile crossed his lips as he stared at the 2 books. If he could identify any similarity between his old life on Earth and his new life in this world, it was staring at him in the form of the juxtaposition between the messy account book and the clean, new account book. This wasn't the first time he'd kept books for those who skirted the edge of the law, and as he immersed himself in the tangled numbers, he could feel himself relaxing. At least numbers don't change, and people don't either. Time crept on, and Rin watched Garrett carefully. With only one hand, he moved slowly and wrote in shaky lines, but little by little the first page of the old ledger was copied into the new one. Though his new ledger didn't have lines in it, Garrett made sure to take his time and lay it out in nice columns so lines could be added later. The pages of the old account book were packed with scribbles, creating a confusing mess of numbers, but Garrett didn't get flustered as he moved through them. Occasionally, he would use a scrap of paper to record a bunch of numbers and do some calculations before writing them down in the new book. Noticing that Garrett was writing more numbers in the new book, Rin leaned over to try to understand what he was doing. Seeing her interest, Garrett paused to explain. "This is called double-entry bookkeeping. It's a method to ensure money doesn't go missing." "Oh, that's how you're going to find the missing coins?" "Correct. Using this method, we'll be able to determine what money has come in and what money has gone out. Furthermore, we track the overall flow of money over time. It's useful for our financial forensics, as well as setting up the data we need to find areas of improvement." Looking at Garrett suspiciously, Rin glanced down at the neat columns Garrett had created, and then back up at him. "You just said a lot of words, but I didn't understand any of them." "That's fine," Garrett said, waving his hand. "It just means we're laying the groundwork for our second plan." "What second plan?" "The plan where we make ourselves indispensable to Henrik," Garrett replied, picking up his quill and dipping it in the open vial of ink. "But to get there, we have to do this first step properly. Would you mind fetching dinner? It should be about time." Nodding, Rin got up, but her eyes kept drifting back to the neat-looking book Garrett was writing in, interest clear in her eyes. "Is this something you'd like to learn how to do?" Garrett asked, putting his quill down and looking at her. Meeting Garrett's gaze, Rin was shocked out of her daze by the cold, calculating look in his eyes. The difference between the look in his eyes and the words that came out of his mouth often shook her, causing her to wonder about the person she'd rescued. He was weak as a sick cat, but held the eyes of a predator, making her wonder what he'd gone through to end up in such a disastrous situation. No, I couldn't," Rin said, shaking her head. "I don't know how to read or write." "Do you know how to add and subtract?" If I counted on my fingers," Rin said, blushing slightly. "Then I can teach you," Garrett said, picking up his quill again. "For now, get dinner, and then we'll discuss it." Chapter 5. Late that night, Garrett listened to Rin's soft breathing, his mind running through the day. It had always been his habit to spend a few moments at the end of his day examining the choices he'd made, and as he reviewed his day, he was once again struck by the absurdity of his situation. It was fruitless to dwell on the strangeness of his situation, however, and he soon turned his attention to a more profitable question. The soul spark he carried was shining once again, almost as brightly as it had been when he'd first noticed it. When I move around in the safe zone, there's no change to my soul spark, but it clearly depletes as I move outside of the safe zone. There must be something in that haze that's depleting it. If I think of it as a battery, then it's clear that moving around outside my room takes power, while being still recharges it. Letting his mind sink into the soul spark, Garrett entered the dream, appearing in the glowing chair once again. The first thing he did was check the room he was in. The table was exactly as he had left it, with the 2 account books sitting side by side and the ink pot he was using in between them. He had left the quill he'd been given lying across the 2 books, its edge precisely aligned with the square bottom of the ink pot. Seeing it, an idea struck him. Reaching out, he picked it up, watching as it turned from the dull gray that enveloped everything in the room into its familiar pale brown color. Running his finger along the soft edge of the feather, he examined it, marveling at how real it felt. As soon as he touched it, he felt his soul spark starting to dim, but the glow from the throne seemed to sink into him, replacing the energy his soul spark was losing. Carefully placing the quill down next to the new account book, he turned his attention to Rin, who was sleeping in the bed across the room. He could faintly see her lying in the bed, covered by the sheets, but she was dim and dark, looking more like a wax doll than a real person. Curious, he walked over and tried to touch her, but before he could, his hand encountered a firm obstruction, and a window popped up in front of his face. You have not yet unlocked the ability to enter other people's dreams. Advance to level 1 to unlock this ability. EXP 3 of 10. Frowning, Garrett closed his eyes and thought for a moment. Remembering he had another skill he hadn't used yet, he activated Whisper of the Dream, his ability that was supposed to let him communicate with other people mentally. Yet, just like before, nothing happened, apart from another window popping up. This ability can currently only be used with those who are awakened. Improve your skill level with this ability to pass messages to mortals. This again. Does this mean I could have sent a message to Gorn or Obe, but not Rin? And why is it using the term mortal? How do I increase my level? Wait, if there are personal levels and skill levels, do I have something like a character sheet? How would I access something like that? Letting his hand fall back to his side, Garrett tried to figure out how to get the system to respond, but no matter what he did, it remained entirely silent. He'd only heard the mechanical voice that announced the system once, so it was possible there wasn't a way to interact with it directly apart from the windows that popped up on occasion. After wasting nearly 25 minutes on it, he finally put the issue aside for the moment and moved to the door to go out into the hall. He had been out of the door twice now, but had never tried to come back in, instead finding himself forcefully ejected when his soul spark ran out of power. For his entire life on Earth he had moved cautiously, but now Garrett found that the memories of living for 17 years in this fantastical world and the emotions of being 17 had mixed together, causing him to have a strong desire to explore everything he could. Thankfully, the countless years of obsessive checking and double-checking he'd done throughout his life on Earth had built enough muscle memory that he didn't just rush out to explore. Stepping out of the safe zone, he turned around and tried the door, feeling quite relieved when it opened up for him. While testing entering and exiting a few times, he paid close attention to the amount of glow his soul spark lost each time, soon realizing it was only reduced when he moved through spaces he hadn't seen before. The more he walked in the passage, the clearer it became, transforming from a hazy, dreamlike state into a completely solid hallway. Emboldened by this realization, Garrett opened the door to the office next to his room and walked in. Just like before, he could see the layout of the room, though the items on the desk had changed. Even before he walked in, he could see the path he had walked previously marked out by a lack of haze. Everywhere he'd already stepped, the dream appeared more real, especially around the desk. There was no one in the office at this time of night, so he was able to explore it freely. But he still focused his attention on the desk, both because it would require less energy, since he had been there before, and because that's where the important documents seemed to be. When he'd been carried into the office earlier in the day, he had looked around to try and figure out where the most valuable items were and had spotted a number of papers stacked to one side of the desk. Garrett had no qualms about the position he was in. Even with his awakening and the strange new world he found himself able to enter, there was absolutely no way he could compete with Henrik or either of the goons who followed him around. It wasn't simply a lack of confidence either. While his young noble self had studied swordsmanship with the prince growing up, he'd never even drawn the blood of an animal, let alone the blood of a human. On top of that, all his fights had been with guards who held a vested interest in letting him win. While his earthling memories were filled with bloodshed, close-range physical violence wasn't something he was proficient in. At first, Garrett had considered trying to meld the two sets of memories together to try and come up with some sort of fighting proficiency, but he soon gave that up when he realized just how strong Obe and Gorn were and how powerless he was. Maybe he would have had a chance to protect himself if he'd chosen the path of the blade, but since he'd already chosen the path of the Watcher, he was going to focus on his strengths. He was hoping the papers would give him information he could use to keep himself and Rin safe. He had no idea if the papers were worth the effort, but he still reached out for them, feeling energy drain out of him as his fingers closed around them. Pulling items from the real world into the dream world took considerable energy, and actually picking up the papers left him nearly empty, so he quickly put them back down and returned to his room. He was feeling a headache starting to form as he reached the door to his room, but as soon as he opened the door and felt the light emanating from the glowing throne, the pain eased, and he found himself able to breathe easy again. It took nearly half an hour for him to recharge his soul spark, but once he had, he returned to the office intending to examine the papers he'd accessed earlier. To his surprise, the glow on the papers had faded slightly, and a grayish tint had covered them. Realizing the haze of the dream was starting to seep back into them, he picked up the stack of papers, sighing as about a quarter of his energy faded. Leafing through the papers, he found the corners of his lips slowly rising in a smile. The papers detailed many things, but the one he found most interesting was a list of contacts with notes listed by them, identifying what sorts of goods they would buy and their levels of trustworthiness. In his past life, Garrett had hung out with enough thieves to recognize he was looking at a fence's contact book, and he took a moment to study it. While he currently had no goods to move, it was always a good idea to know who was dealing on the dark side, just in case there was a chance to use them later. Besides, according to his memories from his time in the palace, there were plenty of ways to get goods in this world, especially with a gang's help. The rest of the papers were receipts and order forms from the docks listing a number of goods being moved from one warehouse to another. Without more information, there was nothing Garrett could do with the forms, and other than the list of contacts, there was nothing much of interest in the pile, so he put the papers back on the desk. He had just placed it down on the table when a chill raced up his spine, and he spun around to face the window, yelping in shock as he saw the strange robed figure with the giant crimson eye in the middle of its face staring at him. The chill that took hold of him grew deeper, causing his legs to shake as the monster pressed itself against the glass. He had only caught a glimpse of the monster from the side before, and now that he was staring directly at it, he couldn't help but shudder. Looking like a hunched old man with wrinkled skin, the monster's vertical eye that covered its entire face glared at Garrett, a strange power making it impossible for him to look away. Desperate to blink and tear his eyes away from the terrifying sight, Garrett could feel the energy in his soul spark being drained away as he resisted the monster's gaze. This infuriated the monster, which suddenly screeched, causing its large eye to begin splitting down the middle, almost as if another eye was opening up in the middle of its pupil. A trickle of blood ran down the window as its eye was ripped apart, an even stronger crimson eye appearing inside of it. Dreadful whispers started to swirl around Garrett, and with supreme effort he tore himself away, falling to the ground as he bumped into the desk. Papers scattered across the floor in his haste, but he didn't care one bit. Scrambling along the floor, he thought about hiding behind the desk, but as he caught sight of his hand on the wooden floor, terror raced through him. On the back of his hand he could see a strange bulging, as if something was pressing against his skin from the inside. A thin red line appeared in the center of the bulge, and his skin started to rip apart, revealing a crimson eyeball underneath. Fear like he'd never felt raced through him, and he lunged for the door. Pulling the door shut behind him, he crawled for the door to his room, doing his best not to look at bulges that were beginning to form on his arms. Pain coursed through his arms as the eyes that were beginning to open up stared wildly around, each trying to catch his gaze. With each crimson eye that appeared, he could sense himself losing control of his body, and soon a terrible pain struck his face, causing it to feel like it was about to split open. Blood dripped down from his chin as he got his hand on the doorknob to his room, splashing against the aged wooden floorboards. Feeling the strength slipping from his fingers, he twisted the knob and pushed the door open, falling into the small opening. His body was still behind the door, but as he flopped forward, his face fell into the room and the warm light of the throne washed over him. A faint sizzle covered him as the bulging in his face subsided, burnt away by the light. Yet even as the eye vanished from his face, the eyes on his arms blinked, glowing with crimson light. Completely outside his control, his hands gripped the floor of the hallway and tried to pull his body backward away from the light of the throne. With a desperation that bordered on insanity, he opened his mouth and bit down on the edge of the door, preventing himself from being pulled back out into the hallway. A vicious tug-of-war began as his possessed limbs tried to pry him loose, and he tried to pull himself forward with just his teeth. Thanks to the light seeping into his head, his soul spark, that was nearly completely inert, started to glimmer again, and with excruciating slowness he began to regain some control of his body. Finally, after nearly 20 minutes, Garrett gathered his energy and lunged forward, getting his torso into the room. Wiggling to the side, he bent himself around the open door before he could be pulled back out, and the light of the throne began to burn away the eyes that had opened on his arms and hands. It took him nearly an hour before all the eyes had vanished, an hour of a tortuous burning feeling as the presence of the monster that had possessed his body was peeled away. Even after the influence of the monster was gone, Garrett still didn't get up from the floor. His breath came in big gasps as he tried to calm his wildly beating heart. The only frame of reference he had for what had just happened was the horror movies he'd watched back on Earth, but even those could never have prepared him for what he'd just gone through. The only consolation he had was the window that floated in the air in front of his eyes. You have survived an encounter with a seeking wraith, one of the low-ranked nightmares of the dream. You have gained 3 EXP for avoiding complete possession. EXP 6 of 10. He had only gotten a single experience point for seeing the seeking wraith, but now, after a direct encounter, his experience had gone up by 3 points at once. The words avoiding possession gave him a chill just reading them, and the reality of the world he was in settled on him like a weight. Sure, his life on Earth had often been dangerous, and he'd been forced to scramble for his life, but this was an entirely different matter. It was one thing to contend with physical enemies, but another thing entirely to face down bizarre creatures that seemed more myth than reality. What had the system called it? A nightmare. Gasping for breath on the floor of his room, Garrett was convinced that truer words had never been spoken. Chapter 6. It took nearly 2 hours for Garrett's body to calm down from the experience of being possessed by a nightmare. 2 hours of shivering on the floor despite the warmth of the light that radiated from the chair in the middle of the room. 2 hours before his body would listen to him well enough that he could get up. When he finally could control his limbs, he pushed himself to his feet and sat down in the chair. At the last moment, his limbs spasmed as if trying to throw him across the room, but with a terrible cry he gripped the armrest of the throne with all his strength, forcing himself to remain on it. The burning he had felt when he fell into the room returned with a vengeance, this time centered around his heart. Unbelievable pain shot through his chest, causing him to black out, mercifully falling unconscious as his body, which had appeared fine moments before, began to sizzle. One after another eyes began opening across his body, erupting like crimson sores that bled out black blood. As quickly as they appeared, they were turned to ash, revealing unblemished skin behind. Completely oblivious to all that was going on, Garrett's thrashing body should have fallen out of the glowing throne, but a mysterious power held it in place, and the light continued to pour through him, burning away the impurity. At long last, his chest split open, revealing a large bloodshot eye that looked around wildly, as if trying to see everything in the room. Yet no sooner had it appeared than the throne pulsed, and the warm light shone bright, dyeing everything in the room a gleaming gold. The terrifying eye seemed to sense its imminent destruction, and power surged through it, creating a crimson shield that blocked out the golden light. For a moment the two lights fought for supremacy, but the golden light could not be stopped, and after a moment of futile resistance it burned away with a soundless scream that shook the dream. This time Garrett woke up in the real world, wrapped in sweat-soaked sheets, his chest throbbing as if the eye was still implanted in him. His gaze was grim, but there was a certain level of schadenfreude as well. He wasn't sure how he'd known that the nightmare's possession was hiding deeper inside his body, or what had possessed him to sit directly on the dreamer's throne, but it had been as effective as he'd hoped. The only problem that remained was the terrifying window that popped up in front of him. "You have wounded Unknown, Crimson Eye of Shalmaroth, destroying one of her 7 baleful eyes and forming an irreconcilable hatred. You have fulfilled a hidden condition, opening up a precarious path for your future. EXP gain from the destruction of a baleful eye blocked due to your current path. EXP 6 of 10. You have observed Unknown, Crimson Eye of Shalmaroth, one of the great rulers of the dream. You have gained 10 EXP. You have observed the Hidden Eye, one of the 7 baleful eyes of the Crimson Eye of Shalmaroth. You have gained 8 EXP. You have witnessed the power of the Dreamer's throne. You have gained 3 EXP. EXP 27 of 10. Congratulations! You currently have enough experience points to level up. Would you like to level up to level 1? Tentatively nodding his head, Garrett saw the windows hovering in front of his vision shift, transforming into something that looked like a tree diagram. A blinking light indicated where he currently was, and dim paths led to 2 different options. Each of those options further split into a web of additional options, and it wasn't hard for Garrett to figure out he was about to start determining the direction his life would take. Each time you level up, you will be presented with the choice of acquiring a new ability or increasing the skill level of an existing ability. Please choose which of your skills you will level, and then choose your first level advantage. Another window popped up in front of the tree diagram, showing Garrett the skills he already possessed, Whisper of the Dream and Observe the Dream. Focusing on the first of the options, Garrett saw the window morph again, and a description of the ability appeared. Whisper of the Dream. You have gained the ability to communicate with those who can walk the dream. New. You can now initiate communication without touching your target. You must be able to see the target. Skill level 1 to 2. Even though he'd never used this ability before, Garrett could immediately understand the advantage that leveling it up would bring. The dream was a terribly dangerous place, so anything that would allow him to communicate remotely would be tremendously helpful. As tempted as he was to immediately select it, he resisted the urge and opened up the other skill description for Observe the Dream. Observe the Dream. You have gained the ability to see the dream clearly. New. The energy cost of activating this ability has been reduced. Skill level 1 to 2. At first, Garrett couldn't help but be underwhelmed by the second level of Observe the Dream. Compared to the qualitative advantage the whisper of the dream would grant, having a lower cost for observing the dream seemed to Garrett to be lacking. However, just before he chose whisper of the dream, he paused, a curious look awakening in his eyes. Wait, I only gain experience points through observing things. Even destroying that baleful eye or whatever wasn't helpful to me, which means what I should really be doing is finding somewhere to hide and using observe the dream to look for new things. So if that's the plan, then observe is going to be way better than whisper. Changing his selection, Garrett selected observe the dream, increasing its skill level to 2. He half expected he would feel different somehow, but nothing happened apart from the mechanical voice speaking in his head. Congratulations! Observe the dream has risen to level 2. Please select your new ability. As the skill level window faded, Garrett was once again faced with the tree diagram that displayed the skill options he had. There were 2 gray lines stretching out from the lit-up point, and when Garrett focused on them, their descriptions popped up. Dreamer's Cloak. You have gained the ability to use the dream to cloak your presence, reducing the likelihood that you will be seen. Skill level 1. For obvious reasons, Dreamer's Cloak was quite attractive to Garrett, but the second ability was no less interesting. Illusory Dream. You have gained the ability to use the dream to create illusions, confusing both dreamers and nightmares. Skill level 1. Looking up at the ceiling, Garrett let the description windows fade away and tried to think carefully about the 2 options. Dreamer's Cloak was the more defensive of the 2 options, but he was concerned about how effective it would actually be. Frowning, he was going to open up the descriptions to read them again when he suddenly noticed something he'd missed the first time. Stretching out from the lit-up point was a faint crimson line that immediately made Garrett think of the burning eye that had stared at him from outside the window. That line stretched into nothingness, seeming to vanish like it was moving deeper into the window instead of along it. With trepidation growing in his heart, Garrett focused on the bloody line, and it suddenly flared, revealing a pulsing light that looked like one of the bulges that had covered his body. Unknown. You have survived the possession of one of the great rulers of the dream through the intervention of the Dreamer's Throne. If you choose to embrace this ability, you have the potential to seize one of Unknown, Crimson Eye of Shalmaroth's abilities. Warning: this is your only opportunity to select this ability. Should you choose a different ability, this ability will be returned to Unknown, Crimson Eye of Shalmaroth. Skill level: null. With a gasp, Garrett pulled his attention away, his body beginning to tremble as the memories of his encounter in the dream rushed back into his mind. It took him nearly 10 minutes before he could regain control of his shaking limbs, and another 5 before he could look at the window again. Nothing had changed about it, but as he read it for the second time, a few things stood out to him. First, the description said that if he selected this ability, he would seize one of the great ruler's abilities, indicating that his new enemy would lose it. If that, in and of itself, wasn't sufficient reason for him to choose this mysterious ability, then the fact that he would be returning it to the Crimson Eye was. He had no clear concept of what it meant to be a great ruler, or how a seeking wraith, which had been described as a lesser nightmare, had suddenly transformed into one of the Crimson Eye's 7 baleful eyes. There were simply too many questions Garrett still had, but the allure of a hidden ability was just as strong as the fear it induced. It said that the hatred I formed with this Crimson Eye person is irreconcilable, which means that even giving her ability back won't help. In that case, I might as well go all in, right? Making up his mind, Garrett selected the ability and felt a familiar pain appear in his chest. This time, however, it didn't result in a massive crimson eye bursting out of his body. Instead, it vanished as soon as it appeared, transforming into a powerful surge of energy that shot up into Garrett's head. Expecting a headache, Garrett braced himself, but instead a familiar warmth spread from his soul spark, enveloping the crimson energy and integrating it into his mind. Dream Seed. You have seized one of Unknown, Crimson Eye of Shalmaroth's abilities, Dream Seed. 1 EXP, Observation Seed. 2 EXP, Communication Seed. Other types of seeds locked. Skill level 1. Information about the ability rushed into Garrett's head, helping him understand how to use it and cementing his belief that he'd made the right choice. Eager to try it out, he hurried to enter the dream, only to stop when he appeared on the dreamer's throne. Status. Name, Garrett Klein. Path, Path of the Watcher. Level 1. EXP, 17 of 20. Abilities, 3 of 10. Whisper of Dream, 1. Observe the Dream, 2. Dream Seed, 1. To open your status in the future, concentrate on your soul spark and say Status. There wasn't a whole lot to see on his status, but he did notice the numbers under his abilities, which got him wondering if he would only be able to get a total of 10 abilities. Considering he got a new ability with every level, he could only assume he would have the option of replacing existing abilities, unless, of course, 10 levels was the maximum he could get. His first level had required 10 experience points, while the second required 20, which could mean that the experience required for each level would either be the level multiplied by 10 or double the number of experience points of the previous level. If it was the latter, then getting to level 10 would require nearly 8,000 experience points, an unimaginable number. Even observing a great ruler of the dream had only given Garrett a measly 10 experience, and it had nearly killed him. With a sigh, he closed the window and stood up, intending to walk out the door into the hall. But as soon as his hand touched the handle of the door, he stopped, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Staring down at his trembling hand, Garrett's eyes narrowed, able to feel the two personalities his body possessed struggling against each other. The young noble in him wanted to stay in the room where it was safe, while the cold, ruthless personality he had brought from Earth demanded that he go out, a complete change from the last time he'd tried to walk out this door. Rather than give in to either, Garrett closed his eyes and activated Observe the Dream, causing his vision to rise up into the air. He could see the entirety of the room he was currently in, along with the closed door he was holding onto, and a bit of the empty hallway outside. With a thought, he moved his view, trying to see more of the hallway. Like a camera sliding along a rail, his view shifted out to the hallway until he could only see the closed door of his room. Not seeing anything dangerous, he shifted his view again, trying to go out of the window at the end of the hallway, but nothing but gray fog filled his view, so he soon came back in. Next, he tried to check beyond the doorway he hadn't yet entered, but again the same thing happened, and all he could see was the thick gray haze. Is it because I haven't been into that room yet? Can this remote viewing only see where I've already seen? Maybe I need to actively remove the fog before my Observe the Dream ability will work. I'll have to test that. Normally Garrett would have already fallen unconscious, his soul spark completely drained, but thanks to the upgrade he'd gotten, the ability barely used up any energy. Pulling back into the hall, Garrett moved to look at the office, the only other room he'd entered while in the dream. Sure enough, the haze that covered the office was largely gone, allowing him to see the desk and the area around it. There were two figures in the room Garrett easily recognized as Henrik and Gorn, who seemed to be discussing something. Just like the last time he'd seen them in the office, both Henrik and Gorn had shining lights set in their chests that Garrett immediately recognized as soul sparks. Neither one held a shape, which meant they were both still in the lighting stage, but Henrik's soul spark was considerably brighter than Gorn's. Focusing his view down on Henrik, Garrett couldn't help but frown as the view started to distort, almost as if static was being introduced into it. The closer he got to Henrik, the greater the disruption, and he quickly realized that his soul spark was starting to dim. Pulling back out, everything went back to normal, causing his frown to lighten. Trying it with Gorn, he found that the distortion still appeared, but it wasn't nearly as strong. It must have something to do with the strength of their soul sparks. I wonder if the same will be true for different classes of nightmares. I bet the same will apply to my other abilities as well, though I guess I could just test it. Zooming in on Gorn, Garrett activated his newest ability, Dream Seed, only to find himself stymied from the outset. You have not yet unlocked the ability to plant dream seeds without line of sight to your target. Level up in the path of the Watcher to unlock this ability. Chapter 7. I've double-checked the hallway 6 times now. It should be safe, right? Garrett had never considered himself a coward, but having a terrifying monster try to possess you was enough to give even the most courageous person pause. Slowly turning the door handle, he took a deep breath and opened it suddenly, hoping that if anything was lurking in the hallway, the light from the Dreamer's throne would burn it up. Instead, he saw a completely empty, totally normal corridor. Smiling sheepishly, he left the room and entered the office. Not before double-checking that no nightmares had entered while he wasn't looking, of course. The 2 men were still by the desk, probably talking about something business-related. It was early in the morning, and from the wine bottles that littered the desk, it looked like they had been up all night. Approaching them cautiously, Garrett made sure to avoid touching either man, since he didn't know what sort of impact it would have. Once he felt like everything was safe, he activated Dream Seed once again, targeting Gorn. His soul spark surged, releasing a wave of energy that spun together into a tiny ball that drifted toward Gorn, like a seed caught in the wind. As it arrived in front of him, Gorn's soul spark flared, but the tiny seed of energy rose into the air, avoiding the wave of energy and settling into Gorn's head. Dream Seed, Observation Seed, dormant. You have infected a dreamer with a dream seed. To sprout, a seed needs the proper environment and nurturing. With time, seeds can grow into choking thorns or beautiful flowers. As soon as the seed had settled into place, Garrett felt an instinctive connection with it. He had spent an experience point planting the seed, but he still had no idea what it did or how it would benefit him. Hanging around for a bit, he didn't see any change in Gorn, so he turned his gaze to Henrik. The innkeeper's soul spark was much brighter than the thug's, and Garrett got the feeling when he looked at it that trying to plant a dream seed in Henrik's head wouldn't work nearly as well. Deciding to leave it for later, Garrett took a few turns around the room, trying to clear out as much of the dream's haze as he could, then went back to his own room. Falling out of the dream, he saw that Rin was still asleep, so he didn't light his candle. It was too early for the sun, so he sat in the darkness, trying to organize his mind. As he sat there with his eyes closed, a faint sense tugged at his mind, and he turned his attention toward it, realizing he was sensing the dream seed he'd planted in Gorn's head. Stunned that he could sense it outside of the dream, Garrett tried to use Observe the Dream, but it failed to activate, leaving him confused. What I would give for a user manual. Figuring all of this stuff out on my own is really frustrating. It wasn't long before the room began to grow lighter as the sun peeked up over the horizon, and the sounds of the city soon drifted in the window, waking Rin. Blinking, she sat up and looked around, her eyes going wide when she saw Garrett sitting up, his quill scratching gentle lines on the account books. "Are you working already?" Hearing Rin's voice, Garrett put down his quill and turned to look at her, balancing himself with his arm on the edge of the table. "Good morning. There's a lot to do, so I thought it would be best to get started. Do you have plans this morning?" "Huh? Plans? No, why, what's up?" "I was hoping you could do something for me," Garrett said, turning his attention back to the books.
"Can it wait till after breakfast?"
Rin asked with a yawn. "Yes. Good, because I'm starving. I'll go see what they have for us." Still rubbing her bleary eyes, Rin tossed her blanket aside and got out of bed, heading for the door. Turning her head to say something to Garrett, she saw him frowning and stopped. "What?" "You didn't make your bed." "Excuse me?" "Your bed. You didn't make it. You need to arrange the sheet nicely." Completely lost, Rin looked back at the bed and the crumpled-up blanket. Seeing how confused she was, Garrett shook his head and pointed with the end of his quill. You need to take the blanket, shake it out, and arrange it evenly on the bed. That will make it look nice and will help you get your mind in order to start your day. It will also help when you come back to go to sleep." Glancing at Garrett like he was insane, Rin hesitated for a long moment before walking back over to her bed and shaking out the sheet. Trying to spread it out on the bed, she glanced over her shoulder, only to see the young noble shaking his head. "You need to turn it the other way. The goal is to cover the bed." "I would show you how to do it, but as you can see," Garrett said, waving the stump of his right arm, "if we're going to share a room, there are a few ground rules I think it would be wise to follow. And the first one is, no mess. Keep everything neat and tidy. Speaking of which, we really need to dust and wash the floor. It would be nice to clean that window as well." "We?" "You. I'm providing for our stay, and you'll be cleaning our room once a week at least. An uncluttered and clean mind starts with an uncluttered and clean space. Is something the matter?" Eyes narrowed, Rin stared at Garrett for a moment before smiling sweetly and shaking her head. "No, nothing is the matter. I'd be happy to clean up our room once a week. But for now I should get breakfast," she said, hurrying for the door. Just before she slipped out, she shot a glance at Garrett and mumbled under her breath. It should have been too quiet for him to hear, but thanks to his awakening, his hearing was much sharper than a normal person's. "I should have left him by the river." Suppressing the chuckle that rose to his lips, Garrett shook his head and turned his attention back to the old ledger. The financial methods of this world weren't entirely undeveloped, but for Garrett, who had come from Earth, they were completely primitive. A simple debit and credit system had been used to keep track of the gang's money, and each entry consisted of a short description of what was being taken out or put in, along with an initial for the individual who was taking the money out or putting it in. There were no dates, no verifications, and nothing that would provide information about what the money was being removed for. In the short amount of time Garrett had leafed through the book the day before, he had already found a dozen errors that seemed to be repeated fairly regularly by a few different people. While it was possible they were just bad at math, these entries reeked of something more nefarious. Often, on the pages where the errors occurred, there were also ink spills, crossed-out numbers, and other methods of obfuscating the error. While Garrett had no way of proving there were a few people skimming a bit of gold off the top of the gang's finances, he wasn't concerned about finding actual evidence. It was clear to him, even from the short amount of time he'd spent interacting with Henrik, that the innkeeper and gang boss wasn't the kind of person to let things like proof stand in his way. It was painstaking work, since Garrett liked to keep his books neat and the quill had a tendency to drop ink when he wasn't looking, so by the time Rin returned with breakfast, he'd only gotten a few lines done. Balancing plates and bowls, Rin barged into the room, pushing his things aside as she slid the dishes onto the table. Seeing one of the vials of ink tip over and roll to the edge of the table, Garrett hurriedly dropped his quill and reached out to stop it. A bit of ink from the tip of the pen dripped on the table, eliciting a click of his tongue, which Rin completely ignored. He still wasn't used to her brash movements and chatty nature, and he was starting to wonder if rooming with her was going to prove detrimental to his health. Not that there was another option. "Compose yourself, please. The food isn't going anywhere." Sticking her tongue out at Garrett's severe tone, Rin shoved a big bite of bread in her mouth with one hand and lifted a spoonful of porridge in the other. Afraid that his clean book was about to get splattered, Garrett quickly got it off the table, placing it down next to him on the bed. With a sigh, he pulled over the bowl of porridge that Rin had brought him, staring down at it skeptically. He had always been an eggs and toast sort of guy back on Earth, and nobles in this world ate meat for breakfast, so to be forced into a diet of nearly tasteless porridge had been a culture shock on two fronts. Still, he knew he couldn't survive without it, so he said a mental prayer for his taste buds and dug in, trying to choke down the cardboard-flavored food as quickly as possible. Even the bread tasted of cardboard to him, though looking at Rin, one would expect it to be the most delicious food ever cooked. After getting through most of his porridge and about half of the bread they sent along, he couldn't manage it any more, and pushed it over to Rin, who was waiting, spoon-held at the ready. Without wasting a moment, she grabbed his bowl and started shoveling the pasty mush into her mouth, her eyes positively gleaming. Others might not understand her haste, but Garrett had missed enough meals during his life on Earth to know full well why she ate as she did. As he waited for her to finish so he could reclaim the table, he carefully considered their next moves. They had solved the temporary food and shelter problem, though they were still on tenuous ground. He didn't trust Henrik as far as he could throw him, which, in his condition, wasn't at all. And unless he figured out a way to make himself indispensable to the innkeeper, the life they were currently enjoying was going to end. Thankfully, he wasn't entirely without resources. First, he had Rin, who not only knew the area and the people who lived here, but who was also nearly invisible to those with power. Second, he had the dream, and his strange abilities in it. He had no idea how the world of the dream worked, and it seemed to be more dangerous than helpful at the moment, but he could sense the potential it contained, not just in allowing him to grow stronger personally, but also in gathering intelligence and gaining leverage that he'd have no access to otherwise. Finally, he had himself. With a wealth of knowledge from Earth and a clear understanding of the noble circles, he could cover for the knowledge Rin lacked. While he still wasn't quite sure about trusting her, the fact that she'd already gone out on a limb for him, and more than once at that, allayed his suspicions well enough. "So you wanted me to do something, right?" Rin asked, brushing her ragged hair out of her eyes and licking her spoon clean. "Indeed. We stand on shaky ground at the moment and need to shore up our position. This means making ourselves useful. I need you to help me figure out the best ways to be helpful. Today, if you have nothing else to do, go make yourself useful around the building. Volunteer to sweep, do dishes, that sort of thing." "You want me to go do chores? First the bed, then cleaning the room, now you want me to clean the inn? Are you insane? I told you I'm not your maid," Rin said, grabbing her bowl and standing up abruptly. Shaking his head at her angry look, Garrett reached up and touched his ear. "No, I want you to put yourself in a position to listen. I need you to listen to what's going on around here. See if you can pick up any problems that people are having that we might be able to solve. Don't put yourself in danger, but if the cook is complaining about something to do with his job or the ghoul's tooth members are moaning about their work, pay attention. While you do that, I'll work on this. If I'm right, we only have about 3 days before Henrik gets tired of us, which means we need to make ourselves useful first." "Aren't you doing the money counting for him?" Rin asked, confusion creeping across her face. "Isn't that enough?" "No. Money counting doesn't need to be done every day, so we're wasting space. Once I'm done, we'll be thrown out." "Ugh, are you serious? I thought I was safe. This is so frustrating." "It is, but don't worry. Follow my directions, and I promise you'll be able to stay here as long as you want." Smirking at his brave words, Rin rolled her eyes at Garrett. "Please, you can't walk or hold a weapon, and the thugs we're facing will have no qualms about throwing us to the dogs as soon as they decide they can't wring any more profit from us." Surprised by the stark realism Rin's words carried, Garrett cracked a smile. "That's true, which means we just need to become so valuable they can't throw us away. Keep your ear out for the next few days and tell me as soon as you hear something. Have you ever done any intelligence work?" "Intelligence work? What's that?" Rin asked, her forehead furrowing in confusion. "Spying. The key is not showing interest. You're there to clean or take the plates or whatever it is you're doing. No one will suspect you working since we're trying to stay here, and that sort of behavior is in our interest. Oh, I meant to ask, do you have a way to protect yourself?" "No self-respecting girl wouldn't," Rin replied, a short dagger appearing in her hand. "Good. Hopefully you won't need it, but it's nice to be prepared. Now please clear the table. I need to get back to work if I'm going to finish inside of a week." Sticking out her tongue again, Rin grabbed the plates and bowls, stacking them on top of each other carelessly. Sweeping some crumbs off the table and onto the floor, she seemed to take delight in the vein that throbbed on Garrett's temple. Opening the door, she paused and looked back at him, her face growing serious. For close to a minute she just stared at him, her eyes locked with his. "Is there something on my face?" Garrett finally asked, reaching up to touch his cheek. "I've invested a lot in you, you know. Pretty much everything. I could start over, but it would take me forever. You owe me a whole silver and at least a dozen copper, with interest. So make sure this plan of yours, whatever it is, works." Chapter 8. It was late in the night before Garrett finally put down his quill, waiting for the ink he had just deposited on his page to dry before closing the account book quietly. He was a bit less than halfway through with the account, and if his sense of time was on track, had been working on it for nearly 18 hours. 2 more full days should be sufficient to finish it up. With that thought, he blew out his candle, causing the room to fall into deep darkness. The only light in the room was from faint glimmers that seeped through the small window, but even that seemed unusually gloomy tonight. Closing his eyes, Garrett entered the dream, taking comfort in the glow from the throne that lit up his small room. His goal tonight was twofold, and after checking both the hall and the office with Observe the Dream, to make sure there were no surprises wandering around, he got up and walked over to where Rin slept. The last time he'd tried to interact with her, a pop-up told him he wasn't high enough level yet. But now he had reached level 1 and was interested in discovering what he could do. Pausing before he reached out, he closed his eyes and tried to sense the seed he'd planted in Gorn. When he didn't focus on it, the seed drifted at the edge of his consciousness, but as soon as he gave it any attention, it jumped into stark relief, pouring information into his head. He saw flashes of what Gorn had done throughout the day, flickering by in a confusing mix of feelings, thoughts, and sensory inputs. Though there was little he could do with the information he was getting, Garrett got the feeling that would all change once the dream seed bloomed. When he'd first created it, the description had said that the seed would need the proper environment to grow as well as nurturing. He wasn't sure what that actually meant, but he hoped to do some experiments today to figure it out. But first, he wanted to understand how interacting with other people's dreams worked. This time, when he reached out to touch Rin, there was no barrier to stop his hand, and he was able to touch her gray, inert body. It was clear she was still alive, but Garrett still had no clear sense of how the world of the dream interacted with the real world, since she looked more like a piece of furniture than a living, breathing person. Attributing that to her lack of soul spark, he agreed with the pop-up asking him if he wanted to enter her dream, and, with a whoosh, his surroundings changed. Peeling away, the room he was in transformed into a city street that dripped with dreary rain. The lamppost that should have lit the corner of the cobblestones where Garrett appeared stood in defeated darkness, water pooling in the broken glass scattered around it. The street stretched into the gloom of leaning, ramshackle buildings. Ugh, I should have brought a coat. No sooner had Garrett processed the thought than he was wearing a long overcoat, its oilskin surface repelling the rain that beat down on him. Blinking, he stared at it in shock before realization struck him. He was in a dream, not the real world. A moment later, he added a bowler hat and swapped his coat for a suit. An umbrella appeared in his hand, creating a steady tattoo as the falling rain bounced away. A moment of thought passed before he added a mask, covering his face with a smooth, white shell. Despite his face being covered, there was no obstruction to his sight, breathing, or speaking, proving that the dream didn't follow the rules of reality. Pleased with the way he looked, he glanced at his reflection in a nearby window, only to grow slightly embarrassed by his own theatrics. His appearance in the dream wasn't the same as his appearance in the real world. Rather, he looked like he had back on Earth. So it wasn't as if anyone would recognize him. On the other hand, even if people do see behind the mask, they won't know it's me either. Comforting himself with the thought that his theatrics wouldn't be traced back to him, he turned his attention to the more pressing issue. The streets were empty, completely devoid of anything but the steadily falling rain. Thick fog surrounded the street, and though the area he was standing in was mostly clear, he could feel his senses being dulled. Across from the corner he was standing on, he could see a building with a faint light in the window that flickered like a candle. The room was on the second floor, but that proved to be no trouble for Garrett. As soon as he focused on the window, he found himself standing outside of it, his white mask reflected in the glass as he looked in on the small bedroom. Trying not to think about the fact that there was nothing underneath his feet, he took in the shabby room. A small bed, a broken dresser, and a bowl with some water were the only things in the room, apart from the small girl curled up under the thin blanket. Even from outside the room, faint shouts could be heard from deeper in the building, accompanied by the crash of something breaking and pained screams. With every noise, the girl in the sheets shrank in on herself, trying to block out the sounds. A frown crossed Garrett's face, hidden by his mask, as he watched the little girl. He had no idea what was happening, but there was no doubt in his mind he was witnessing a scene from Rin's childhood. Feeling the tug on his heartstrings, Garrett's frown twisted into a pained smile. Lifting his hand, he snapped his fingers, intending to create something to block out the sound for her. Making an adjustment to another dreamer's dream they can recognize requires EXP. Would you like to make an adjustment? Without a thought, he agreed, and felt his soul spark dim as a small music box appeared in his hand. Winding it up, he passed through the wall like a wraith and stepped into the room. Placing it silently on the floor, he stepped back, leaving the room as the soft music started to play, causing the childhood Rin to jerk up, her eyes wide. Before he could see how the situation would play out, Garrett's vision twisted, and the dream ended. You have observed your first mortal dream. You have gained 1 EXP. You have created your first dream item, the Dreamer's Music Box. You have gained 3 EXP. EXP 19 of 20. Waving away the window that appeared, Garrett's attention was on Rin, who was starting to sit up. Though it was hard to see any sort of detail on her face from within the dream, from her movements it was obvious she was quite confused. Realizing he'd been kicked out because the dream had ended, Garrett's brow furrowed. He had spent 1 experience point to create the Dreamer's Music Box and gained 4 from venturing into her dream. Unfortunately, he had no idea if the music box would stick around in future dreams or not. But regardless, he had learned a valuable lesson. Anything that was too jarring would wake the dreamer, ending the dream and forcing him out. He had put the music box in the middle of the floor, surprising Rin with its sudden appearance. If instead he had placed it in the dresser, Rin might have discovered its existence herself, making it less of a shock and allowing it to integrate into the dream in a more natural way. Chalking it up to a lesson learned, Garrett shook his head and turned his attention to the other piece of business he had. Gorn's dream seed was currently on the 2nd floor of the inn, up the stairs at the end of the hallway. The thought of venturing out still gave Garrett the creeps, but he knew that if he was going to continue to grow, he would have to do it eventually. He only needed 1 more experience point to get to level 2, and he was hoping there would be some options he could use to defend himself. At the very least, he wanted to get the Dreamer's cloak ability so he could avoid detection as he was moving around. While he didn't regret choosing the path of the Watcher, he was realizing just how hard it was going to be to advance. He got no experience points for seeing the same things over again, which meant he'd be constantly forced to seek out new experiences in this dark and terrifying world. Fortifying himself, he double-checked to make sure the hallway was clear, and then crept out of the room, leaving the safety of the throne behind. He could sense where Gorn was, thanks to the dream seed, and that the man was asleep. Walking to the end of the empty corridor, he glanced at the door that led to the basement, noticing the dull markings etched into it. They looked suspiciously like a magical spell to Garrett, though he had no actual experience to speak of. Regardless, he wasn't about to mess with something he knew nothing about, so he resolutely turned his head toward the stairs that led up to the 2nd floor of the inn. He hadn't yet been up to the second floor of the building because there was no way he could manage the stairs, but Rin had given him a rough sense of the layout during her rambling reports at lunch and dinner. Faint tendrils of fog drifted through the stairwell, but as Garrett began to climb the steps, they vanished, clearing out the space. With every foot he placed down, Garrett heard the stairs creak, causing him to wince. His only reassurance was that the fog blocked both sight and sound, dulling the creaking considerably. With careful steps, he walked up the first flight of stairs and peeked around the corner, trying to keep his body out of sight in case there was something there. Once again he was faced with an empty set of stairs, causing a flash of embarrassment. Realizing it was the young nobleman's influence rearing its head, Garrett took a moment to center himself, and then continued up the stairs. At the top of the staircase was another long hallway, this one with 5 doors on either side. Seeing the room numbers, Garrett thought these were the rooms the inn rented out, but he sensed Gorn in one of them, so he walked over to check the door. He had yet to come across a locked door in the dream, apart from the heavily barred door that blocked the stairs to the basement, and this was no different. With a simple twist, the door opened up and revealed the room. A small dresser with a pitcher and bowl on top of it, a small table, and a narrow bed were the only things in the room, and after sweeping it with his gaze a few times, Garrett stepped in, his senses stretched to their maximum. Lying on the narrow bed, his arm hanging off and dragging on the floor, Gorn slept, his rough snores so loud Garrett could see the air of the dream shaking. Carefully closing the door behind him to try and avoid any nasty surprises, Garrett walked over to the bed and examined Gorn. He could see both the soul spark and the dream seed, one in Gorn's chest and the other in his head. Reaching out, he tried to touch the dream seed, but before he could, his hand brushed the glow of Gorn's soul spark and the system prompted him to enter Gorn's dream. Hesitating for only a moment, Garrett agreed, and once again the world peeled back, depositing him in a familiar-looking office. He had been in this office a number of times and recognized it instantly. To his surprise, Gorn was actually sitting behind the desk, glaring at Henrik, who stood on the other side of the desk, his thick hands nervously kneading a hat. Standing in the corner, Garrett froze, afraid the others would see him. He was still dressed like an Edwardian gentleman, and with a start he realized the mask was still on his face, while his umbrella was folded neatly by his side. As flustered as he was, neither of the other 2 men responded to his presence at all, despite the fact that he stood out like a sore thumb. Lifting his hand to wave, he saw no response and walked forward. Even when he came to the desk, he found that neither of the 2 men reacted at all, making him wonder if he was invisible. Waving in front of Gorn's head proved his musing to be true, and with a sigh of relief he settled back to watch the dream unfold.
"What do you mean you don't have the money?"
Gorn asked, his thick eyebrows squeezing together like 2 caterpillars. Across the desk, Henrik grew more nervous, nearly twisting his cap apart.
The other gangs took it."
Glaring at Henrik, Gorn tapped his hand on the desk, his mouth set in a sneer.
"And how did they know about it in the first place, huh? Weren't you supposed to ensure that it was kept quiet? No one knew about this job besides you and me. So how did the other gangs get wind of it?"
"I really don't know, sir. I was in the process of retrieving it when the Swamp Shark gang showed up all of a sudden. It was both the Shark twins, sir. There was no way I could fight against 2 awakened by myself."
Gorn's sneer just deepened as Henrik's figure babbled on, and his eyes shifted to the window. Following his gaze, Garrett noticed a small pot on the windowsill he hadn't seen before. It was fairly nondescript, but as soon as he looked at it, Garrett knew it contained the dream seed. Walking over, he reached out to tap the pot, but there was no response. About to turn away, a small window popped up, causing his eyes to light up with happiness. "Dream seed, observation seed, dormant. You have discovered a dream seed. Dream seeds will grow slowly by absorbing their host's dream or by being fed mental energy. But this process can be sped up if the owner of the dream gives them attention. Realizing what he needed to do, Garrett snapped his fingers, spending an experience point to create a small watering can. He was about to place it on the windowsill next to the pot, but hesitated, remembering how he'd knocked Rin out of her dream with his abrupt action. Frowning, he stood there with the watering can in his hands as he watched Gorn and Henrik interact. Chapter 9. Before arriving in this strange world, Garrett hadn't possessed any desire to understand dreams. But now, standing in a three-piece suit with a watering can in his gloved hand while he watched a fat thug bullying his boss, he couldn't help but start to wonder what exactly he was witnessing. Had he not already experienced the two men's interactions in the real world, he might have actually believed that Gorn was the higher-ranked of the two. Seeing the secret delight Gorn was taking in bossing Henrik around, he could only assume he was witnessing the playing out of Gorn's hidden desires. The reversal of Gorn's role to the large thug's desire to rise in status, and the fact that it was his current boss groveling on the other side of the desk, gave Garrett some insight into the nature of their relationship, at least from Gorn's side. There were a number of other small details that Garrett found interesting as well, including the way Gorn was dressed and the jewelry adorning his fingers. However, as he watched, he suddenly noticed a change in the dream. The air seemed to grow heavier, and a slight chill filled the air. It was such a subtle change that neither of the two men seemed to notice anything out of the ordinary as they continued to act out their farce. Eyes narrowing, Garrett scanned the room, but was unable to find anything out of the ordinary until the shadows began to tilt. The only way Garrett could think to describe it was like the entire floor had suddenly been angled toward the center of the room where Henrik stood, receiving his tongue lashing. Like a drop of black ink, the shadow began to spread out, stretching tendrils here and there as if feeling around for something. Making contact with Henrik's shadow, the inky darkness started to surge, growing in size and density as they merged together. Realizing that things were about to get dangerous, Garrett wanted to do something to stop the dark shadow, but he honestly had no way to deal with it. His path was entirely focused on observing, leaving him with no tangible way to harm the wraith that he knew of. Flustered, he could only watch as the inky darkness consumed Henrik's shadow, and then started creeping up his back, slithering upward like veins pumping out pure darkness. Slowly a change came over Henrik, causing his skin to take on a grayish hue. Gorn still hadn't noticed the change, but Garrett was worried that by the time he did, it would be too late. He had no idea what Gorn would be able to do, but thought it would be better for him to do something rather than nothing. Concentrating on Gorn, he tried to use Whisper of the Dream to warn the thug about his boss. "Something is wrong with Henrik." A faint whisper wrapped around Gorn, causing him to frown and look around, taking his attention off the flower pot as he turned to look at Henrik. Though he was still standing with his head bowed, the innkeeper's fingers were straining against his hat, thin lines of pulsing black covering them like a web of fine veins. Those same types of veins were creeping up his neck, and slowly a bizarre smile was starting to stretch across his lips. Once he had been warned, it only took a moment for Gorn to realize something was wrong, but even as he took a step back, Henrik took a step forward. Bloodshot eyes rose to meet Gorn's trembling gaze, and the smile on his lips threatened to split his skin. Groping for the weapon that should have been at his waist, Gorn found his hand closing on a watering can instead. Staring down at it in confusion, he heard that same whispered voice echoing in his head. "The flower will protect me from Henrik. I was about to water the flower." Slowly the shock of seeing the watering can retreated, replaced by an anxiousness that only grew as Henrik took a lurching step forward, the edges of his mouth beginning to bleed as his mouth slowly opened abnormally wide. Swallowing the curse that rose to his lips, Gorn hesitated, but once again that dreamlike voice drifted around him. "The flower. I have to water the flower."
"Where are you going? Why are you running?" Henrik asked, his tongue slithering in and out of his mouth like a lizard.
Almost every inch of Henrik's skin was covered with the web of inky veins, and he had lost any semblance of normalcy as his bloodshot eyes bulged from his face. Yet for how dangerous he looked, Garrett actually felt very little threat from him. The crimson-eyed seeker-wraith had caused his blood to curdle in his veins, but this creature barely made his eyebrows twitch, despite looking much more dangerous. With incredibly slow steps, the transformed innkeeper walked forward, pausing each time he moved his feet, almost as if he was just pretending he wanted to reach Gorn. Still, he was terrifying enough that Gorn hurried to back up, his hand still clutching the watering can. The large thug's eyes darted this way and that, fear, uncertainty, and anger mixed together. Across the room, Henrik took another step forward, his body starting to twist and stretch, like he was growing into a deformed monster. But to Garrett's surprise, the sight of it seemed to calm Gorn down. Resolution streaked through his eyes, and he turned to pour water from the can onto the pot that held the dream seed. Truthfully, Garrett had no way of knowing if the flower would help at all, but he was here as an observer and was interested to find out what sort of impact it had on the situation. Sparkling water trickled from the end of the watering can, dripping into the soil in the pot, soaking it completely. Thinking his eyes were playing tricks on him, Garrett blinked and looked closer, but the shining water didn't change. Stepping closer, Garrett realized Gorn's soul spark was emitting a thread of light that was being infused into the can he held, transforming the water he poured into the pot into something magical. The sight of the water enraged the monster that had merged with Henrik's figure, and it lunged forward again, as if it was going to pounce on Gorn. Torn, Garrett considered throwing himself in the way to buy the large thug some time, but that idea was rejected almost immediately. He had no idea why the monster wasn't reacting to his presence, but he wasn't about to change that by forcefully injecting himself into the confrontation. Curled fingers reached for Gorn as Henrik got close, but at the last moment, a gentle light appeared from the pot, as the dream seed, fed by the stream of energy from Gorn's soul spark, burst from the soil and bloomed into a small 5-petaled flower. Shimmering light ran across the surface of the flower, 1,000 colors dancing together to form an otherworldly glow that captured Gorn's attention. A sense of agitation seemed to seize the man as he continued to water the plant with increased fervor, upending the watering can as he channeled his soul spark into it. In return, the dream seed bathed the room in light, causing Henrik's face to twist in pain. Letting out a shriek, the monster tried to retreat, but the light that burned its influence away also trapped it in place. Seeing that it was effective, Gorn let out a savage laugh and poured himself into the plant, increasing the flow of energy from his soul spark. With each drop of energy the flower absorbed, it grew slightly bigger, until the pot could no longer contain it. A faint cracking sound echoed throughout the room, and roots began to spread at visible speed, burrowing into the windowsill and creeping along the wooden paneling. Another scream pulled Garrett's attention from the beautiful flower just in time to see the twitching monster fall to the ground, its once hulking form shriveled into nearly nothing. One of the flower's roots inched its way up onto Henrik's face, crawling inexorably into his mouth and down his throat. Even though Garrett knew he wasn't actually looking at Henrik, the sight sent a shiver down his spine, and he nearly left the dream then and there. Steeling his resolve, he forced himself to stay and watch how things played out, but he couldn't shake the queasy feeling in his stomach. The pulsing, inky veins tried to flee whenever the dream seed's roots appeared, but no matter where they went, the flower was right behind them, sucking their essence out and transforming it into nutrients to fuel its growth. Within a few minutes, it was over, and Henrik's figure transformed into ash that blew away, vanishing into the depths of the dream. Gorn still hadn't torn his attention from the flower, and had even begun to murmur soft words to it even as he continued to feed it from his watering can. Beyond creeped out, Garrett stared at the flower, watching as a second and then third flower appeared on it. Waving its petals gently, it turned them toward him as if able to tell where he was standing. He felt no threat from it. Instead, it radiated a feeling of goodwill and servitude that only increased his feeling of discomfort. Watching as the last dregs of energy from Gorn's soul spark were poured onto the flower, Garrett felt the dream shake and start to fade, depositing him in Gorn's bedroom a moment later. Stretching and yawning, Gorn rose and looked around. Watching him walk over to splash water on his face from the bowl, Garrett couldn't help but notice the vague outline of a shining 5-petaled flower imprinted on his pupils. It was with a heavy heart that Garrett went back to his room, not even bothering to check for nightmares as he walked down the steps. In front of his eyes hovered a window that shed some light on the situation, though it only added to the burden he felt. Dream flower. Flowered 3. Your dream seed has flowered. As the number of flowers increases, your level of control over the host will continue to increase. 1 flower, you are aware of the host's presence and can sense information from their experiences. 2 flowers, you can speak into and read from the host's dreams even when they aren't sleeping. 3 flowers, a sense of loyalty has begun to grow in the host as they realize the power of the dream flower, making them likely to listen to your suggestions. Getting back to his room, Garrett slumped down in the dreamer's throne, feeling the warmth that radiated out of it seeping into him and recharging his soul spark. He hadn't expected the dream seed to have such a sinister effect, and now that it was manifesting, he was torn about it. The idea of being able to control others through implanting dream seeds turned his stomach, though he couldn't deny the whisper of attraction it carried. As soon as he read the description of the dream flower, he'd realized that the monster who'd planted its crimson eyes in him had been trying to do the same thing to him. If not for the dreamer's throne destroying the influence of the crimson eye that infected him, he would have ended up just like Gorn. Shuddering, he waved the window away and looked at the new window that popped up. You have observed a creeping wraith, a lesser nightmare that preys on the fears of those who dream. You have gained 1 EXP. You have observed your first awakened dream. You have gained 1 EXP. You have observed a dream flower, a special flower that only grows in dreams. You have gained 2 EXP. EXP 23 of 20. Congratulations! You currently have enough experience points to level up. Would you like to level up to level 2? The level up came as no surprise to Garrett, who'd figured that the number of new things he'd seen were enough to give him the experience he needed. He was also heartened by the fact that his second encounter with a wraith hadn't ended as disastrously as the first. The creeping wraith had been much weaker than he thought it would be, and even if he hadn't been around, Gorn probably would have been fine. Nodding his head, he chose to level up. Please choose which of your skills you will level, and then choose your second-level advantage. The now familiar window popped up, showing Garrett's 3 abilities. Whisper of the Dream was exactly as it had been the first time, but Observe the Dream had changed, adding a new ability. Observe the Dream. You have gained the ability to see the dream clearly. The energy cost of activating this ability has been reduced. New, you may now use your other abilities while using Observe the Dream. Skill level 2 to 3. Garrett had been waiting for this upgrade, but before he selected it, he opened up Dream Seed to check what sort of upgrade he could get from it. As much as the thought of the ability made him uncomfortable, he could sense the terrifying potential the ability carried. Dream Seed. You have seized one of unknown Crimson Eye of Shalmaroth's abilities, Dream Seed. 1 EXP, Observation Seed. 2 EXP, Communication Seed. 3 EXP, Loyalty Seed. Other types of seeds locked. New, you can now plant seeds anywhere in the dream and nourish them yourself. Skill level 1 to 2. Eyes widening, Garrett read the ability again, a slow smile stretching across his face as he imagined hallways filled with the shining flowers. The flower's ability to capture and consume the creeping nightmare stood out to him, but he'd assumed it would only work if the nightmare infiltrated a dream where a flower was planted. But if he was able to plant the flower in the hallways, he could potentially secure not only this room, but larger sections of the inn. Considering his lack of offensive ability, this idea was like a cup of cool water on a blistering day, and Garrett didn't hesitate to upgrade Dream Seed to level 2. After he'd chosen his skill to level up, he had to pick an ability. Looking at the tree diagram that showed his options, he saw that the path that extended out from Dream Seed was inert, and no amount of focusing on it allowed him to see what came next. Figuring he wasn't a high enough level for it, or that he hadn't unlocked the condition necessary to continue down that path, Garrett shrugged and looked at his other options. Only Dreamer's Cloak and Illusory Dream were available, so he selected Dreamer's Cloak. Dreamer's Cloak. You have gained the ability to use the dream to cloak your presence, reducing the likelihood that you will be seen. Skill level 1. With his level up complete, he opened up his status window to see how he'd grown. Status: Name, Garrett Klein. Path, Path of the Watcher. Level 2. EXP 3 of 40. Abilities: Whisper of the Dream 1. Observe the Dream 2. Dream Seed 2. Dreamer's Cloak 1. Chapter 10. By the time Garrett woke up the next morning, Rin was already bringing breakfast in. He rubbed the sleep from his eyes and looked over what she was arranging on the table, his expression lightening up when he saw the hard-boiled eggs. "I'll trade you my porridge for your egg," he said, pushing his bowl toward Rin. "Are you sure? There's a lot more porridge." "I'm completely sure." Taking the egg she offered, he peeled it and took a bite, happy to be eating something at least sort of fresh for breakfast. The 2 eggs disappeared quickly, and his slice of bread followed soon after. Faced with a day of working on the account book, he took the opportunity to learn what Rin had heard from her listening around the inn. With a sigh, the young woman rested her spoon on the edge of her bowl and shook her head. "Not much, honestly. At least, nothing that sounded useful. I did some work in the kitchen, and all the cook did was complain about the quality of the food they've been getting. But fixing that will cost a lot of money. And even if we did have the money, Henrik is such a skinflint that he'd never let the cook spend it. Most of the other problems I overheard were the same way. There's a gang moving in on the Ghoul's Tooth territory, and it's looking like it will be a fight. But a lot of the members are worried because it's really hard to get medicine, so if they get injured, it will be a major problem." "And Henrik won't spend money on medicine for them?" "Exactly. It's tough having a boss who's so stingy." "Indeed. Thank you. This is good information. Please continue to listen for more tidbits." "Sure. How's the account book looking?" "Certainly interesting," Garrett replied, a wry smile curling the edges of his lips. "I think I'll be done tonight if I work late, and then I'll present it to Henrik. Oh, I have one other favor to ask of you." "Sure. What do you need?" "I need a sturdy chair that's slim, along with wooden wheels. Here, let me draw what I'm talking about for you." Unused to using his left hand, the sketch Garrett produced was rough, but it was enough to give Rin an idea of what he was looking for. Taking it from him, she held it out as it dried and then nodded. "I can ask around and see if someone could make this, but it'll cost money. Money we don't have." "Would a silver be sufficient?" "Are you kidding? 10 copper will be more than enough," Rin said, laughing. "But I don't think I need to remind you that we don't even have a single copper to our names." "I should be able to solve that," Garrett replied with a troubled smile. "How fast could something like this be made?" That's a good question. I have no idea, but I'll ask. Oh, I promised I would help the cook with cleaning up the dishes from the guests. I have to go." Watching her bustle out of the room, Garrett's smile slowly faded, but the conflicted look in his eyes remained. Yet even that began to clear up, replaced by a calm certainty. Survival first. We'll worry about other questions later. The rest of his day was spent finalizing the transfer of the records and putting the finishing touches on the reports he was creating. Burning nearly a whole candle once it got too dark to see, Garrett finally finished up and stacked all the papers together. Putting out the flame that lit the room, he closed his eyes and entered the dream. Thanks to his awakened status, he could operate with only a few hours of sleep a night, but that didn't mean he didn't get tired. Checking to make sure the hallway and stairs were clear, Garrett activated Dreamer's cloak and stepped out of the door. His goal was to begin exploring the rest of the inn and hopefully plant some dream seeds along the way. Ideally, finding the place with the highest concentration of lesser nightmares would be best, so Garrett was thinking of putting the first of his flowers in the hallway upstairs. The inn had 4 floors, including the basement, and 2 of those floors were devoted to rooms for guests, while the main floor held the great room where food and drink were served, the kitchen, Henrik's office, and the small storeroom where he and Rin were staying. Before he committed himself to placing the flower, he wanted to check the rest of the inn to see if there were better places. Initially, the flower would only be able to help him observe its surroundings, feeding him information about what happened in that place, but as it grew, his hope was that it would begin to provide him with more than just intelligence. Walking to the door in the hallway he hadn't yet opened, Garrett paused to make sure Dreamer's cloak was working properly, and then opened the door. Off to his right was the kitchen, a large room with a wide fireplace, while ahead of him was the great room where patrons came to get food and drink. Thankful that the thick haze shrouding the outside of the building wasn't so thick inside, Garrett walked forward, his eyes constantly scanning for wraiths. He wasn't sure if the Dreamer's cloak ability was actually working, as he could still see himself just fine, so he moved cautiously, checking each corner and working his way down the hallway carefully. The end of the hall opened up into a large room filled with tables, about half of which were full. There were around 30 people in the room, all drinking, talking, and eating. A few of them were awakened, including Gorn, who was sitting with a figure that looked like Obey at a table in the corner, and a delicate-looking woman who was surrounded by 6 burly men. The scene in front of him made it even harder for him to understand how the dream interacted with the real world, but his focus was elsewhere as he finally caught sight of his first real group of nightmares. Strangely shaped creatures that looked like small 6-limbed monkeys scampered around the room, occasionally stopping to bite at the gray figures sitting at the tables. Their pitch-black bodies were spiky, almost as if they had fur, but as he watched them closer, it became apparent that their forms were too mutable for that. They climbed and ran around the room, sometimes tangling with each other and sometimes lurking at a patron's side. Barely daring to breathe, Garrett stepped backward into the hall. They hadn't seemed to notice him, which could only mean that they either lacked senses or Dreamer's cloak was working. However, he hadn't been spotted when he was in Gorn's dream either, which added an extra variable to the situation. Glancing backward to make sure the way was clear, Garrett firmed up his courage and stepped out into the great room once again, slowly moving toward the nearest of the small creatures. You have observed a drudge wraith, a lesser nightmare that likes to travel in packs and prey on those whose lives are filled with difficulty. You have gained 1 EXP. EXP 4 of 40. Despite getting close enough to reach out and touch the drudge wraith, the monster paid absolutely no attention to him, continuing to suck on the head of the patron at the table. As tempted as he was to reach out and hit the monster to see if he could knock it off, Garrett's ever-cautious nature won out, and he instead retreated. When he was 12 steps away from the wraith, he dropped Dreamer's cloak and then activated it again as fast as he could. The response was anything but what he expected. He'd thought he was either going to be ignored or attacked, but instead the drudge wraith jumped straight up into the air, so high that it splattered against the ceiling where it stuck, clinging like a blob of jelly while it writhed and roiled in panic. Slowly the creature calmed down and appeared to be looking for Garrett. When it couldn't find him, it returned to its normal form before dropping down to the table below to resume its meal. I guess Dreamer's cloak is working. I wonder why the other nightmare couldn't see me in Gorn's dream, though. Are the rules in the dream different from the rules in a specific person's dream? I have to test that. Since he'd earned an extra experience point, Garrett pumped 2 points into a dream seed and planted it just inside the hall at the threshold to the great room. Without a person to tie itself to, the seed just attached itself to the wall, slowly absorbing the faint haze that drifted through the dream. That's going to take a long time. Maybe I can speed it up. Reaching out to touch the dream seed, Garrett began to push the energy from his soul spark into it, causing it to swell rapidly. It didn't take much energy for the flower to break out of the shell and spread its roots along the wall, but Garrett wasn't satisfied with that and continued to inject energy into it. Despite only having a fraction of Gorn's physical ability, the strength of his soul spark was nearly twice as strong as Gorn's, and as Garrett's energy continued to pour into the seed, its growth accelerated, forming a third flower to join the other two that bloomed. With his soul spark nearly drained, Garrett was forced to retreat to the throne room before Dreamer's cloak disappeared. So he exited the dream and went to sleep, intending to check up on the flower the following night. After breakfast, it was time to present his report to Henrik, so he had Rin go and fetch someone to help him into the office. Soon he was sitting in a chair by the desk facing Henrik, while Gorn and Obe lounged nearby. After his experience in Gorn's dream, he couldn't help but peer closely at the innkeeper's face, looking for the inky black veins. Thankfully, Henrik's complexion, though ruddy, remained normal, so Garrett felt comfortable getting down to business. As you know, over the last few days I've been helping you go through your books. I've copied them all over using something called double-entry bookkeeping that makes it much easier to spot errors. This has proven insightful since the way you were tracking your money was haphazard, to say the least. You'll find the clean record here in this new ledger. Pulling the book over, Henrik leaned back in his chair and began to flip through the new account book. The writing was a bit shaky since Garrett had been forced to use his left hand, but overall everything was neat and tidy, showing a clear sum at the end of each page. Flipping to another page, he stopped and stared at a circled number up at the top of the page.
"What's this?"
he asked, his finger tapping on the circle. "Money that's missing from the account," Garrett said calmly. "If the number is circled, it's the running total of missing funds. If there's a square around the number, it's a mistake in the math that was caught in time. You'll see a number of those as you go through." Quickly flipping through the book, Henrik watched the number in the circle climbing, eventually growing into multiple gold. Muttering a low curse, he looked up at Garrett, his eyes hard.
"This is a lot of money to have just gone missing," he growled.
"Indeed. If you flip to the latest entry, you'll see that the total is 22 gold, the equivalent of 6 months of your annual revenue. While this has been sucked away over the last 3 years or so, that just means that your yearly revenue has been a sixth less than it should have been. It's a significant amount of money." Throughout Garrett's calm explanation, the temperature of the room appeared to be rising, and both Obe and Gorn stood up straighter, not daring to lounge against the walls like they had been a moment earlier. Henrik's temper was flaring, and neither of them wanted to be on the receiving end of his growing wrath. To their relief, Garrett seemed to have an answer. Waving a stack of paper he'd carried in with him, he spoke softly. "It's not as if the money isn't recoverable, though you'll have to check to see, since some of it might have been spent already."
"You mean you know who took it?"
Obe asked, his voice gruff. "In part, yes," Garrett replied, shooting a glance at the heavily built man.
"In that case, spit it out,"
Henrik said, a dangerous look in his eyes. Smiling at the irate innkeeper, Garrett shook his head slightly. "I would strongly recommend this be a confidential report. Would you give me a moment of your time? Alone?"
"You want to talk to me alone?"
Henrik asked, sitting up and staring at Garrett, who simply nodded.
"Fine. The rest of you, get out." "Hey, hold up," Obe protested. "Why do you have to talk to him alone? Are you trying to hide something? What are you trying to pull?"
The anger in Henrik's eyes started to intensify, but before he could blow his top, Gorn stepped in, grabbing Obe's shoulder.
"Come on. The boss told us to leave, so we leave. Since when have we gotten to question him?"
Half dragging Obe, Gorn pulled him to the door, Rin trailing doubtfully behind. At the desk, Henrik gave Gorn a nod.
"Don't go far. This won't take long." "Sure thing, boss."
When the door had closed behind him, Henrik stood up and grabbed a bottle of wine by the neck. Taking a swig as he walked around the desk, he sat down on its edge, towering over Garrett.
"You wanted my undivided attention? Well, you got it. But if it isn't worth it, I'll wring that scrawny neck of yours."
Completely ignoring the threat, Garrett handed over 2 of the sheets he'd brought. "There are 3 groups to discuss. The first are individuals whose math is atrocious and should never be allowed to touch the accounts again. Gorn and the cook are among them. In fact, I doubt the cook even knows how to add, considering he didn't even bother trying. You'll see their transactions on those 2 sheets. The cook should have returned 26 copper and only returned 15. A relatively small mistake, all things considered. Gorn had close to 30 transactions, and almost 20 of them were off by at least a few copper. But it's apparent that those were calculation mistakes rather than malicious effort. Second, we have those who have actually embezzled gold, equaling 22 gold, 43 silver, and 8 copper. You'll find their names along with the total amounts and their locations in the account books, both old and new, on these sheets," Garrett said, passing over 4 more papers. "You'll have to forgive me, as I don't know the individuals in question, so I couldn't come up with a plan to retrieve it from them. I imagine you might be more capable in that regard." Taking the sheets, Henrik flipped through them, his face strangely impassive. He didn't seem surprised by the names on the sheets, and soon turned his attention back to Garrett, taking another swig from his bottle.
"Who's the third group? You said there were 3 groups, right? Idiots, thieves, and who?"
Smiling slightly, Garrett held out the last piece of paper for Henrik to take, his gaze just as placid. "You." Chapter 11. "There were a few adjustments I took the liberty of making," Garrett continued, as if unable to see the burning stare Henrik had focused on him, "primarily with regard to withdrawals. You'll find them on this last sheet, but not in the book. For clarity's sake, I've folded them into some of the other transactions. I'm pleased to report that everything is tidy and balanced, and you should be up to date, so long as there hasn't been any major movement in the coffers over the last few days." Staring at Garrett for a moment, Henrik suddenly burst out laughing, taking the paper Garrett was holding out and glancing over it.
"So you're trying to tell me that there's no longer a record of me stealing money out of the gang's coffers?"
"Were you stealing?" Garrett asked, his eyebrows rising. "I just assumed you were making withdrawals of your just due."
"Then why hide them?"
the innkeeper asked, putting the papers down on the desk and crossing his muscular arms. "To inspire unity and confidence," Garrett said without a pause. "Besides, it's hard to enforce policies that aren't even across the board. The books have been arranged so that you'll be able to allow anyone who's skeptical to double-check them. However, the real reason I asked you to send everyone out is different."
"Oh?"
Nodding, Garrett took a small folded sheet from his pocket and unfolded it, revealing densely packed numbers. "I ran some calculations, and I think your gang is sitting on a tremendous opportunity, in part based on your location. Are you familiar with what's happening in the palace right now?" The dangerous look crept back into Henrik's eyes, but he maintained the wide smile he had on his face as he nodded his head.
"Yes, the king and queen suffered an attack, right? That's why the guards have been crawling all over the city and the royal duke has taken over, right?"
"That's one version. The truth is somewhat different," Garrett said, shaking his head. "The king, queen, and their children are dead, killed by masked men in the dead of night. The entire royal family, apart from Duke Arkoff, are dead. That's created some turmoil, especially since the gates have been locked down."
"That's an awfully dangerous claim," Henrik said, his eyes narrowing.
"A true claim, nonetheless, and even more than that, an opportunity to make a lot of money."
"And? How would that allow us to make money?"
Holding up his hand to indicate the innkeeper should wait, Garrett continued to speak. With the gate shut and an increase in guard presence, it's undoubtedly becoming harder and harder for merchants to move goods, especially by the western gate, since it's so close to the palace. This drives inventory up and decreases profits. The merchants need to sell the product to free up space in their warehouses, but have no customers, since they can't send caravans. You, on the other hand, hold the key to a significant number of potential customers. Given your connections, it should be a simple matter for you to sell those goods, in a chopped-down, repackaged form, of course. Even before Garrett was finished talking, Henrik was completely confused. Scratching his head, he took a pull from his bottle and gestured for Garrett to keep speaking. Smiling slightly, Garrett continued with his explanation. Take, for example, the soap that's being sent out of the city. Soap is one of our major exports, but right now there are giant vats of soap just sitting, waiting to be carried out of the city by caravan. It won't be moved for some time due to the turmoil in the city, but we could repackage it and sell it locally.
Soap? Are you serious? Henrik said, his lips curling into a sneer. What commoner could afford a bar of soap? Most of those things sell for at least a silver piece each.
That's because they're too big, Garrett said calmly. A typical bar of soap is, 4 inches by 6 inches? We just need to cut it down into 1/4-inch slices that are 2 inch by 2 inch and charge a copper for them. Sure, profits will be lower than if we were to sell the whole bar for a full silver coin, but the point is that we should be able to buy the soap incredibly cheaply. Each regular-sized bar will produce 48 smaller bars, meaning that if we can buy the bars for even 24 coppers each, we'll double our money. Mulling over Garrett's words, Henrik finally nodded and walked back around his desk to sit down. It was apparent he was taking the conversation seriously, though from the way he was chewing on the idea, he clearly had some reservations. Putting the bottle down on his desk, he picked up a quill and was about to write something out when he stopped and looked at Garrett, his forehead furrowed.
Hold on. Even if you're right about this, which of the soap merchants will give us the time of day? We wouldn't even be able to get into their offices without getting the guards called on us.
Indeed, which is why we won't approach the merchants at all. Instead, we'll talk directly to the manufacturers. They're the ones getting stiffed right now, and if we can solve their biggest problem, we can cut out a middleman. There are 6 soap-making factories in the city, and they mainly operate in the north of the city before sending the soap to be processed and packed. We can take the soap they're sitting on, do our own processing and packing, and then sell it locally through businesses or door-to-door.
And you think approaching the soap makers will be any easier? Henrik said, his forehead creasing as he considered Garrett's words.
Immensely. In fact, I already have contacts with 3 of them, Garrett said, a small smile on his lips. This business idea has been in the works for some time, at Prince Everon's request, and though the recent turmoil has disrupted it, I'm sure they would be happy for the chance to get rid of their overstock.
I thought you said the prince was dead.
He is, but for whatever reason, it seems Royal Duke Arkoff hasn't announced it, so there should be no trouble in continuing it as is. Originally, the prince had envisioned this as a charity work for the common people, so we would only be fulfilling his desires if we carried through with it. Falling silent, Garrett waited calmly as Henrik ran through the calculations on a piece of paper, trying to figure out what sort of volume they would have to do to make it worth it. The innkeeper's math wasn't great, and it required a lot of effort, but eventually he worked through the numbers and put his quill down. Garrett could see the greed hidden in Henrik's eyes, so he decided it was time for the final push. The biggest challenge we have, of course, is getting the people in this area to make the initial purchase, but that shouldn't prove to be a problem so long as we adopt a simple credit system. They can buy the first piece on credit, with a payback time of 1 week. However, when they come back, we can tell them they can either pay us back or buy another piece, extending their credit for 1 more week.
But what if they just keep doing that? Won't that mean they'll get a piece for free?
Sure. If they keep buying, they'll effectively have gotten a piece for free, but we'll also have a loyal and consistent customer. A win for both sides.
All of this is great, except no one in their right mind would pay a copper for a bit of soap like that.
Have you ever used Crown soap? Garrett asked, causing Henrik to shake his head doubtfully. Crown soap, named for the crown stamp it carried, was the soap used by both the palace and the nobility that ran the city. Most commoners had never even seen it, let alone used it. But Garrett had spent his life in the palace, and to him it was as common as stones. "You'll understand once you see it," he said, shrugging. "The quality is significantly better than the soft soap most people buy, and if we can solve the scarcity problem, it will quickly become the only sort of soap people want to use."
"I see. And what do you want in return?"
Henrik asked, giving Garrett a suspicious look.
"You surely aren't giving me this idea out of the kindness of your heart."
"You're correct. I want to join your gang as an official advisor. What I lack in physical ability, I more than compensate for with my intellect. I can help you find ways to expand and grow your influence, generate money, and navigate connections with those in higher positions. In return, Rin and I are allowed to live here, are provided with the treatment your officers receive, and are protected. In addition, I want a 10% cut of whatever is made on one of the ideas I come up with."
"You've got guts, I'll give you that," the innkeeper said, slapping his desk. "Fine. You got yourself a deal. Come on. We were about to call a meeting anyway. I can introduce you to the gang."
Walking to the door, Henrik called Gorn and Obe in, asking one of them to carry Garrett out to the great room and the other to gather up all the gang members. Within half an hour, they had all arrived, and Garrett got to see the full extent of the gang. There were only 24 members, but all of them looked like tough, capable people, demonstrating the recruitment principle Henrik followed. There had been a few locals hanging out at the bar, but as the great room filled up with members of the Ghoul's Tooth gang, they got the hint and abandoned their seats, hurrying out of the building. Sweeping his eyes over the gathered gang, Henrik nodded and gestured for Gorn to close the doors. Once it was just the gang, he began speaking in a loud voice.
"We called this meeting for 2 pieces of business. The first is one you all know already. The Swamp Shark gang is starting to cut into our territory, and I won't allow it. If you see them in any of our normal spots, I want you to lay down the law. There's to be no mercy. They've already been warned at the council, so if they show up, we move."
"Are we going to declare war?"
one of the thugs asked, his voice a deep rumble. Shooting the speaker a glance, Henrik shook his head.
"No, not unless they come in force. But I've had enough of having our territory chipped away. Remember, no deaths, but broken bones are fine. Am I clear?"
"Yes, boss."
"Got it, boss."
Listening to the chorus of agreement, Garrett let his eyes sweep over the crowd, trying to memorize as many faces as he could. If he was going to be the gang's advisor, he would need to know its members, and understanding who was essential. Next to him, Henrik was pleased with the response and continued, dropping his large hand to Garrett's shoulder.
"The second piece of business is an introduction. Garrett here is joining the gang. He'll be working as my direct advisor and will hold an officer's position."
This time the response from the gang wasn't nearly as positive. Many of the listening gang members caught off guard by the announcement. Whispers broke out as they began to talk among themselves, all the while shooting covert glances at Garrett, who just waved his hand briefly. Henrik stared around the room, causing the men and women his gaze fell on to flinch and quiet down. A derisive smile covered the innkeeper's lips as he spoke again.
"Any complaints? No? Good. All right, the meeting is over. Come say hi to Garrett. Obe, Gorn, come with me."
The very image of a tyrant, Henrik left the room with his 2 lieutenants, leaving Garrett and Rin behind to face the rest of the gang. Rin came to Garrett's side, her normally cheerful attitude quailing under the stares of the few dozen gang members. Patting her hand reassuringly, Garrett spoke in a quiet voice that only she could hear. "Now's the time to put all the information you learned over the last few days to work. Do you remember our plan?" Taking a deep breath, Rin nodded and looked around the room, her gaze alighting on the cook, who was sitting at the far end of the room, drinking a cup of ale. After a nod from Garrett, she walked over, her soft steps making no noise amidst the chatter. Yet she hadn't even managed to cross the room before she realized everyone was watching her. Nearly missing her footing, she stumbled slightly before practically running the last few steps. Under the eyes of the whole gang, she leaned in toward the cook and whispered something, her hand pointing at Garrett. With a skeptical look, the cook alternated between looking at Rin and looking across the room to where Garrett sat. After a moment, he stood up, his face still carrying his disbelief, and followed a relieved-looking Rin back to Garrett's table. By this point, there wasn't a sound in the room apart from the scrape of the chair the cook pulled out from the table. Sitting on it with a creak, the cook put his drink down on the table and gave Garrett a hard stare.
"Rin here tells me you can solve my supply problem."
Garrett sensed the disbelief in the cook's voice, but didn't let it get to him. Instead, he bobbed his head in greeting. "Hello, you must be Vester. First, thank you for supplying us with food for the last few days. Second, Rin is correct, though how successful we'll be will be determined by a few different factors, including how bold our forces are." It was impossible to pin down exactly what it was about Garrett that made Vester suddenly sit up in anticipation of his next words, and even as he listened, the cook found himself unable to figure out the slim young man across from him. Garrett carried an air of frailty that was only reinforced by the empty sleeve tied at his right wrist where his right hand should have been. Yet at the same time, each of his words was delivered with clarity and precision. Seeing he'd managed to capture Vester's attention, Garrett hid his grin and spoke slightly louder, as if inviting the other gang members to listen as well. "With the uncertainty in the palace, food has clearly become one of the most prized resources around, which means merchants are going to be hoarding. This both drives prices up and helps them hedge against the unknown future."
"Tell me something I don't know," Vester interrupted, taking a drink and wiping his lips with the back of his hand. "We all know that food is suddenly scarce and ingredients have nearly tripled in price. So what?"
Chapter 12. Completely calm, despite the intensity of the cook's glare, Garrett continued to speak as if he'd never been interrupted, his voice just barely loud enough for the closest gang members to hear him. "I'm not sure about fresh goods, that is, meat, fruit, and vegetables, but I know where there are 4 sealed warehouses of staples, flour, rice, oil, that sort of thing."
"And I know where the food warehouses are as well, along with the guards watching them. If we so much as look at them, we'll find our inn swarming with guards. Just knowing where the food is won't help us," Vester said with a dismissive wave. Pushing back his chair with a screech, he had already half risen when Garrett's words caused him to freeze in place. "No guards. The warehouses are sealed, but no one knows what's in them apart from maybe a dozen people. All of those people are much too busy dealing with the chaos in the palace to worry about them, though that will change shortly. We have a window of around 3 days if we want to do something about this, maybe less." Slowly sitting back down, Vester stared at Garrett, trying to make him flinch, but he was met with the same calm look the young man had carried since he first entered the great room. Without understanding why, the cook found himself shaken, and his gaze was the first to drop. Playing with his now empty glass, he shot a glare at Garrett. "You expect me to believe there are a couple warehouses filled with food just sitting there, waiting for us to come pick them up?"
"No, they're waiting for the Crown Prince to distribute them as relief supplies to the slums. Unfortunately, that's never going to happen. Given the situation in this city, they'll either be seized by the army, traded to the nobles for support, or stolen by merchants for resale." Unless, of course, we step in first and help them achieve their original purpose. With a start, Rin realized that at some point during the conversation, nearly all the gang members in the great room had come closer to them, crowding around to listen to Garrett's quiet voice. Tugging on Garrett's arm, she saw his reassuring smile and was able to relax slightly. Looking around at the large audience that had gathered, Garrett was about to continue his explanation when Vester interrupted him again.
"Listen, if you know about these goods, I'm sure others will too. There are probably a dozen people already eating them. Unless there are a few dozen guards, there's no reason why the goods are still there."
"Like I said, anyone who knows about them is too busy to bother with them at the moment," Garrett said, smiling. "Rin, would you mind fetching my paper and quill?"
"Oh, of course."
Dashing out of the room, Rin was soon back, a few pieces of paper and Garrett's pen clutched in her arms. Thanking her with a nod, Garrett took the paper and began to draw a simple map. His education in the palace had included extensive history about Insomnium, giving him a clear grasp of the city's layout. Sitting on the edge of a large swamp that lay southeast, the city had thick forests to the north with high mountains beyond them and plains to the west and south. A large river that flowed down from the snowcaps carried water through the city's center, splitting it in half. The western side of the city held the palace, the nobles' mansions, and most of the high-end merchants along with the city's main garrison. Historically, most of the threats to the city-state came from either the plains, in the form of enemy armies that wanted to take over the city, or from the monsters that occasionally followed the flowing river down from the mountains to try and kill their way into the city, leading to most of the city's military might being focused along the northern and western walls on the west side of the river. On the other side of the river, stretching to the east, was where the adventurers lived and worked, and where most of the city's goods were manufactured. Under Garrett's pen, a map quickly took shape, forming a reasonable sketch of the city. Filling in the city's slums, which were to the south of the nobles' districts, and separated by a thick wall, Garrett finished up and blew gently on the ink to dry it. All the gang members were craning their necks to see what it was he was drawing, but there were too many people for everyone to get a good look, so the crowd kept tightening around them until Vester, Rin, and Garrett were hemmed in on all sides. Flipping the map around so it faced the cook, Garrett tapped a spot along the eastern riverbank. "This is approximately where we are, correct?"
"Yeah, roughly."
"There are a series of warehouses right here where the eastern bank docks start. The 4 warehouses are there." Staring down at the place where Garrett's other finger rested, Vester's eyes bulged out and he nearly spit out the mouthful of wine he'd just taken. Choking, he wiped his lips and shook his head at Garrett.
"Are you insane? That's well outside our territory. Do you know who controls that section of the docks? If we so much as walked by there, we'd get chopped up into little pieces and fed to the swamp."
His eyebrows rising, Garrett looked around at the gang members, nearly all of whom were having the same reaction as the cooks. A slight furrowing of his forehead was the only sign that his emotions were shifting, but it was gone as soon as it happened, leaving the watching gang members wondering if they had imagined it. Shaking his head, Garrett pulled the map back to his side of the table. "Excuse me. I had assumed Ghoul's Tooth was a big enough gang to deal with this sort of thing. If I was mistaken, pretend I said nothing." The murmurs surrounding the table instantly halted, and the entire room froze as every eye turned toward Garrett, but the young man continued to speak as if he hadn't noticed the change or the growing animosity. "I recognize the territory is outside your normal sphere of influence, but I thought the prize would be big enough for you to be interested. It seems I didn't properly grasp the limit of your ambition."
"And what limit is that?"
Henrik's voice echoed from the hall, shattering the frozen air in the room. Falling back with a sense of panic, the crowd made way for Henrik and the 2 lieutenants who walked up to the table. Grabbing the map, Henrik looked at it with narrowed eyes, occasionally shooting little glances at Garrett, who just waited quietly. Realizing Garrett wasn't going to answer his question, Henrik frowned and shook the paper.
What is this about?
He wants us to go into Swamp Shark's territory and steal 4 warehouses full of goods.
Worried the situation was about to slip out of control when Henrik's expression began to darken, Garrett racked his brain for the right way to move forward. "Technically, that's correct," Garrett admitted, "but that doesn't present the full context. There are 4 warehouses among those in the Eastern Bank docks that should be both full of food and untouched. I'd estimate that we have a 2-day window to get to them before the military comes down and seizes them, or an enterprising merchant decides to resell them." Listening to Garrett explain the situation once again, Henrik stroked his mustache, clearly thinking through the idea. The current state of the city made goods like this worth their weight in gold, and no matter how dangerous it might be, he couldn't help but be tempted. However, he hadn't climbed to his position by being foolhardy, and as Garrett finished explaining, he asked his first question.
How do you know that they're untouched?
"I don't. I just know they were untouched before my accident."
It's been a full week since then. If they're really unguarded like you said, chances are they've been all snatched up, Henrik said with a disappointed sigh.
"They haven't been opened," Rin said, her voice so quiet that Garrett nearly missed it. When everyone at the table looked at her, she flashed a small smile, keeping her trembling hands hidden in her pockets as she pretended to be confident in the face of their scrutiny. "Garrett had me go and check. I was able to get a look in one of the top windows and check most of the doors. Those warehouses are packed with large pallets and all of the doors are locked and sealed. Even the windows are sealed. Not even a mouse could get in there." "Rin is correct," Garrett said, nodding his head. "The buildings bear a seal that most people, especially in this part of town, would never consider violating."
"Wait, you mean—"
Trailing off, Henrik's eyes came alive at the possibility as he realized what Garrett was saying. Across the table from him, Garrett could see the greed starting to grow on the innkeeper's face, and he knew he'd achieved his goal. Lowering his voice, he spoke with a guarded expression, further reinforcing the idea running through Henrik's head. "You're correct, sir. The same one who was ordering the business I talked to you about before was in charge of this as well. No one in their right mind would touch goods with that seal."
"Unless they knew what we know,"
Henrik said quickly, cutting Garrett off before he could spill the secret.
"Let's do it. Gorn, bring Master Garrett along. We have some planning to do."
Awe was clear in the gazes that rested on Garrett as the gang members watched Gorn pick him up and carry him back to the office. The fact that he'd been able to remain entirely calm in front of their boss was part of it. But hearing the way Henrik referred to him was what really sealed the deal. For the rest of the day and into the next, the inn buzzed with low-key activity. Most of the gang members stayed in the general area, not really doing anything, just waiting to see if they would be called up, but a few of them were sent out one after the other. Occasionally they would hurry back to report something to Henrik, who was in the office, and then another person would be sent out. As the plan came together, Henrik even sent Rin out to lead a group to visit the warehouses, sneaking through the back alleyways into the Swamp Shark territory. This continued until dusk, when 24 members of the gang gathered together for a brief meeting. After getting their orders, they split into small groups and left the inn, heading in different directions. Finally, after night had fallen, Gorn and Henrik gathered a few of their men and got ready for the operation, with Obe staying behind to hold down the fort. In his room, Garrett listened to Rin's report, his mind whirling. She was sitting on her chair, one leg tucked under her, chewing on a piece of dried meat as she recounted her experiences. Waving the jerky in the air, she gave a dismissive snort. "I showed them the best approach, but most of them wouldn't know how to sneak if they were invisible." "Thank you, Rin. Impressive work. From here on, it's in their hands," Garrett said, sighing. "Let's hope they're successful. I'm going to meditate for a while and then head to bed. It's been a long day." "Yeah, it has," Rin agreed. "But exciting. I don't know why, but it's times like this that I feel alive.
I just wish they would have let me come along. Anyway, some of the guys are playing cards, so I'm going to go see if I can get a hand."
Waving to her as she jumped up and strode out of the room, Garrett quickly sank into the dream, hoping he wasn't too late. A quick scan with Observe the Dream showed him that Henrik and Gorn were just about to leave the inn, so Garrett walked out of the room into the hallway. Tiny traces of fog had crept back into the hallway, but as he activated Dreamer's cloak and walked down the hall, they vanished again. Paying no attention to the dream flower that had appeared at the entrance to the great room, Garrett didn't notice that another flower had grown on one of the tendrils that stretched into the great room. He was shielded from the drudge wraiths that darted around the room thanks to Dreamer's cloak, and arrived at the inn's front door without a challenge, stopping only when he saw the thick fog outside. He could see the shadowy figures of Henrik and Gorn, along with the faint shapes of the men they were with, walking down the street right outside the inn, and, taking a deep breath, he plunged into the fog after them, his senses straining to catch even the smallest threat. "You have discovered a new location, the streets. You have gained 1 EXP. EXP 3 of 40. Waving away the window, Garrett padded along behind his targets, his eyes constantly sweeping the foggy streets. He hadn't been outside the inn since he'd woken up, but the city he remembered from his life in the palace and among the noble houses was nothing like what he was now seeing. Faint buildings loomed in the fog, sitting like chunks of towering stone along the cobblestone road. Everywhere he looked, he saw the ever-present fog tangling with shadows that seemed both inert and alive at the same time. Occasionally, as he passed by an alleyway, Garrett would hear a sound, but he resolutely ignored them, focusing on the men in front of him. Garrett was slowly coming to understand more about the dream and the way it interacted with the real world, and the more he understood, the more confident he was in his choice to follow them out of the inn. His terrifying experience when he'd first entered the dream had caused him to hesitate, but he knew that without risk there was no real gain, and now that he had a chance to firmly establish himself in the Ghoul's Tooth gang, he couldn't pass it up. Passing by a faint figure he could barely see, Garrett turned left, following Gorn and Henrik from a distance. He could see the innkeeper's bright soul spark shining through the fog, but what gave him the most confidence in following them was the shining flower he could see sprouting from Gorn. Continuing to follow them, Garrett had nearly caught up when a faint movement from ahead of them caused him to freeze. Drifting out of an alleyway was a dark shadow in a hooded robe. You have observed a whispering wraith, a nightmare that attaches itself to strong humans and feeds their vices with malicious whispers. You have gained 1 EXP. EXP 4 of 40. His breath catching in his throat, Garrett prayed that his Dreamer's Cloak ability would shield him because there was nowhere to hide. Sticking close to Gorn, he watched the robed figure carefully for any sign of aggression, but was relieved to see that, far from approaching, it seemed hesitant to get close. There was a faint glimmer under its robe, and as Garrett looked closer he realized that the Whispering Wraith's robe was wrapped around an awakened human, partially cloaking their soul spark. As Gorn and Henrik continued forward, the 3 flowers that had bloomed from Gorn began to wave their petals as if finding something exciting. The Whispering Wraith's reaction was anything but as it shrank back, nearly folding into itself. A shiver appeared in the air around the wraith as its head dipped, and with a look at Gorn and Henrik, the awakened quickly retreated into the alleyway to clear the way for them, leaving Garrett staring in astonishment. Chapter 13. Was that wraith afraid of the flowers? What on earth sort of skill did I pick up? Unable to understand why the Whispering Wraith would have felt threatened by flowers, Garrett could only shrug and continue following Henrik and Gorn through the foggy streets. After nearly half an hour, they arrived at their destination, a small alleyway that overlooked the warehouses sitting on the eastern bank of the river. Seeing them stop, Garrett took a deep breath and continued forward, trusting in his cloaking ability to keep him safe if any nightmares showed up. Even the whispering wraith, a regular level nightmare, hadn't noticed him, which gave him a lot more confidence. Leaving Gorn and Henrik behind, Garrett slipped across the road, walking into the tangle of buildings that made up the warehouses. All the warehouses sat on a corner of the river and were arranged in a rough diamond shape. To the southwest was the beginning of a long stretch of docks that ran all the way up to the river, while to the southeast was an area that had previously been part of the city, but had been claimed by the swamp over time, transforming from marshy land into a small bay. Only the top of one hill remained above water, sitting as an island in the center of the bay. Most of the buildings were rectangular and arranged in rows, with the ones closest to the water holding goods that were unloaded and loaded at the docks along the river's edge. The 4 warehouses he'd pointed Henrik to were along the southeastern edge of the block of warehouses, and it was here that Garrett hurried. This area was controlled by the Swamp Shark Gang, a large collection of thugs who had grown in strength thanks to their hold over the docks in this part of the city. According to the information Rin had supplied, the Swamp Sharks had nearly 3 times the number of members that Ghoul's Tooth possessed, and among their ranks were several awakened. It was only their hesitance to get into a full-blown gang war that had kept the larger gang from shredding all forms of pretense with Ghoul's Tooth, but they were already starting to put pressure on the smaller gang as they moved into the territory around the inn. As strange and terrifying as the dream could be, currently Garrett had a much greater fear. If something happened to Henrik, the tenuous stability he'd just earned would evaporate like so much smoke, leaving him without an anchor once again. As such, Garrett was determined to do whatever it took to make sure this succeeded. He had handed everything to the innkeeper, including a detailed plan for moving the goods, and as long as Henrik followed it, he was confident there wouldn't be any problems. But Garrett wasn't about to leave anything to chance. Moving quickly but cautiously through the foggy alleyway between the warehouses, Garrett hurried to do a complete circuit around the warehouses before sitting down near one of them and activating Observe the Dream. He could feel the strain of both Dreamer's cloak and his observation ability as they consumed the energy from his soul, but thankfully it was still bearable. Sending his vision out, he carefully swept the areas he'd already passed through, trying to cover as much space as he could. About halfway done, he caught a bit of movement and focused his sight on one of the alleyways he had passed. There was a lot of trash in that particular space, and as he'd walked by, Garrett had completely missed the person hunkered down among the debris. It was only after he did a second pass that he managed to see the man, hiding behind some cans. Focusing on the man's figure, he saw a faint soul spark gleaming, and his eyes sharpened. Across the street from the group of warehouses, Henrik was staring at Gorn, whose face was slightly strained. They had been standing in the shadow of a building, staring at their target for nearly 5 minutes, and Henrik was starting to get irritated. Gorn had asked him to wait before giving the signal to start the operation, and at first he'd been happy to pause, but now his patience was beginning to wear thin.
"What's wrong?"
Henrik asked, his voice low and dangerous.
I think there's another guard,"
Gorn said, his eyes revealing his confusion as he heard a faint whisper in his head.
"We've swept the area twice. If there were more guards, we would have seen them,"
Henrik replied, turning to give the signal to start.
"No, wait! The second alleyway. There's a bum hiding behind some crates," Gorn said. "So we'll pay him off," Henrik said, his expression growing even darker.
"He's awakened."
Gorn's face was screwed up in abject confusion, completely unable to understand how this knowledge had just flowed into his head, but he was so certain of it that he felt as if he could see the person he was referring to clearly. His boss stared at him with narrowed eyes for a moment before nodding solemnly. The scouts they'd sent hadn't been awakened, so it was entirely reasonable they would have missed an awakened guard, and if there really was such a guard, all their efforts would end in disaster unless they dealt with the threat ahead of time.
"How sure are you?"
Henrik asked, his voice dangerously calm.
I'm completely sure,"
Gorn replied, his expression changing from confusion to firm certainty.
"All right, then let's get him. If there's an awakened guard, our one-armed advisor is probably right about what's kept in those buildings.
With surprising stealth, Gorn and Henrik moved across the street, sending their men along the original path. With a flick of his fingers, Henrik signaled for Gorn to split up from him, and they began to work their way toward the alleyway where Gorn had said the guard was hiding. From nearly a full block away, Garrett sat curled up against the wall, watching as the two men crept along the edge of the buildings, entering the fog where Garrett had never been. Though he normally wouldn't have been able to follow their progress, Gorn's body carried the dream flowers Garrett had planted, allowing him to observe him without an issue. In a lot of ways, the flowers acted as an extension of Garrett himself, and he could tie his observe the dream ability to them, giving him perfect sight of everything around Gorn. He had no idea how far his ability would work, which was one of the reasons he'd ventured out of the inn and away from the safety of the Dreamer's throne, while the other was to act as a scout for Gorn and Henrik. Creeping along the edge of a building, Gorn peeked his head around the corner, staying low as he tried to locate the guard. If not for Garrett's prompt, he would have missed him because of how well the guard's ragged clothing blended in with the pile of trash he was sitting in. But once he locked onto him, Gorn's lips split into a savage grin. Henrik had gone around the other side of the alleyway, and he saw Gorn's signal that the enemy had been spotted. Watching all this from the dream, Garrett couldn't see any of the details, just vague gray motions. But when the two men sprang into action, that all changed. The gray haze that covered the world suddenly evaporated as Gorn's soul spark flared, and he charged in, a long dagger appearing in his hand and stabbing straight toward the back of the guard's neck. The light from Gorn's soul spark appeared to twist like a rope that spun out in a large circle, casting everything into sharp relief as it established a barrier around the alleyway, allowing Garrett to see both the attack and the incredible response from the guard. It only took a second for the hiding awakened to realize he was being ambushed, and with a desperate heave he threw himself to the side, sacrificing an arm to Gorn's vicious stab but managing to preserve his life. The sound of the guard's yell shook the air, but thanks to his position in the dream, Garrett could tell that the sound waves were being contained by the light barrier that radiated from Gorn's soul spark, completely sealing the alleyway where the fight was taking place. Chilled by what he was seeing, Garrett found himself coming to a new appreciation for how dangerous awakened were. He wasn't the only one who realized that the area was sealed, and as he watched, the guard abandoned both his wounded arm and the fight, using all his energy to break free from the restriction Gorn had created as he dashed past him, heading for the opening of the alleyway. Glancing back with a sneer, he was only a step away from escaping both the alley and the sealing influence of Gorn's aura, when a powerful presence appeared in front of him, and a heavy cleaver chopped down, cutting through everything with unnatural ease. As the thick blade fell, it sliced through his neck, stealing his life away in a single stroke. With hardly a flare of energy, Henrik flicked his cleaver, sending drops of blood splattering to the ground even as the guard's corpse bounced away, its momentum carrying it past him. The faint tang of blood hung in the air for a moment before Gorn arrived, his aura covering the smell.
"Deal with the body," Henrik said coldly, putting away his cleaver. "I'll bring the others to check the warehouses. I really hope we didn't just kill him for nothing."
"Yes, boss,"
Gorn said, nodding quickly. As interested as Garrett was in how Gorn would dispose of the body, he thought it would be better to focus on the more pressing matter of making sure there were no other guards. While Henrik brought his men to open up the first of the warehouses, Garrett continued to scan the area. Not finding anything, he canceled his ability to preserve his fading soul spark energy and began making his way back to the inn. Despite his recent adventurous actions, he had no desire to be caught outside of the inn without Dreamer's cloak active.
"I've done what I can for them. If they can't do the rest, I'll need to look for a different group to partner with anyway."
The thick fog that covered the streets created a sense of disorientation that threatened to confuse Garrett's senses, making him thankful that the way back to the inn was straightforward. Even at this distance, the plants he had planted in the inn acted as a sort of beacon for him, allowing him to maintain his orientation no matter how much the foggy streets shifted. Still, it was a long and nerve-wracking walk, and it was with considerable relief that Garrett arrived back at the inn, nearly stumbling as he walked through the door. His soul spark was terribly dim, causing sleepiness to flood through his body, so when he made it into the hallway from the great room, he deactivated Dreamer's cloak and supported himself along the wall, entirely oblivious to the terrified drudge wraiths behind him. Collapsing into the Dreamer's throne, he felt the gentle light replenishing his energy and quickly fell into a deep sleep, only waking the next morning when Rin brought breakfast in. The young woman was bursting with excitement and news, largely due to the spread she'd laid out. Seeing Garrett staring in some shock at the sausages, eggs, and slices of toast she put in front of him, Rin grinned happily. "The cook sends his regards." "It sounds like the operation went smoothly?" Garrett asked as he cut into one of the sausages. "Like a greased piglet. They cleared out all 4 of the warehouses without anyone the wiser, just like you planned. Once you're done with breakfast, Henrik wants to see you."
"Got it."
Garrett was just finishing his last bit of toast and eggs when he sensed Gorn coming toward the room. Brushing off his lips and fingertips, he passed his plate to Rin just as Gorn knocked. "Come in."
"Morning, sir,"
Gorn said, bowing his head slightly.
"If you're done with breakfast, can I bring you to the office?"
"Please," Garrett replied, looking at Gorn curiously. He hadn't expected such a change in Gorn's behavior, but it appeared that the loyalty effect of the flower he'd planted was beginning to work. Waiting for Rin to remove the plates, Gorn picked Garrett up and carried him into the office, where Henrik was enjoying his own breakfast. The innkeeper's clothing was still damp, which surprised Garrett since it indicated he'd taken part in the whole operation the night before. Revising his opinion of the large innkeeper, Garrett thanked Gorn with a nod and waited calmly for Henrik to finish his food. Pushing his plate back once he was done, Henrik wiped his mouth with his sleeve and then looked at Garrett, picking a piece of sausage out of his teeth with his tongue. Seeing nothing but calm patience in Garrett's face, the innkeeper couldn't help but laugh and shake his head.
"You're something else, you know. First, knowing about the opportunity is an ability in and of itself. But your plan worked without a hitch. Did you know there would be no moon? That made it nearly impossible for anyone to see us against the water. And the float system worked like a charm. We moved the goods into the water, attaching them to the line we had put out, and then pulled them all the way over to the sewer culvert. From there it was simple to get them into our storage. We ran the whole operation without a peep, apart of course from an unfortunate guard at the beginning, but thanks to Gorn's sharp senses, that wasn't an issue either. I've got a tally of everything we grabbed except for the last shipment, but that's being sorted now, and we should have the tally for that soon. We lost a few items to water, but the rest came through a treat. I'm really impressed with how this went. Do you have more ideas like this?"
Smiling slightly, Garrett's mind went back to the idea he'd proposed. The goods had originally been placed in the warehouses to await distribution by Prince Everin, the city's late prince, along with the soap he'd already told Henrik about. With the king's health failing, Prince Everin had started to turn his head toward winning over the population, and had developed a number of initiatives designed to get the commoners on his side. Unfortunately, the prince had been killed before he could carry out any of his reforms, leaving the things he'd prepared unused. Taking advantage of the supplies, Garrett's idea had been simple. Rather than carry all the goods through the street, simply lash them together along with a large number of bags of air and dump them into the water. The prince had always been meticulous, and all the goods were sealed in watertight bags to help preserve the contents inside, so Garrett hadn't been worried about water damage. Using a line they had laid the day before as a guide, the gang was able to pull the goods along the coast without anyone being the wiser. They were helped, of course, by the lack of moonlight and almost complete absence of stars, along with the curfew the palace had instituted ever since the royal family had been attacked. Relieved that everything had fallen into place, Garrett allowed himself to relax. For the last week he'd been on pins and needles trying to calculate everything down to the last detail, and now, seeing those plans coming to fruition, he couldn't help but be happy. "I'm glad it worked out," Garrett said, picking up the list of all the goods they had seized and running over it. "As for other ideas, believe me, I've got plenty." Chapter 14. What if we make the back wheel a bit smaller? 2 weeks had passed since the gang had successfully relocated the 4 warehouses full of goods, and Garrett had settled into his life as a member of the Ghoul's Tooth gang. He still had no idea why the gang had that name, but honestly, he didn't care enough to find out. During the day, he spent his time handling the gang's finances, advising Henrik on issues facing the gang, and helping the individual members solve random problems. "I really think it just looks funny with wheels that are so big," Rin complained, pointing at the wheelchair that Garrett was pushing down the hall. It had taken a few iterations to get a wheelchair that suited Garrett, specifically because he wanted both the ability to push himself and the ability to use his wheels to steer. Since he was limited to one arm to propel himself along, a chair with independent wheels would just go around in a circle. However, when the wheels locked together, it became impossible to turn. This had required designing a mechanism that Garrett could engage to lock the wheels together and disengage to move them independently. Using the mechanism was slow, and occasionally it stuck, but it was much better than being carried everywhere. Thanks to his new chair, Garrett had much more freedom than before, and his orbit, which had largely been between his bedroom and the office, was suddenly able to accommodate the great room and the kitchen as well. It was hard for his somewhat cold attitude to stay frozen once he was able to be out and about on his own, and Garrett finally got a chance to see the outside of the inn in the real world. For the last 2 weeks, he'd been venturing out of the inn every night to map the surrounding neighborhoods in the dream, and he'd developed a pretty clear sense of what was around the inn despite never actually seeing the area in the real world. The dream could only be accessed at night, so he spent most of his days waiting eagerly until the sun dipped below the horizon. As soon as it did, he would creep out into the dream, inching his way through the thick fog until he had mapped a section of a nearby neighborhood. Always careful to preserve at least half the energy in his soul spark just in case, he would return to the inn and inject his excess energy into the dream flowers. Though they would absorb anything he gave them, the energy went into spreading out their roots and starting new clusters of flowers. During this process, Garrett found he actually had some control over where the plants spread, and his current focus was on taking over the hall that led to his room. There were dozens of flowers by this point, though none of them grew into clumps of greater than 3, making him wonder if that was a cap set by his skill level. He had picked up a few experience points here and there as he explored, but had still only managed to get to 7 out of the 40 he needed. With 33 experience points left to go before he hit level 3, Garrett was starting to feel the strain of earning experience as a Watcher. Still, he didn't doubt the system when it said that the path of the Watcher was one with a high growth potential. He just hadn't figured out how to achieve it. At this point, it appeared that the only way for him to gain experience was to explore ever wider areas and step into more dangerous situations. That didn't, however, suit his desires in the least. Maybe if he had picked the path of the blade or the path of the ghost, he might have felt comfortable venturing far into the unknown. But without any way to keep himself safe, Garrett wasn't about to leave the range of the Dreamer's throne. "Garrett, didn't you want to go check out the market?" Shaken from his thoughts by Rin, Garrett nodded his head. "Sure, but only if you push me. It's too far to wheel myself." Running over, Rin grabbed the back of Garrett's wheelchair and spun him around. Taking the corner like a race car driver, she barreled down the passage into the great room, nearly running over one of the waitresses. "Hey! Sorry!" Not sounding sorry at all, Rin wove through the tables, forcing people to hurry out of the way. Gripping the side of his chair to avoid being thrown out as Rin violently shifted him this way and that, an apologetic smile was the best Garrett could do before they left the inn. Once they were outside, he breathed a sigh of relief as Rin slowed down, her laughter so infectious he found himself unable to keep the smile from his own lips. The city was bustling, with people nearly everywhere. Though this part of the city could hardly be considered the slums, it was certainly the heart of where the city's main workforce lived, and the buildings were both shabby and packed together. Many of the streets led to buildings where the citizens worked, and the sides of the streets boasted homes that were stacked on top of one another, sometimes rising a full 4 stories into the air. All along the sides of the road were small shops and roadside stalls selling everything from food to clothing to weapons to scraps of monster materials. This close to the swamp that stretched to the southeast of the city, most of the materials were from aquatic beasts, though occasionally Garrett would see something interesting that didn't look like it had come out of a swamp. He knew next to nothing about the monsters and had never actually seen a live monster, apart from the pets kept in the palace zoo. Pushing Garrett's wheelchair along, Rin took her time, making sure to stay out of the way of both the heavy-booted soldiers who marched past occasionally, their armor clanking, and the heavily armed adventurers covered with grime and sweat. It didn't take Garrett entering the dream to be able to tell that every single adventurer he saw was awakened. From their well-built muscles to the easy way they handled the heavy bags of harvested materials, all of them gave off a distinct sense of danger. Despite getting the odd glance now and again, Garrett and Rin didn't attract much attention, in part thanks to the slow pace Rin took, which suited Garrett just fine. Following the road straight ahead, they eventually arrived at a large building that housed all sorts of monster materials. Beyond the building was a crossroads where 2 of the city's main thoroughfares crossed that had been set up as a giant market. Seeing that Rin was about to take him around the building, holding all the high-end monster materials, Garrett stopped her. "Why not go in?" "Into the Monster Emporium? Ha ha! Are you kidding? They'd throw us out in a heartbeat. We better go around." "Do you need some type of status to go in?" Garrett asked, his forehead furrowing. "Ha ha! Yeah," Rin laughed, pinching her thumb and first 2 fingers together. "You need the status of money. There's a 1 silver entry fee that isn't refunded, even if you don't buy anything. Us poor folk can buy our monster materials from the scrap traders in the general market. If there's something specific you're looking for, I can try to help you find it." Shaking his head, Garrett only answered once they'd gotten far away enough from the guards that he couldn't be heard. "No, I don't actually know anything about monsters, so I really just wanted to gather some information. Are there bookstores or places that sell books?" "Geez, your tastes are expensive, though given your secret past, I can understand why. But unless you just so happen to find a whole pile of gold in the last few days, I'm afraid you're out of luck. The cheapest book you could find would probably cost you at least a gold. You can get blank books cheaper, of course, like that account book you use. But no, if you come across a book in good condition, it'll cost you a gold or more. Look, that's the general market. This side is all the leathers, cloth, and other things like that. Food is in the western side, and metals and hard materials are up north. Where do you want to go first?" "I'll leave it up to you. I'm just here to sightsee," Garrett said with a shrug. "It's not like I have any money anyway." "Then let's start with the food, and then we'll go up to the northern side of the market before coming back here." "Sounds fine to me." Moving slowly to avoid hitting anyone, Rin carefully wheeled Garrett through the market, pointing out interesting things here and there. She was a bubbly, social girl and delighted in explaining things he didn't understand, which, considering how his soul from this world had grown up, was a lot. There were hundreds of merchants and thousands of people shopping, including the heavily armored adventurers Garrett had seen before. Catching his curious look, one of the adventurers, a powerful-looking woman who carried an axe with a jagged edge on her back, gave him a wink and blew a kiss in his direction. There were 3 other adventurers with her, and one of them, catching her action, traced her gaze and caught sight of Garrett, his face flushing with anger. Rin, who had missed the whole interaction, was already pushing Garrett's wheelchair away, and Garrett had turned his gaze aside, but the damage was done, and the adventurer came stomping over, leaving his 2 male companions completely confused. The woman, who knew exactly what was going on, just smirked and rolled her eyes, trailing the other 3 slowly. While Garrett was quite frail, he was fairly handsome, and there was a magnetic quality about him that made everyone, male or female, take a second look.
"Those are called golden apples, after the apple of legend, but they're really just from a monster tree called an apple elder,"
Rin said, introducing a basket of apples that carried a bright yellow tint. Before she could continue, a big-booted foot blocked the wheel of the wheelchair, and an angry voice surrounded them.
"What were you looking at, weakling?"
Though Rin was completely taken aback, Garrett was not. He had seen the adventurer coming and hoped, vainly, that pretending nothing had happened would cause the problem to go away. This world, however, wasn't so kind.
"What?"
"I wasn't talking to you," the adventurer said, shoving Rin back. "I was talking to Mr. Cripple here. What were you looking at?"
Punctuating his question with a hard poke, the adventurer, who had a tightly trimmed black beard, glared at Garrett but only got a blank look in return.
Golden apples?"
Garrett said, his expression the very picture of confusion. Freezing, the adventurer found himself at a loss. He had stomped over to punish the young man for the kiss his companion had blown, but if the cripple never admitted it, how embarrassing would it be if he brought it up? His loud voice and aggressive attitude were already earning him unfriendly looks from the surroundings, but his embarrassment soon fed into his anger again. Eyes narrowing, he was about to speak when a voice sounded from behind him.
"Coles, what are you doing?"
"Seriously, what are you wasting time on now?"
The two other male adventurers arrived behind Coles, their faces showing their displeasure. Following a few steps further back was the female adventurer, her lips curled in an amused smile. About to respond to the questions, Coles saw the smile on her face, and his anger flared once again. He spun around, kicking Garrett's wheel. With a sharp crack, the wooden wheel snapped, and the whole wheelchair flipped around, dumping Garrett onto the ground with a painful thump. Shaken from the fall, Garrett couldn't help but groan as his shoulder bruised, but before he could get his bearings, Coles had reached down to grab him by the collar. Lifting Garrett up into the air as if he weighed nothing, the adventurer flashed the knife he had pulled from his belt, tapping Garrett on the cheek.
"Next time you better watch where you put your eyes, or I'll cut them out." "Hey, what are you doing?"
Enraged Rin, who had just managed to get up, charged over, only to be kicked away by the black-bearded adventurer. Sneering at the sight of her rolling on the ground, Coles was going to kick her again, but the murmurs of the surrounding merchants were getting too loud for his friend's comfort. One of them, a man with a long red braid, tapped on his shoulder.
"Come on, stop picking on weaklings and let's go. We still have to sell our extra goods and get back to report about the mission."
"Humph,
fine,"
Coles said, tossing Garrett onto the ruins of his wheelchair, smashing it further and bruising his back. Turning away, he ignored the looks he was getting from the crowd and sheathed his dagger. The four of them turned to go, returning to what they'd been doing before. Just as they left, however, the man with the long braid glanced back at where Rin was staggering over to the ruined remains of the wooden wheelchair, holding her side. What caught his attention, however, was Garrett. The young man had lifted his chest from the ground, blood staining his shirt where a splinter of wood had stabbed into him. Yet despite his precarious situation, he was staring after them, his eyes so terribly calm that a shiver passed down the braided man's back. Nearly stumbling as the unfamiliar feeling passed over him, the braided adventurer saw the others staring at him in confusion. Glancing back at Garrett once more, his words died in his throat as he saw that Garrett wasn't even looking at him. Still, the feeling of danger wouldn't shake loose, and finally he turned to Coles crossly.
"What sort of foolishness was that, Coles?" "What are you talking about, Amr? What, you worried those two weaklings will come after us? Seriously? Come on."
"You don't know what sort of connections they have," the man who hadn't yet spoken said, shrugging. "That kid wasn't dressed well, but he has the look of a noble. You're lucky he didn't take it any further."
Paling slightly at the thought that he might have gotten himself into trouble, Coles just grunted, still too annoyed to back down.
"Relax. They're weak as worms. There's no way they'll be able to do anything to us. And even if they do have connections, we can just head into the wilderness until things blow over. No need to get worked up."
"Huh.
You better hope that's true, because I'm tired of cleaning up after you. If anyone does come after us, you'll be heading to the forests by yourself, so I would suggest you start being a bit more careful," Almer said with a snort. Chapter 15. Lying in the splinters of his wheelchair, Garrett was having trouble wrapping his head around what had just happened. Though he knew this world was one where might ultimately ruled, he still hadn't made the adjustment from Earth, where even the most aggressive criminal would have been cautious about using brute force in such a crowded space. With a muffled grunt of pain, he pulled a sharp chunk of wood out of his skin, trying to staunch the blood that dripped from the wound with his right arm. Seeing Rin slowly making her way over, he saw her hand was clutching her ribs. From the way she was favoring that side, it was likely her ribs were either badly bruised or fractured, but regardless, it was clear she was uncomfortable. The miserable expression on her face gave way to an even stronger look of anger as she looked at the shattered pieces of the wheelchair, and she shot a fierce glare at the backs of the adventurers. Rolling off the broken wood, Garrett took a deep breath and pulled himself out of the main path, resting for a moment between two booths that were selling different sorts of fruit. There were at least a dozen merchants who had watched the whole encounter, but not one of them had stepped forward to help Garrett and Rin. Hiding the sneer that rose to his lips, Garrett tried to ignore them, instead focusing on what needed to be done. "Rin, are you okay?" Nodding, the young woman tried to smile while hiding the fury in her eyes. Noticing the blood on Garrett's shirt, she was about to rip her shirt to make a bandage when Garrett stopped her. "I'm fine. It's not bleeding that badly. Can you head back to the inn and see if you can get someone to help us? Ask them to bring a cart or something." "Yeah, I'll be back." As she turned and started to limp away, Garrett saw the nasty set of bruises forming on Rin's leg where Coles had kicked her, and his clenched teeth ground together. Once she had disappeared, Garrett tried to tug the remains of the wheelchair out of the road to clear the path, but with limited success. It was nearly impossible for him to get the leverage he needed, and it was only after some time that he managed to tug the main chunk of wreckage out of the road. Just when he was about to finish up, he heard the heavy slam of metal boots on the ground and instinctively curled up, using his right arm to protect his neck and his left to cover his ribs. He had just moved when a chunk of wood slammed into him, the force sending him tumbling to the side. More wood soon followed, hammering into his back as someone standing in the road threw all the pieces of wood at him. Peeking between his arms, he saw a squad of soldiers standing in the road. Leading them was an arrogant young man, dressed in a gleaming silver breastplate. It was the young man who was throwing the wood at Garrett, a nasty smirk on his face. At his side, the captain of the squad coughed lightly. "Ahem, sir, we should be going." "I know that, Captain Feltsmith, but don't you see that I'm helping this beggar move his broken things out of the road?" "I can have the men do that, sir." "Ha ha! Don't worry, I'm done." Tucking himself into a tighter ball, Garrett's mind whirled, preparing himself for the worst-case scenario. He knew the young man, or at least his soul from this world did, and had recognized the young officer's nasal voice instantly. Doralus Soman, the only child of Count Soman, was widely recognized as a waist and knuckle-dragger in the palace, so to see him in uniform and leading a patrol squad threw Garrett's thoughts into turmoil. In a twist of good luck, Doralus lost interest in Garrett almost immediately and walked away, taking the soldiers with him. Only the captain looked back at Garrett, his eyes narrowing. Still, he didn't stop as he followed the young nobleman away from the market. With 2 new bruises to add to his collection, Garrett let out a rueful laugh and brushed himself off. Ignoring the glares he was getting from the merchants on either side of himself, he slowly pushed the scraps of wood he could reach further out of the road. His body hurt with every movement, but he ignored it and continued to try to clear the road. Without being able to use his legs, he was restricted to supporting himself with the stump of his right arm and pulling at the chunks of wood with his left, making it a slow and laborious process. But he just kept at it, his face completely calm.
Occasionally people would walk by and give him sympathetic looks, but not one person stopped to help. Once he was finally done, he sat back against the wreckage of the wheelchair and let out a sigh. What a day. Letting his gaze wander over the crowd, he could only shake his head. He wasn't surprised no one had stepped forward to help him, and in fact he was just thankful no one else had piled on. Ignoring the twinges of pain that racked his body whenever he breathed, Garrett tried to keep his head clear and his senses alert as he waited for Rin to return.
A king! Fallen from his throne!
Startled, Garrett looked over and saw a scruffy man whose tangled beard and hair looked like it had never seen a comb. A tattered robe covered most of the man's body, though it was cut strangely short on one side, revealing one of the man's abnormally thin legs. Seeing Garrett looking over, the man grinned, his parted lips showing broken and crooked teeth set in blackened gums, a clear sign of someone addicted to euphoria-inducing elemental crystals. With a hopping motion, the man drew closer, stopping when he was a dozen feet away and executing a bow.
The mighty have fallen low, gracing the gutters with their royal form, yet no amount of filth can cover the shining truth.
"Oi, what are you babbling on about?" one of the merchants yelled, hurling a tomato at the beggar. Shrieking, the beggar ducked, his hands covering his head as he scampered back. Yet a moment later he straightened, his back becoming perfectly straight, as he pointed a crooked finger at the merchant.
"A pox on you for daring to insult this royal personage! Let your dreams be riddled with worms, and not the delicious, delicious ice-bound worms from the mountains."
Falling into a daze, the beggar licked his lips as he thought of the ice-bound worms, only to catch a cabbage with his face. Letting out a shriek as the head of cabbage slammed into his nose, the beggar reeled, stumbling backward and falling into a crouch. Blood streamed from his nose, but he didn't seem to mind at all, tearing off a piece of his already torn robe and using the newly created rag to staunch the blood flowing from his nose. Crouching down next to Garrett, the beggar shook his head darkly as he dabbed at his upper lip.
"These fools! They have no idea about the truth of the world, no idea who's watching us from that darkness, waiting to devour our minds. Ha! But I know. Yes, I know. I've been to the real world before."
Listening to the beggar's rant, Garrett's eyes narrowed. Amidst the babbling, he felt like he could pick up on a thread of some sort of truth, but he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination or not. Before he could ask, the beggar reached into his bag and pulled out a cloth, spreading it out on the ground. Written in bold lines was a sign that read "Fortune-telling and palm reading, 3 copper." Underneath the large words was a small line that read, "No refunds." Smoothing out the wrinkled cloth, the beggar rubbed his hands together and looked around, his gaze practically predatory as he looked for his first victim. Seeing Garrett, his excitement dimmed, and he made a shooing motion as if telling Garrett to leave. When Garrett ignored him, a wicked look appeared in the beggar's eyes, and he sneered down at Garrett.
"What? Do you want me to read your palm? Can you even afford it? I'm a respectable fortune-teller who can pry into the secrets of heaven. Always right, never once wrong. My fortunes are forever true. I understand your wish to bask in my presence, but you're blocking my business, so remove yourself from the area."
"You set up in my space," Garrett said, his eyes narrowing. The longer he looked at the beggar, the stranger the man appeared. For a little while now, Garrett had felt like there was something off about the man, even apart from the insanity he wore on his sleeve. It was a lurking presence that hovered around the beggar's head. The longer he watched, the clearer the figure became, until Garrett finally was able to see it. Hovering right behind the beggar's head was a woman in a ghostly robe, her hands folded tightly together in front of her. Her face appeared to be carved from marble, and a thick strip of cloth covered her eyes.
"Exactly. And it's my space now, so you better crawl your—"
Spittle flying, the beggar was pointing at Garrett when the ethereal statue behind him suddenly spoke, causing his body to seize up and his rant to end prematurely. Drawing himself up straight, he pointed at Garrett and began to speak, his voice deep and strong.
"The dreamer awakes and takes his throne. The world twists as the seeds are planted, though no one but the gardener knows if they grow thorns or flowers. On the bones of the rulers a new order shall come to pass, but shall it be the light of hope or the call of the grave? Hail, dreamer!"
Collapsing to the ground under Garrett's astonished gaze, the beggar rolled himself up in his cloth and bounded to his feet. Without looking at Garrett again, he strolled off with the casual gait of a nobleman out for an evening stroll through his grounds. In total shock, Garrett watched the beggar until he had vanished among the crowds, only managing to snap out of his daze after he could no longer see the strange figure. You have observed the truth-speaking statue, a dream artifact of uncommon value. You have gained 3 EXP. EXP 10 of 40. It was a moment before Garrett waved away the window that had popped up in his view. Putting aside the shocking words that had come from the beggar's mouth, he felt like he had just made a breakthrough. This whole time he'd been assuming that the only way for him to gain experience points was to observe new beings in the dream, but seeing the truth-speaking statue had completely shattered that perception. Are there other things in the real world I could get experience points for? There has to be, right? I'll have to do some exploring to see what I can find. Garrett, are you okay? It was getting close to dark by the time Rin arrived with a few men from the Ghoul's Tooth gang, and Garrett was about to try and enter the dream so he could call Gorn. He had never entered the dream outside of the inn, and was worried that doing so would deposit him in the middle of nowhere, surrounded on all sides by unknown and terrifying nightmares, so he had been resisting the urge. Resolving to try in a more controlled environment, Garrett patted Rin's arm to reassure her that he was fine. I'm okay, really. I'm very thankful to see all of you, as it would probably have taken me 2 days to inch my way back to the inn, if I didn't get thrown in jail for being out past curfew first. More likely to get murdered and dropped in the nearest sewer, one of the gang members said with a laugh, picking Garrett up and putting him in the cart. All the more reason to be thankful you came, Garrett said with a small smile. What do you want to do with this pile of scrap? Rin asked, kicking at the splintered remains of the wheelchair. Bring them along. That was a good design, and we can use it for reference as we improve the next one. Putting the scraps of wood into the cart, they began their trip back to the inn. The cart was being pulled by 2 of the gang members, while another walked alongside with Rin. Noticing that the man walking with the cart kept looking over at him, Garrett nodded. Taking that as an opportunity, the man stepped closer and began to speak. I never got to thank you for the supplies you helped us get. Our food has been great the last few weeks, way better than that porridge we were all eating before. You know, I was curious how you knew about those warehouses just sitting there. Seeing the cold look in Garrett's eyes, the gang member put up his hands and took a step away. Hey, looks like I've asked something sensitive. Sorry. I'll keep my mouth shut. The rest of the trip passed in silence until they got to the inn and Garrett was helped down. Seeing the gang member who had tried to strike up a conversation with him hanging around on the edge of the group, the worrying feeling that had been slowly building in Garrett's chest grew stronger, and on an impulse he tried to use his Dreamflower ability. With a slight shiver, he felt one of his experience points vanish, and an ethereal seed appeared above the man's head. Emboldened by his success, he tried to send some of his soul spark's energy into it, but before he could, he was interrupted.
Garrett, what happened to you?
Hearing a loud voice, Garrett looked over and saw Obe and Gorn walking up. Waving his hand, he greeted the 2 awakened men, a rueful smile crossing his face. I ran into a bit of trouble at the market. Nothing worth getting worked up over.
Was someone messing with you?
Gorn asked, his expression growing cold. Like I said, it was nothing to worry about, Garrett said. I'm sorry, but I'm pretty tired. Would you mind helping me to my room? Nodding, Gorn picked him up and carried him back to his room, putting him down in his bed. Turning to go, Gorn stopped at the door and looked back at Garrett.
I'll get your wheelchair repaired.
Thank you. Left alone, Garrett waited impatiently until the space around his soul spark shivered and loosened up, signaling the beginning of night. As soon as it did, he closed his eyes and sank into the dream, hurrying out through the hallway and back into the great room. Thankfully, the gang member he had just planted the dream seed on hadn't left the inn yet. Not bothering with Dreamer's cloak, Garrett walked up to him, sending the drudge wraiths scattering to hide around the room. Reaching out, Garrett sent a thread of energy into the dream seed, allowing it to bloom into a single gorgeous flower with 5 petals. Chapter 16. You have planted a dream seed on a mortal for the first time. You have gained 1 EXP. You have grown a dream flower on a mortal for the first time. You have gained 1 EXP. EXP 11 of 40. Having expected the experience points, Garrett waved the window away without thinking about it, but the next notification caught him off guard. You have infected a mortal with an item from the dream, forever changing their life. No longer will they be shielded from the dream during their sleeping hours. Continue to watch over them as they experience the dream for themselves. You will gain 1 experience point for each of the following that you observe them experiencing. Lucid dream, exploring a new location in the dream, meeting a nightmare they have never seen before, surviving a nightmare they have never seen before, destroying a nightmare. Reading it over no less than 3 times, Garrett finally closed the window, his mind awhirl with the possibilities this represented. He had been searching for how to use the Path of the Watcher properly, but until this point he hadn't been able to come up with any ideas. Now, however, he had so many ideas it was nearly impossible to process them. Calming himself down, Garrett read over the window again, focusing on what he could glean from reading between the lines. There were 5 different things that would gain him experience, and while he was unsure if they would give him experience multiple times, at least some of them seemed to indicate that they could be earned multiple times. Furthermore, it was beginning to dawn on him that his entire thought process around the Path of the Watcher was wrong. Up until this point, he'd assumed that the path was one of exploration, leaving the relative safety of the inn to venture out into the dream. However, this new notification seemed to point to watching something or someone for a longer period of time, rather than moving on once he'd gleaned the initial experience point. There were still a lot of questions surrounding, well, everything, but slowly a new picture was starting to coalesce in Garrett's mind. Noticing that the gang member who sported the new flower had just gotten up from the table and was about to leave the inn, Garrett hurried to follow. He was curious to see if he could keep growing the flower. He focused his attention on the plant, stretching out his finger to try and inject more energy. Before his finger connected, the mechanical voice sounded in his head, causing him to stop in place. Your target must be dreaming in order to connect them to your dream. You have not yet unlocked the ability to draw other people into your dream. Advance to level 3 to unlock this ability. Once again, Garrett found himself with more questions than answers, but his arm fell to his side as he watched the gang member leave. It was currently evening, and the sun had already fallen below the horizon, so Garrett followed from a short distance. He hadn't been able to access the dream during the daytime, as though the sun couldn't penetrate the dense fog that covered the ethereal city. He had, however, noticed that wraith activity appeared to be much lower at dusk and dawn. Not bothering to cloak himself, he kept a distance of about 20 feet as they wove through alleyways, heading southeast from the inn. The closer they got toward the southeastern city wall, the tighter the streets became and the more confusing the twisting alleyways. Thick fog cut down on visibility, and Garrett began to have trouble keeping his eyes on the man he was following. Coming around a corner, Garrett realized that his target had taken another immediate left, so he hurried around the corner, only to feel a dreadful shiver pass down his spine. Throwing himself to the ground, Garrett activated Dreamer's cloak and rolled over, his heart pounding in his chest as 3 spiny legs stabbed through the fog, piercing the spot where his head had been a moment before. He could feel his target getting further away, but right now Garrett had no time to think about that as he scrambled along the cold cobblestones to try and escape from the ghostly spider that had appeared over the top of him. With his breath choking in his throat, he saw the nightmare's glowing green eyes raking across the alleyway, searching for him. Nearly a dozen feet tall at its back, the ghostly spider looked like it had been formed from sticky tar. As it shifted back and forth, drops of corrosive darkness dripped down onto the stones, causing a wailing hiss that sounded like the faint cries of a baby. Unable to see him, the nightmare spider turned to stare in the direction he'd come from, revealing a twisted baby face on its underside. The face was stretched and warped, its mouth opening and closing like it was seeking food. Horrified, Garrett could do nothing but hold his breath and pray that Dreamer's cloak didn't fail. After what seemed like an eternity, the monster trudged away, leaving a thick line of corrosive goo on the ground where its feet landed. Waiting until it was completely out of sight, Garrett moved as quietly as he could to try and get away, placing his hands and feet carefully so as to avoid any loose debris that might make a noise. He had just managed to get close to the next corner where his target had disappeared when he heard a slight sound behind him and froze, not moving even an inch. With growing trepidation, he slowly turned his head, only to come face to face with the twisted baby face a scant few feet behind him. The one good thing about being absolutely terrified was that it was nearly impossible to scream. Without being able to choke out a single sound, Garrett watched as the giant ghost spider walked past him completely silently. He could feel the weight of its gaze, but despite its meticulous coverage of the alleyway, it couldn't catch sight of him. On skittering legs, the monster vanished into the fog once again, leaving Garrett to recover his breath in shallow gasps. You have observed a baby-faced spider, a nightmare that preys on the fears of humans caught in its webs, and other nightmares to make itself grow. You have gained 1 EXP. EXP 9 of 40. In the distance, Garrett could feel the connection he had with his target getting fainter, so he forced himself to move. Getting up from his knees, he hurried into the fog, doing his best to hold close to the wall. Thankfully, either because of his ability or because the ghostly spider was resettling into its ambush spot, Garrett had no more trouble getting out of the alleyway. Slowly catching up with the gang member he was following, he had just arrived at another cross street when he saw his target stopping to check for anyone following him. Garrett's eyes narrowed. I knew something was strange. What is this guy doing? After making sure he wasn't being followed, the gang member stepped around a corner and then darted sideways into a small gap in a fence, tipping a board to cover the hole after he'd passed through it. Startled by the sudden move, Garrett followed in the dream, crouching to go through the hole in the fence. A short walk down the new alleyway led to a closed door, where the man knocked quietly in a short pattern. Who's there? The sound coming from the door was muffled, and Garrett was sure he wouldn't have been able to understand it if he hadn't been able to borrow the ears of the man who carried the dream flower. Big ghoul, was the whispered reply. Creaking the door open a hair, the person behind the door confirmed who it was and then waved the Ghoul's Tooth gang member in, shutting the door in Garrett's face before he could slip in. Frowning, Garrett reached for the doorknob but ultimately hesitated, letting his hand drop back to his side. He had no real idea what sort of influence his actions in the dream had on the real world, and the last thing he wanted to do was freak out whoever was inside by opening the door. Finding a corner of the alleyway to sit in, Garrett crouched down and activated Observe the Dream. Immediately, 3 lights ignited in his mind, showing him the locations of the dream flowers that had bloomed. He could sense the inn, Gorn, and the gang member he'd been tracking, and with a thought his view could switch between them. Selecting the man who was in the building in front of him, Garrett saw the inside of a small room that held a simple table where 2 figures he didn't recognize sat with the Ghoul's Tooth gang member. To make things even more suspicious, both of the other figures were wearing cloaks, despite the darkness of the room. What have you learned? One of the robed men spoke in a low voice, forcing Garrett to listen closely. As he watched, the Ghoul's Tooth gang member leaned forward and spoke conspiratorially. I spoke to the cripple, the one who found the goods in the first place. He said there were no more warehouses like the ones the gang raided, but I also found out that there's going to be a major trade. Henrik wants to offload some of the goods and has set up a trade with a merchant named Caliburn for 2 days from now.
Why is this guy lying through his teeth? I didn't say anything at all.
At the table, the 2 robed figures shared a look and nodded.
Good,
the one who had previously spoken said.
We can launch our attack at that point. How many guards will there be, and where is the trade taking place?
Leaning back slightly, a pleased smile on his face, the traitorous gang member tapped his fingers on the table and then pinched his fingers together. That's really important information, isn't it? Look, I've been working for you for close to 5 months, and I have yet to see any of the money you promised me. I don't mind telling you what you want to know, but unless I see real coin, you can forget it. A heavy silence descended on the room as the 2 robed figures stared at him, a silence that stretched out until the man began to sweat. Licking his lips, he was about to speak up when one of the robed figures reached into his robe and pulled out a small bag of coins. Tossing it onto the table, where it landed with the light clink of metal rubbing together, the robed figure spoke slowly.
You are right. We have been remiss. Here is your payment for previous information.
Withdrawing his hand to reveal an even larger bag, the robed man placed it next to the first.
The information you're bringing now is worth more than all the details you have previously supplied, so we are happy to increase the amount of money you'll earn.
Greed lit up the gang member's eyes, and he leaned forward, reaching for the bags. Pulling them to his side of the table, he undid the cord that tied them closed and poked at the coins, doing a quick count. Grinning widely, he tied them back up and put them into his belt pouch, pulling out a piece of paper. With a light laugh, he placed it on the table for the 2 robed men to see. The meeting location is in the sewer system where it connects with the crypts. The exact spot is a bit hard to find, but I drew you a bit of a map which should help. They'll be meeting in 2 days at noon. The goods are being moved into position now, and then the merchant's men will take them from there. Because it's cramped, there should only be 6 or so Ghoul's Tooth members going for the trade, though Obey will be there, so you'll need an awakened or 2 if you want to beat them.
Obey uses a club, right?
Yeah, with a dagger in his offhand. He's good at closing distance, so keep that in mind as you're finding an opponent for him. Listening to the trader continue to give details about the Ghoul's Tooth's upcoming trade, Garrett's teeth clenched. He had a special distaste for those who sold out their companions, and what he was witnessing was no less than a wholesale betrayal. Tempted as he was to kick in the door and confront the people in the room, he didn't lose his cool. It would be really nice if I could increase the number of flowers on him, but without being able to see him directly, I don't have that option. Let's see, I still need 29 experience to get to level 3. I wonder if I could plant a dream seed on one of the robed figures. That would help me stop whatever it is that's going to go down. Standing up, Garrett took an experimental step, stopping in front of the door to the room the robed men were in. He was still in his observe the dream view, but as he arrived outside the door, he could see himself standing at the edge of his top-down view. Feeling strange, he reached out, groping for the door. Moving in a top-down view was surprisingly challenging, and it took a while for him to manage to grab onto the doorknob. Once he had it, he started to turn it slowly, paying careful attention to the reactions inside the room. Without a sound, the door opened up, not eliciting a response from the 3 men sitting around the table. Letting out the breath he'd been holding, Garrett stepped into the room and cancelled Observe the Dream, activating Dreamer's cloak at the same time. With a shimmer, his body turned hazy as his vision snapped back to a first-person point of view. Since what happened in the dream didn't seem to have a direct correlation to the state of the real world, using Dreamer's cloak was probably overkill, but Garrett firmly adhered to the principle that it was better to be safe than sorry. Now that he was up close, he could tell that the two robed men were both dangerous. One of them, the man who had yet to speak, showed a faint glow, making Garrett believe he was awakened. Pegging him as a guard, Garrett focused on the other man, spending a full 3 experience points to create a dream seed and sending it to land on his head. Seeing it seep through the man's robe, Garrett felt the seed take and begin to bloom as he fed his soulspark energy into it. Swelling with power, the seed blossomed into a single flower that was quickly followed by a second and third. Hidden condition fulfilled. A new subpath has been unlocked. Chapter 17. Path of the Watcher, Dream Gardener. Growing in strength through observing the thoughts and actions of those who wander the dream, the Watcher learns to use ether to connect with those whose minds are touched by the dream. Though without a way to defend themselves initially, this path is suited for those who know how to make hidden knowledge work for them. Subpath, Dream Gardener. Those who cultivate dream flowers in the dream are known as dream gardeners, planting and tending to the flowers that create the connections others need to access the dream. As a dream gardener, you gain experience points for each seed you successfully cultivate into a flower. You have grown a dream flower, you have gained 1 EXP. EXP 10 of 40. Along with the windows that flooded his vision, Garrett felt a rush of information entering his head as the connection was formed between him and the robed man who now bore 3 dream flowers. Unfortunately, the cost of such rapid growth was the rest of the energy in Garrett's soul spark, and as the world of the dream began to fade around him, Garrett realized he'd miscalculated how much energy he still possessed. Unable to do anything, Garrett blanked out, waking up a moment later in his bed. He hadn't been kicked out of the dream by running out of energy for a good while, so waking up with a pounding headache and a deep feeling of emptiness in his chest was terribly uncomfortable. Looking around the room with bleary eyes, he tried to find a clue about what time it was, but the darkness provided no answer. Turning over with a groan, Garrett pushed his throbbing head into his pillow and closed his eyes, mercifully sinking into an exhausted sleep a few moments later. When he woke again, the sun was shining in the small window and breakfast was on the table, but most importantly, his drained energy had recovered, erasing the splitting headache he had suffered from the night before. Feeling refreshed, Garrett pulled himself up and got a plate of food. Rin was nowhere to be seen, but Garrett didn't let that stop him. While he ate, he thought about the previous day's adventures, from his encounter with the adventurers to learning about the betrayal and unlocking the Dream Gardener subpath. A lot had happened in rapid succession, both clarifying Garrett's new assumptions about how the Path of the Watcher was meant to be played, and introducing a whole new host of questions. More pressing, however, was dealing with the coming betrayal and ensuring that the gang wouldn't suffer. The tricky bit was the fact that Garrett had absolutely no proof that anything was going to happen. He could, of course, publicly accuse the traitor and point out his betrayal, but that would cause him to lose one of the people carrying his dream flower, cutting off a potential source of experience. Biting off a piece of the roast he was eating, Garrett chewed the meat slowly as his mind whirled, filled with plans to get the highest possible value from the twisted situation. I can spend an experience point to plant a dream seed and gain experience for each flower I grow. The question is, can I net more experience than I spend, or do I need to observe the person who's carrying the flower having a lucid dream, meeting nightmares, and so on? I should be able to test all of this with these 2 people I planted seeds on, but before I can do that, I need to deal with this traitor situation. As his plan came together, Garrett was knocked out of his thoughts by Rin, who popped her head into the room, checking to see if Garrett was up yet. When she saw him eating breakfast, she burst through the door with her normal enthusiasm. "Hey! Morning! Are you done with breakfast? I can clear that for you. You know, I just wanted to say sorry for yesterday afternoon. I thought it would be fun to go out to the market, and I think it would have been if we hadn't run into those idiots. But you never know with adventurers. Most of them are fine, so long as you leave them alone. But there are always those bullies who like to lord it over the rest of us.
but they'll be sorry."
"It's fine," Garrett said, dabbing his lips with his napkin. "You're not responsible for other people's behavior."
"It's not fine,"
Rin said, her expression growing hard.
"They may be awakened, but that doesn't mean they can do what they want. Besides, no one gets to treat me like that and get away with it."
Seeing the look in her eyes, Garrett's eyebrows slowly rose. "Are you planning something?"
"I've got some ideas,"
Rin said, her lips flashing a quick smile. Curious, Garrett leaned forward, interested in hearing her thoughts. Initially, he had assumed there were no options but letting things lie as they had fallen. But since Rin had other ideas, he was open to evening the score. Grabbing her chair and flipping it around, Rin straddled it, her arms resting on the back.
"Awakened are dangerous, but that doesn't mean that they're omnipotent, and thugs like the guy who roughed us up are barely a cut above a normal person. I've been casing the room where he stays, and it looks like it wouldn't be too hard to slip in and liberate a few of his things."
Rubbing his chin, Garrett thought for a moment and nodded. "What do you need?" Smiling, Rin's fingers flashed, and a list appeared on the table.
"I need 2 silver coins so I can get a new set of tools. It's a long story, but mine are mostly broken or gone, which makes it really hard to do what I do. 2 silver will get me everything I need."
"Fine by me. They'll come in handy in the future as well," Garrett said with a smile, reaching for the pouch at his side. "Here you go." Her eyes gleaming with excitement, Rin grabbed the 2 silver and stood up.
"Thanks."
Putting the coin purse away, Garrett gave her a half shrug and a smile. "It's your money, too. Remember, we're partners in this. How are things out there?"
Quiet. Most everyone is busy with something, though no one will tell me what it is," Rin said, frowning. "But Gorn did say that he'd bring your new wheelchair over later today. I can't believe that idiot broke it like that. If I was awakened, I would have beaten his head in right then and there. But don't worry. I won't let him get away with it."
"Keep me posted on how it goes. Is Henrik in his office?"
"Nope. He left this morning with a big group. Why? You need me to find him?"
Shaking his head, Garrett picked up his quill, flicking the feathers idly. "It's fine if I talk with him when he gets back. Can you let me know when he returns?"
"Sure."
Once the table was cleared, Garrett sat back on his bed and closed his eyes. His side barely ached at all, a testament to the increased healing his body enjoyed as an awakened. Yet at the same time, the space around his soul spark was tightly contained, not allowing any energy to leak out. Garrett could only assume that it was this restriction that rose and fell with the passing of the sun that both shielded him, preventing others from discovering his awakening, and prevented him from entering into the dream during the daytime. Sitting in his bed, thinking about all the things he wanted to do, Garrett couldn't help but feel incredibly frustrated. Had he been able to walk, he would have spent his day hunting down the robed figure from the night before to learn more about him and the situation. But given his condition, he couldn't move. Any time he closed his eyes, he could feel the connection he had with the dream flowers, but it was a rough, tenuous line. The brief taste of relative freedom he'd enjoyed, thanks to the wheelchair, made being confined even more bitter, but he did his best to distract himself by trying to plan out what would likely be happening over the next few weeks. There was only so much he could do, however, and Garrett was soon left with a long day stretching out ahead of him and no way to pass the time. With no other options, he decided to try and test out the connections he had with the dream flowers. Focusing his attention inward, he saw 4 little glows hovering near his soul spark. The largest by far were the flowers that covered the hallway of the inn's first floor. With his constant attention, they had begun to grow into the great room, and the large plant sat like a beacon in his mind. The 3 smaller flickers of light in his head represented Gorn, the Ghoul's Tooth gang member turned traitor, and the mysterious robed figure Garrett had just planted a seed on the night before. While the connection gave him a rough sense of where they were at present, or at least how far away from him and in what direction, there was a general haziness to the information he was getting. "I bet I could increase the quality of the connection if I could use my soul spark energy," but it's so tightly bound up I don't know if I can access it. Setting his mind to this first task, Garrett worked on accessing the energy in his soul spark. When he walked in the dream, accessing the energy was simply a matter of aiming his attention at whatever it was he wanted to do. By directing his attention, he could also guide the flow of energy, strengthening and weakening it at whim. Outside the dream, however, all the energy contained in his soul spark was tightly bound up in a shining orb that was impervious to his attempts to direct it. Despite trying everything he could think of to pull energy away from his soul spark, Garrett found himself in exactly the same place as where he'd started nearly 2 hours later. Letting out a frustrated sigh, he checked the connections again, and his attitude immediately improved when he saw Gorn was headed in his direction. A few minutes later, there was a knock at his door, and Gorn stuck his head into the small room. Seeing Garrett wave him in, he opened the door and pushed a new wheelchair in.
I had the carpenter fix one of the failed chairs up for you. It's not as nice as the chair you had, but it's better than nothing, right?
Absolutely, Garrett said, grinning. Maneuvering himself to the edge of the bed, Garrett waited for Gorn to bring the chair over and then moved himself into it. Turning it around by moving one of his wheels, Garrett nodded happily. "This is great, thanks. Anything beats just lying in bed."
I bet. Rin said you were looking for Henrik, but he isn't back yet. Anything I can help you with?
Glancing up at Gorn, Garrett's thoughts spun for a moment, and he nodded. "Actually, yes. Would you mind if I picked your brain about your awakening?" Garrett knew he was taking a risk by asking Gorn about this subject because awakened tended to jealously guard this sort of knowledge, since it directly impacted their personal safety. But he was curious how far the influence of the dream flower extended. Gorn, who had just taken a hold of the back of his wheelchair, paused, his face shifting through a dozen emotions in rapid succession. At the same time, Garrett could feel pulses of anger, goodwill, confusion, and even excitement through the faint connection he had with the dream flower Gorn carried. Shaking his head as if to clear the confusion brought by his rapidly changing feelings, Gorn smiled.
"Sure, I can explain a bit about it. Nothing specific to me, of course. That's private information, and honestly, I probably shouldn't be talking about it at all. It could be really dangerous for me if the wrong people learned about my awakening."
Sensing Gorn's emotions starting to shift into negative territory, Gorn hurried to reassure him. "That's fine. You don't even have to tell me about yourself specifically. I'm more interested in the general process and how people who are newly awakened improve." A clear feeling of relief trickled over from Gorn, and his whole body relaxed considerably.
"Oh, that's it?" Gorn chuckled. "I thought you were trying to learn about me specifically."
Pushing Garrett into the great room, Gorn pulled him up to a table and took a seat across from him, signaling to the waitress with a wave. Hurrying over, she smiled shyly at Garrett before speaking to Gorn, a faint flicker of fear in her eyes. "What can I get you, sir?"
"Does the cook have lunch ready?"
"Yes, sir."
"We'll take lunch and 2 ales."
"Yes, sir." Hurrying to the kitchen to put in the order, the waitress left Gorn and Garrett to talk. Using his sleeve to wipe at the table, Gorn gave Garrett a searching glance.
"How much do you know about awakening?"
"I know it's different for everyone," Garrett replied, "and that most people awaken during times of intense stress."
"That's right. Are you familiar with the categorizations?"
"You mean weapon sparks, monster sparks, and tool sparks?"
"Yeah. There are 3 different types of sparks that can be awoken, but what most people don't realize is that sparks aren't set in a category when the person awakens."
"Really? I thought that was set from the beginning."
"No. That's a common misconception,"
Gorn said, shaking his head.
"A person who awakens enters the lighting stage. Typically, we just call them awakeners. Once their spark has grown to the point that it starts to take shape, we call them shapers."
"And manifestors are those who reach the final level, right?"
"Exactly. Manifestors can project their spark outside their bodies. But what I was saying is that awakeners just have a regular old soul spark. It has no specific shape. However, over time as the spark grows, It starts to naturally form a shape based on what sorts of actions the awakened takes and what sorts of beliefs they have about themselves.
His eyes going wide, Garrett tapped on the table. Ah, that makes sense why it's so dangerous to tell people about your specific spark. If someone knows about you and your spark, they can take action to disrupt your beliefs about yourself.
Yup, which kills your ability to grow. See, the key to growing from an awakened to a shaper is holding a clear mental image of what you're going to become. That's what gives your soul spark shape in the first place. Only by holding that clear visual are you able to remove the natural restriction that surrounds your soul spark.
Natural restriction? Garrett asked, leaning forward to listen carefully. Pausing while the waitress put their food down on the table, Gorn took a long drink from his glass and smacked his lips.
Yeah. People think that being an awakened is all gravy, and don't get me wrong, it's awfully convenient to not be weak like a regular person. But it's also a lot of work. When you awaken, your soul spark is full of energy, but it's also sealed, and it needs to be woken up, which is why someone in this stage is called an awakener in the first place. In the first stage, you awaken your soul spark. In the second, you shape it, and in the third, you bring it into the world.
Chapter 18. Using his fork to lift a bit of potato, Garrett paused and looked at Gorn, his forehead furrowed. If you can't access your soul spark energy, how do you move into shaping it?
That's what I'm saying, Gorn said, his tone taking on a tinge of annoyance. You have to awaken it. Different people use different methods, but at the core it's all the same. For example, I try to spend time every day unraveling my energy.
So it's like a kind of meditation? Garrett asked, his piece of potato still hovering in the air.
Sort of. I try to pull energy from my soul spark in two different directions at the same time. You might think of it like having a tangled knot. If you want to straighten the thread out, you have to pull at it, working it apart carefully until it's loose enough. It's tough work, but so long as you keep at it, eventually the time comes when it's suddenly easy, and that's when you know you've become a shaper. But everyone does it differently. Some people try to smash the restriction. That tends to produce more energy at a faster pace, but most of those people have a really hard time reshaping it when it's time to shape their soul spark. Like I said, everyone does it differently.
Taking a bite of his potato, Garrett chewed it slowly as he considered what he was hearing. Gorn's explanations were a bit jumbled, but Garrett was beginning to get a clearer understanding of the whole picture. He had assumed this whole time that the shape of an awakened's soul spark was static from the beginning, so finding out that soul sparks could be and had to be actively shaped shed new light on the whole process. Additionally, it sounded like the way an awakener woke their soul spark had a significant impact on their ability to shape their soul spark later. According to what Gorn is saying, there's an inherent feedback loop built into this. If someone uses a method to fully awaken their soul spark that lends itself to the shaping of their spark, the whole process will be faster. On the other hand, if they use a method that isn't linked, it becomes harder. This means that the most important part is understanding your end goal before you even start. I need to clearly understand what it is I'm going to be creating in the shaping stage before I start the process of awakening. And I wonder if the third stage is linked like that as well. I bet it is. Spearing another piece of potato, Garrett kept a mild look on his face as he looked across the table at Gorn. What about the manifesting stage?
What about it?
Gorn asked, giving Garrett a half-scornful, half-amused glance.
Look, there isn't a person in this city who has ever even seen someone in the manifesting stage. The Royal Duke is a shaper, as is the commander of the city's garrison and the master of the Adventurers Guild. But so far as I know, those are the only three. There are a few 100,000 people in this city, right? Of that, there are maybe 10,000 awakeners. Of the people who have awakened, there are 3 known shapers. It sounds easy, but it's actually almost impossible to cross from awakening to shaping. Now, that doesn't mean all awakened are the same, far from it. There are grades inside of the awakened, but it's too hard to quantify exactly how strong someone is without fighting them directly. But that's why our gang is able to hold on. Because me, Obey, and the boss are stronger than most normal awakened. Does that make sense?
Nodding, Garrett took a sip of his ale, grimacing slightly at the bitter taste, much to Gorn's amusement. "It does. Thank you for answering my questions."
"Yeah, sure," Gorn replied, waving his fork. "Why are you so interested in all this anyway? Are you thinking about awakening?"
Letting out a loud laugh at his own joke, he slapped the table, causing the dishes to jump as Garrett gave him a wry smile. "If only it was that easy," Garrett replied. "Are there schools that teach this sort of stuff, or do you just learn it from other awakened?"
"You just pick it up as you go. Our original boss was the one who taught me, Henrik, and Obey. After he died, the old boss, I mean, we've been holding down the fort."
"How did he die?"
"An unfortunate case of being in the wrong place at the wrong time,"
a heavy voice said, causing Garrett to look over and Gorn to flinch slightly. Walking up next to the table, Henrik glanced back and forth between Gorn and Garrett, his lips twisted in a scary smile.
"Isn't that right, Gorn?" "It is,"
Gorn agreed, the moment of panic past.
"He was caught by a gang of monsters in the crypt and ended up dead."
"Truly a shame," Henrik said, pulling out a chair and sprawling out in it.
"Rin said you wanted to see me?"
Nodding, Garrett put his fork down and looked around the room. There were a dozen gang members sitting at the nearby tables, along with a few other locals who had stopped in for lunchtime. Lowering his voice conspiratorially, he leaned forward. "One of my sources tells me there's more to this trade than meets the eye."
"Hold on. Sources?"
Henrik stared at Garrett like he was seeing him for the first time. Smiling slightly, Garrett didn't respond to the question and instead continued with what he was saying. "The location is a prime candidate for an ambush, and the goods we're moving are worth a small fortune."
"While that might be true, the only people who know where the trade is happening are either in our gang or part of the merchant company buying the goods. Are you saying they're going to be attacking us?"
"No, I don't think it's the merchants."
"Then who could it be? Unless there was a—"
Trailing off, Henrik's expression fell. Seeing he had figured it out, Garrett nodded, his lips still curled into a small smile. "It's as you imagine. I'm still investigating what's going on, but I hope to have more information tomorrow." Dense silence shrouded the table for a full minute as Henrik stared down at the tabletop, his expression growing more stony with each passing second. Flicking a burning look at Garrett, he spoke quietly.
"This is a major accusation. What happens if you're wrong?"
"Then you can respond however you want," Garrett said, his tone placid. "But I'm not wrong. As I said, right now I only have a little bit of information about what's going to happen, but I should have more and plenty of time for us to react appropriately."
"From these sources of yours?"
Henrik asked, his eyes narrowed.
"Correct." "I see. In that case, I'll wait for your word. Gorn, not a word about this to anyone, and I mean anyone, okay?" "Sure thing, boss."
Standing up, Henrik gave Garrett one last look and then walked off, heading for his office. Once he was out of earshot, Gorn let out a low whistle.
"Sheesh. You really got some guts, don't you?"
"What do you mean?" Garrett asked, not understanding.
"You just came right out and told him someone in the gang is a rat, you know? He hates betrayal. That's what got the old boss killed. And when Henrik found out, he slaughtered more than half the gang. Everyone in the gang right now are those brothers who walk through the bloodbath with him. So to think that any of them are selling secrets... Actually, I don't want to think about it at all. Don't let his smiling face fool you, kid. When Henrik is mad, blood flows."
"I'll keep that in mind," Garrett said. Standing up from the table, Gorn nodded, his face serious.
"You've been a help to us so far, and if you're right about this, you'll have earned your place among us. But if you're messing around, things will go bad for you fast.
Warning noted. I'll keep that in mind.
See that you do.
After Gorn left, Garrett finished his food and wheeled himself back to his room. Along the way, he stopped by the kitchen to talk to the cook for a few minutes. Ever since the gang had picked up the extra supplies, the cook's attitude had done a full 180, and every time he saw Garrett, he would smile widely. After chatting for a while and getting an updated expense number from the cook's early morning trip to the market, Garrett pushed himself down the hallway and into his room, shutting the door behind him. Sitting at his table, Garrett filled in the number on the account book, but his mind was elsewhere. He had no idea what the difference was between the system he had in the dream and the traditional development of awakeners Gorn had just described, if there even was one. Currently, he benefited from the increased toughness and healing common to every awakener, but if he understood Gorn's explanation correctly, he hadn't yet tapped into the energy his soul spark contained. When he was in the dream, he had no trouble using his soul spark, but during the daytime all that energy was tightly bound up. If he wanted to access it, he would have to start the process of breaking apart the energy. Most awakeners he'd seen so far appeared to feed the energy into their limbs, increasing their strength and speed to inhuman levels, while a few appeared to put it into their skin, granting them supernatural defenses. From what Garrett had heard during his studies in the palace, awakeners tended to manifest signs of their soul shape even before they became shapers, though from what Gorn had said, there were only a handful of people who'd managed to finish the process of shaping their souls. Organizing his thoughts, Garrett took a clean piece of paper and began to list out the awakened he knew, along with the soul shape he believed they were developing. He wasn't sure what sort of awakening method Henrik was using, but he'd witnessed the unnatural ease with which the gang boss had cut through his enemy's body in the alleyway outside the warehouses. The innkeeper appeared to be walking down a fairly standard weapon spark path, feeding his available soul energy into using the large cleaver he carried. Gorn, on the other hand, fed his energy into creating a sealed space that allowed him to ambush his enemy, gaining an upper hand by restricting their movement and power. Putting together what he'd seen when Gorn had ambushed the guard outside of the warehouses with the way Gorn had described his awakening technique, Garrett was beginning to understand the connection. Gorn pulled his energy apart, creating threads of energy he then used to surround himself and others, almost like he was tying them down with a rope. In many ways, Gorn's method seemed superior to Henrik's, since the method he was using to awaken his soul spark's energy was feeding into the eventual shape of his soul. If Garrett was going to develop an awakening method that suited himself, he would need to understand exactly what he was aiming to shape with his soul spark. Under the other two names, Garrett wrote his own name, and then began writing different ideas for his soul's shape. There were 3 categories: weapons, monsters, and tools, so he listed the strongest things he could think of in each category. Under weapons, he started with basic things like swords, spears, and axes, but eventually began moving into weapons from Earth, including guns, tanks, and bombs. Letting out a small laugh, he shook his head and moved to his monster list. Lions, gorillas, and Komodo dragons were on the top of his list, but after a moment of thought he added dragons, griffins, and the kraken, since there didn't seem to be a restriction limiting him to real monsters. The tool list was last, but it was also the one Garrett was the most interested in. Tools tended to be the most versatile of the soul shapes, at least according to what Garrett had been taught, as they could be used in multiple ways, but they were also much harder to develop. Writing down a few ideas, Garrett was surprised to realize he'd only ended up with 3 ideas. He had written quill, book, and abacus, 3 items that not only sat on his desk but were used in his current circumstances. There were dozens of other tools he thought of, but for some reason they all just felt wrong for him, so he hadn't written them down. I guess there's an element of compatibility I need to think about, too. Interesting. That suggests that the effectiveness of a soul shape is going to change depending on the individual. On top of the items he listed, he also needed to match them with a way of breaking down the energy wrapped around his soul spark, so he began to brainstorm ideas for that as well. He had no idea if any of his efforts would actually work, but with nothing else to do, he figured it wouldn't hurt to try. One by one, the items on his 3 lists were crossed off. The first to go were the weapons, as Garrett felt the least amount of connection with them. Given his current physical situation, the best sorts of weapons for him would be ranged ones, but if he chose a weapon, he would be committing himself to fights, which he had no desire to do. The monster list was the next to go, as many of the abilities he would want to gain were similarly combat-oriented. As he was crossing out dragons from his list, a curious thought struck him, and he wrote down a new word, Kun-Peng. In the mythology of Earth, the Kun-Peng, a fish-bird hybrid, was able to transform itself from a fish while in the water to a bird in the air and back again. Thinking for a moment, he shook his head and crossed it out. His idea had been that choosing a creature that could transform could help him with his physical limitations, but once again the idea of shaping his soul in a way that would drive him toward combat set his teeth on edge. His greatest asset was his mind, and rather than try and restore his physical ability, Garrett much preferred to focus on his strengths. With both the weapon and monster lists completely crossed out, only one list remained: tools. Chapter 19. The real question is, does it have to be an actual tool, or can it be an object that represents an idea? Garrett had been sitting at the table for a few hours now, letting his mind wander as he imagined as many situations and scenarios as he could. Rather than limiting himself to what he already knew, he simply let himself explore as many different ideas as he could think of. One of the things talking with Gorn had driven home was how there was no firm system for accessing the energy contained in a soul spark. Given that everyone did it differently, it seemed to Garrett that the best method would be the one that suited him most, and more specifically the one that most closely matched his mental image of what he would become as he gained access to his soul spark's energy. After coming up with over 20 different ideas, Garrett felt like he'd finally arrived at the one that most appealed to him. Looking down at the paper on the table, he read over the only remaining phrase that wasn't crossed out: Hidden Ruler. Chuckling to himself at how dramatic it sounded, he considered what had led him to write those 2 words down. While his inability to walk was an often frustrating challenge, Garrett was beginning to realize there was some advantage to be gained from it as well. No one he'd come across considered him a threat, allowing him a strange amount of freedom he wouldn't have had if he was physically imposing. The instinctive dismissal he faced didn't mean, however, that he was powerless to influence his surroundings. In fact, it was quite the opposite. By leveraging the freedom from scrutiny his current condition gave him, Garrett believed he could act without worry. Already he was discovering how the dream flowers were allowing him to bend the situation toward his own aims by observing those who fell under the flowers' influence and subtly influencing their actions. Furthermore, as soon as he'd started down this line of thought, something clicked in his heart and mind, and a wild idea unfolded clearly. From the method he would use to awaken his soul spark to the shape it would take once it was completely awakened, each step appeared in his head as if it had already existed there. The more he thought about it, the more exciting it seemed, and crumpling up the paper he'd been using, Garrett got out another piece of paper and began writing out the path he'd attempt to take. At the top of the sheet, he wrote out his ultimate goal, shaping his soul into a replica of the dreamer's throne, formed by the petals, stems, and leaves of a dream flower. Underneath his soul shape, he wrote the method he was going to use to awaken his soul spark. When he was in the dream, he planted and grew dream seeds, transforming them into beautiful flowers. He wanted to replicate that in the real world, treating his soul spark as a seed that would bloom into the dreamer's throne. While most awakeners tended to focus on a specific ability, honing it until it naturally shaped their soul, Garrett intended to do the opposite. He would hold the shape of his soul tightly accepting and incorporating any ability he possessed in the dream as part of it. His hope was that he'd be able to transfer those abilities to the real world, giving him access to them regardless of where he was. At the same time, he would reinforce his belief about what he would become by starting to build his influence in the real world through the powers of the dream, all while staying under the radar. Looking over everything once more to make sure nothing was missing, Garrett sighed and put the paper down. It was clear-cut on the paper and in his mind, but he had a feeling that things wouldn't work out as smoothly in real life. There were still 6 hours before he'd be able to access the dream again, so Garrett decided to get started right away. The first step was working on awakening his soul spark, and to do that, he needed to begin reshaping the energy tightly wound around his soul spark. Moving himself to his bed, he lay down as if he was sleeping and closed his eyes, letting his attention sink deep into his body. For the next few hours, he let his attention hover around his soul spark, observing it and practicing fixing the image he wanted to shape it into in his mind. When he was finally too mentally exhausted to continue, there had been no changes in his soul spark, but Garrett wasn't concerned. He figured it would take a long time and was determined to be patient. Letting himself relax, Garrett soon fell asleep, only waking when Rin shook him an hour later.
"Dinner time."
Yawning, Garrett climbed into his wheelchair, which Rin pushed out into the inn's great room. They had taken to eating with other members of the gang, both to help solidify their place in the group, but also to gather information about what was going on. After dinner had finished, Rin brought Garrett back to their room, and then stared at him until he was uneasy.
"What? Want to play cards?"
"No. You said you would teach me how to handle numbers, but you haven't yet."
"That's true. You should learn to read and write as well." Her eyes practically glowing with excitement, Rin leaned forward across the table.
"Can I? You'll teach me?"
"Of course," Garrett said, nodding seriously. "Though I'm not sure how good a teacher I'll be, I'll do my best." Taking a piece of paper, he traced out the alphabet. On another sheet, he put 0 through 9 and then the basic arithmetic symbols. Sliding them across the table, he carefully walked through them with her. "The first thing you need to do is memorize these. Once you've memorized them, we'll start learning how to put them together." Full of anticipation, Rin dived into it immediately, doing her best to repeat Garrett's explanations. Initially, she was able to keep up her momentum well, but soon Garrett noticed that she soon began to get jumbled up, so he stopped her and said they'd pick up the next day. While his memories of learning to read weren't particularly clear, he could only imagine it was a lot for someone who'd never had any formal education.
"Can I keep these?"
Rin asked, waving the pieces of paper Garrett had made for her. "Of course. We should make some flashcards as well."
"Flashcards?"
Realizing he'd just uttered an Earthism, Garrett winced and drew a rectangular shape on the table with his finger. Yeah. Small pieces of paper you hold in a stack. Each one will have one letter on the front and the sound the letter makes on the back. You look at them one at a time and try to guess the name of the letter and the sound it makes."
"Oh, so it's like a game? That sounds really interesting."
Seeing her dagger appear in her hand, Garrett leaned back, unsure what was about to happen, only relaxing when she grabbed a piece of paper off the stack on his desk.
"Whoa, hold up. That paper is really expensive."
Deflating, Rin put the paper she was about to cut up back and gave Garrett an annoyed look.
"Then what am I supposed to use?"
"Let's think about it. I'm sure we can come up with something. And if we can't, we'll use some of our silver this month for paper so you can make flashcards. But before that, let's at least sleep on it."
"Fine."
With a sigh, Rin slid her dagger back into its sheath and took the 2 papers Garrett had given her back to her bed. Lying down, she continued to study them, mumbling under her breath as she tried to remember what sorts of sounds each letter made. Since it was dark, Garrett had her move the candle over near her bed and lay back on his bed, closing his eyes as he entered the dream. He'd managed to plant a dream seed into one of the robed men the trader had met with, and he was excited to venture out to try and discover what he could about him. Appearing on the dreamer's throne, he focused on the bright flicker that represented the robed man and tried to figure out where he was. Information began to trickle in through the connection, and Garrett's mind filled with all sorts of interesting knowledge. Ruel Torek, Awakener, lieutenant in the Swamp Shark Gang. Doesn't like fish. Currently in sewers out by the docks. That seems too far away for me to go and see him. Wait, how am I getting all this information? Would Observe work at this distance? Activating Observe the Dream, Garrett's vision surged, and suddenly he was staring at a top-down view of a wide sewer system. 6 feet wide and easily as tall, the sewer was made from thick stone blocks and was mostly dry, though a small creek of thick sludge was flowing down the middle of the passage. Almost everything in Garrett's view was the familiar gray of the dream, though right around Ruel, color flooded the world, lighting everything up. Realizing he could zoom in, Garrett edged closer so he could get a better look at the group with the Swamp Shark lieutenant. 4 regular people and 1 other awakened were traveling with Ruel, and as he watched, Garrett began to hear their conversation. "Why are we waiting? Let's just go. There are only a dozen guards down there. We could kill them all before they knew what hit them. Besides, no one will know what we found, so we could keep some of the spoils aside for ourselves." Identifying the other awakened through the information filtering in from Ruel's mind, Garrett could tell Ruel was tempted. Panicking, he quickly tried to send a thought back over, hoping he would be able to communicate with Ruel like he had with Gorn in Gorn's dream. To his relief, there was no problem, and his thoughts drifted into Ruel's mind, causing the Swamp Shark lieutenant to pause mid-step. "The goal is not only to get the supplies, but also to catch and eliminate one of the Ghoul's Tooth awakened. We should wait until the trade is happening so we can catch them off guard." Unaware that the words popping up in his head weren't his own thoughts, Ruel shook his head, shooting a glance at the other awakened. "I always tell you, Lurk, you need to think long-term. Our mission is to eliminate at least one of their awakened, so we need to wait until the trade to launch our attack. If we attack now, we'll tip them off and give them a reason to start a war. If we play this right, we'll not only weaken them, but we'll actually keep them in the dark." "Who are we aiming to kill?" "Either Gorn or Obey. We're going to call in 30 more members along with your brother. Between the 3 of us, we should be able to deal with whatever awakened they send." "What if they send 2? Lurk asked, his tone skeptical. "They won't. The spy said only one of them is going to come because they're trying to keep the trade quiet. Lurk would be impressed with my connections and knowledge if he knew how deeply we've infiltrated Ghoul's Tooth." Smirking, Ruel tapped the side of his nose. "They won't. My contact has given us their full plan already, and we've double-checked to confirm it. Don't worry about the plan. You just have to help me kill whichever one of their awakened shows up tomorrow night. Come on, we're going to scout the area where the trade will be taking place. Everyone, be on your guard." Continuing on through the sewers, Garrett saw Ruel stopping every once in a while to consult a map to make sure he was going the right direction in the winding tunnels. The sewers were extensive, and if Garrett hadn't been watching Ruel navigate through them, he would have gotten hopelessly lost in the labyrinth passages. Before long, the composition of the walls began to change, and Garrett realized they'd left the sewers and were now in twisting passages that looked to have been added later. Eventually, Ruel and his group arrived at a section of tunnel that looked even older than the sewers, and Garrett began to notice there were a number of burial motifs carved on the stone walls. The passages were a bit bigger, and there were even more branches than in the sewer system. As he continued to concentrate on the 3 ethereal flowers growing atop Ruel's head, Garrett could pick up snippets of information from the Swamp Shark lieutenant's mind, including their approximate location. Slowing down, the group began to creep through the passages, paying careful attention and trying not to get spotted. "Lurk, can you figure out their precise location?" "I can try," Lurk said, frowning with distaste as he knelt on the floor. Leaning down, he placed his ear against the ground and concentrated. "I wonder how his power works." Blinking at the question that popped into his head, Rule's forehead furrowed and he looked carefully at his awakened companion. "He can hear the vibrations, right? His soul is taking the shape of a bat, like his brother, but he got the tracking and stealth side, while his brother got the offensive abilities." Sure enough, a moment later, Lurk stood up and brushed his knees off. Gesturing to the tunnel, he spoke in barely a whisper, forcing Garrett to strain to hear his words. "The goods should be in a large burial chamber that's been emptied out. From their footsteps and voices, there are a dozen regular people down there now. Do you want me to get close?" "No, that's fine," Rule said, grinning. "So long as we've confirmed that they're actually there. Let's go get the gang ready for tomorrow night so we can come back and crush them." Turning around, the group started to leave, and Garrett was about to disconnect when a thought struck him. He had already tried using his abilities over Observe the Dream to no effect, but he was curious if he could grow the dream flowers from a distance. Attempting to send his soul spark energy through the remote connection, he heard the system's voice telling him he needed to improve the level of his Observe the Dream ability. With a sigh, he disconnected, his vision returning to his room. "I really need to figure out a way to level up." Chapter 20. There were a few different ways Garrett could get experience points, and the simplest was seeing new things for the first time. Yet without venturing out of the inn and into the dream, that avenue was largely blocked. The saving grace was the sub-path he'd unlocked, Dream Gardener. Not only did cultivating the dream seeds he created replace the experience points he lost, but planting seeds in mortals provided a whole host of other ways to generate experience. Unfortunately, until he reached level 3, Garrett was unable to draw others into a dream, which meant he needed to step into their dreams. Glancing over at the bed where Rin was sleeping, Garrett bit his lip. The dream flowers were incredibly convenient and clearly powerful, but they also scared him. It was clear from his interaction with the flowers in Gorn's dream that the plants had a consciousness of their own, one that could influence their host. He still didn't know if they were positive or not, but the memory of how they consumed the monster posing as Henrik left him shuddering. After hesitating for a moment longer, Garrett made up his mind and rose from the throne, walking over to where Rin lay. Reaching out, he touched her forehead gently, sinking into her dream. Once again he found himself in that dim, dreary street, the dripping rain bouncing off his umbrella. Frowning slightly, he looked around, trying to understand why he was back here in this place. He'd assumed Rin's dream would have been different, but at first he couldn't see even a single difference between this dream and the one he'd entered previously. Walking forward, he moved through the air until he was standing outside her window. Inside the house, he could hear the screaming match still going, but to his surprise, there was another sound as well. Though it was faint, Garrett recognized it instantly. Shrouding himself with Dreamer's cloak, he stepped through the wall and into Rin's room, seeing Rin sitting on the bed. Though she was still wrapped up in the thin blanket, she was no longer cowering under the covers. Instead, she sat on the bed, her knees pulled up to her chest, her gaze fixed on the music box that played quietly on the dresser.
"Why is that still here?"
Looking at the music box he'd created the last time he was in the dream, Garrett realized it had changed. When he'd originally created it, the box had been simple and smooth, but now small flowers had appeared all along the sides, and the key to turn it was shaped like a 5-petaled dream flower. As he was examining it, the music faded and stopped, and Rin jumped up, running over to wind it. She brushed right past Garrett, her eyes never registering him as she turned the flower handle. Once it was wound up, she returned to her bed and wrapped the blanket around herself again, falling into a stupor as she listened to the gentle tune. Waving his fingers, Garrett created a second-level dream seed, spending 2 experience points. With a flick, he sent the seed tumbling into Rin's head, and with a shiver it attached itself to her. He had been meaning to put a seed on her to allow himself to track her, but he also wanted to test something out. Stepping up next to the bed, he reached out and touched her head, letting power from his soul spark seep into the seed, causing it to quickly transform into a flower. With the first flower the seed produced, Rin's figure brightened, and with the second it brightened even more, turning from the faint gray into full color. The colors from the shifting flower petals spread throughout her body, dyeing her and her surroundings with life. You have cultivated a dream seed, causing it to grow 2 flowers. You have gained 1 EXP. EXP 9 of 40. Annoyed that he'd only earned 1 experience point despite spending 2, Garrett snapped his fingers, spending another experience point to create a pile of cards with the alphabet on one side and letter sounds on the other. Placing them down in the sheets next to Rin, Garrett stepped back and sent a message to Rin, trying to keep it as soft as possible to avoid jarring her awake. "It's time to practice reading." The whisper sank into Rin, and a faint light moved in her eyes. Slowly, her head rose, and she looked around, searching for something on her bed. Spotting the cards, she paused, and for a moment Garrett thought the dream was going to end. Instead, she picked up the cards and looked at them, her eyes growing clearer and more alert. A. A says ah or ah. Helping her with the first one, Garrett was excited to see Rin put the first card down and look at the second one. Mumbling under her breath, she spoke to herself. B. Buh. By this point, Rin's eyes had lost their haze, and she appeared to be entirely alert. A dreamer has experienced their first lucid dream. You have gained 1 EXP. A dreamer has explored a new location, personal dream. You have gained 1 EXP. EXP 10 of 40. The grin that stretched across Garrett's face would have lit up the room if it hadn't been hidden behind a mask. Neither of the prompts had indicated that this method of gaining experience could only be done once, which meant he'd just figured out his ticket to gaining experience for level 3. It cost him 2 experience points to plant a level 2 dream seed, but he'd gained 3 experience through cultivating the seed and then bringing the dreamer into a state of lucid dreaming, netting 1. 30 people was a lot to try to cultivate, but as soon as Garrett hit level 3, he would be able to draw the dreamers out of their dream and into his dream, which meant he could potentially start introducing them to the different sorts of nightmares he'd seen before. Though he didn't yet know how the process would work exactly, he was quite excited that he finally had a reliable source of experience points. Unfortunately, this method only seemed to work for those who had yet to awaken, as Gorn hadn't given him any experience points for this sort of thing. After watching Rin a bit longer, he left her dream and walked back over to the throne, sitting down in it to replenish his energy. As his soul spark refilled, he connected with the brightest energy cluster in his head, the flowers that covered most of the inn. Small pieces of information filtered into his mind, delivering snippets of conversation, short scenes, and a myriad of fractured emotions the flowers had captured from the inn throughout the day. Taking a bit of time to work through the information, Garrett tried to sort out what was useful while rejecting anything irrelevant. Most of the information was too fractured to be used, but a few pieces were worthwhile, so Garrett carefully filed them away. He still wasn't entirely sure what he was going to do with the new intelligence his flowers gathered, but he knew he wanted to extend the flowers out to the tables so he could capture more information from the patrons and gang members who ate at the inn. Dealing with the scattered information took a while, and by the time he was done, his soul spark was brimming with energy again. Pleased, he directed his attention to the traitorous gang member to determine where he was. To his pleasant surprise, the traitor was sleeping upstairs in the inn. Activating Observe the Dream, Garrett double-checked the path leading to the traitor's room, and then stepped out himself. He thought about activating Dreamer's cloak just in case a nightmare had wandered into the building, but since the dream flower had taken over almost the entire first floor, he hadn't seen any nightmares. While the dream plant hadn't extended to the second floor yet, it was clearly having a suppressive effect, since even the small drudge wraiths had completely vanished. Climbing the stairs up to the third floor, Garrett stopped outside the room where the trader was sleeping and listened carefully. Hearing nothing, he cautiously opened the door, his eyes sweeping the room as he got ready to activate Dreamer's cloak. He hadn't seen anything with Observe the Dream, and as he walked into the room, everything remained quiet. It was only when he stopped by the trader's bed that he realized something was different. Hidden by the light haze, a tiny insect-like black spot was moving around on the man's skin, and as Garrett watched, he saw a second and then a third. Soon he could see dozens of these small spots running over the man's head, face, and neck. The spots all vibrated, releasing a high-pitched frequency that rang in Garrett's ear, causing him to itch all over. You have observed a creeping horde, one of the low-ranked nightmares of the dream. You have gained 1 EXP for observing a new type of nightmare. EXP 11 of 40. He'd been planning on entering the trader's dream, but now he honestly wasn't sure. The creeping horde didn't seem to mind the dream flower planted in the trader's mind, and when Garrett concentrated, it became apparent that the connection between him and the flower was slowly degrading. A deep frown crossed his face, and he ruthlessly crushed the revulsion he felt as he reached out to touch the trader's forehead. Like wet paint dripping away, his surroundings melted to reveal a simple room that looked like the great room of the Dreamer's Inn. The trader was sitting in a chair at one of the tables, a mountain of food in front of him. Stacks of gold sat here and there on the table, being counted by 2 beautiful ladies. A dozen other gang members surrounded the trader, each of them toasting or admiring him. Laughing with delight, he picked up a piece of meat and brought it to his mouth, oblivious to the large black insect that ran across it right before he bit into it. The flower that should have been blooming brilliantly looked pale and ragged as more of the insects chewed at its roots. Realizing what was going on, Garrett's eyes narrowed. He could see that the flower was trying to fight back, its roots wrapping around one of the insects, but for every bit of energy it managed to extract, it lost twice as much to the bites of the other insects. It was fighting a losing battle, and without any assistance it would soon lose. Since he had no idea if the insects would attack him or not, Garrett kept Dreamer's cloak at the ready as he stepped close, reaching out to infuse more energy into the flower. The energy surged, lighting up the gray scene with bright light. Like a stream of life-giving water, the energy from his soul spark flooded into the flower, causing it to swell and sway. Driven into a frenzy by the sudden increase in soul spark energy, the creeping horde began to rush around, their mandibles sinking into the flower to try to suck out this new nectar. The nightmares weren't the only ones that grew excited, however, and the flower's petals shook with happiness as the energy surged into it. The shimmering rainbow glow that had faded from the flower's petals returned full force, and another bud suddenly appeared on the flower's stem. More roots began to grow, latching on to other insects in the creeping horde, sucking their vitality up and using it to repair the damage it was taking. Garrett continued to feed energy into the flower until the second flower appeared, doubling the flower's strength. He had spent a bit more than half his soul spark's energy and was feeling a bit empty, so he stopped, sealing up his energy and stepping back. Given the edge it needed, the dream flower sent out tendrils, scooping up the creeping horde insects and pulling them close. One after another the creeping horde were sucked dry, their small husks blowing away into ash as they lost their vitality. With every insect that was consumed, the flower grew stronger until there was only a single one remaining. Focusing his attention on the flower, Garrett tried to command it to avoid devouring the nightmare. To his astonishment, it actually listened, though it kept the nightmare insect tightly wrapped up so it couldn't escape. A third bud had already begun forming, making Garrett very happy. The fact that he lacked any way to defend himself had been weighing on him, so to discover the potency of the plant's consuming ability was a huge relief. More and more the Dreamer's Inn was feeling like a safe place, and while he still hadn't forgotten the terrifying encounter with the crimson-eyed nightmare, he was starting to realize that had been an anomaly rather than the rule. That didn't mean, however, that he was about to let his guard down. After judging how much more energy the flower would need in order for the third bud to bloom, Garrett decided it wasn't worth the risk. Instead, he snapped his fingers, causing his form to shift. Shrouded by a black cloak, he walked up to the table and spoke in a grim voice, transmitting it to the trader's ears.
"We need to talk."
Shock snapped the trader out of his happy daze, and he froze, a piece of meat dangling from his lips. Gulping, he put the bone he was holding down and waved the people surrounding him away. Though his expression was one of bravado, Garrett didn't miss the sliver of fear hidden deep in his gaze. Walking away from the table, the other people vanished with a ripple erased from the dream. Dreamer has experienced their first lucid dream. You have gained 1 EXP. A dreamer has explored a new location, personal dream. You have gained 1 EXP. EXP 13 of 40. When the notification he'd been hoping to see popped up, Garrett couldn't help but clench his fist. Even if he earned nothing else from this encounter, being able to verify his suspicions was worth it. Now it was time to see how far he could push it.
"You've been infected, but don't worry. I'm here to help you."
Even as he spoke, the trader felt the legs of the last remaining creeping horde insect scrabbling against his scalp, causing him to scream and fall backward. The black insect, still trapped by the flower's roots, hung in the air, allowing him to see its vicious-looking mandibles and hard shell. Fear coursed through the trader as he backed up as fast as he could, his hands and legs looking like the insect's as he tried to get away from it. Unfortunately for him, the insect was tangled up with the flower attached to him, and that meant that no matter how fast he retreated, the insect just followed.
"Don't worry. I've given you this flower to protect you. Treat it well, and it will keep you safe in return."
No sooner had Garrett finished speaking than the dream flower sucked the remaining life from the creeping horde insect, completely destroying it. The third flower, fed with the last bits of energy the nightmare contained, burst forth, causing the colors in the room to bloom vibrantly as a 5-petaled flower appeared in the trader's eyes. A dreamer has met a nightmare they have never seen before. You have gained 1 EXP. A dreamer has survived a nightmare they have never seen before. You have gained 1 EXP. A dreamer has destroyed a nightmare. You have gained 1 EXP. EXP 16 of 40. Chapter 21.
"Remind me where you got this information."
Garrett was currently sitting in Henrik's office with Rin and Gorn, being grilled about the report he'd just made on the Swamp Shark's plan to ambush the upcoming trade. "I have a source in the Swamp Shark gang, and I was able to confirm by observing the trader," Garrett said calmly.
"You mentioned a traitor before. Who is it?"
"If I tell you, are you going to kill him?" A savage grin stretched across Henrik's lips as he heard Garrett's question, and he leaned forward.
"Yes, slowly."
Frowning slightly, Garrett shook his head disapprovingly. Holding up his good hand to forestall the outburst about to erupt from Henrik, he spoke softly. "Might I suggest a more tempered approach? After all, we're likely to engage in a gang war with the Swamp Sharks, right? If the traitor vanishes, we're hardly going to be able to convince them we don't know the war is coming, right? On the other hand, if we know there's a traitor in our midst, misdirection becomes easy. Spies are, after all, only scary when you don't know who they are." The scary look on Henrik's face had started to fade while Garrett was talking, and by the time he was done, Henrik's expression was completely blank, making his thoughts unreadable. With dead eyes, he looked at Garrett for a moment before shaking his head.
"Fine. Do as you wish. So long as we win, I don't care how it's done. But once the Swamp Sharks have been crushed, I reserve the right to fillet whoever the spy is and feed him to the leeches in the swamp."
"Deal," Garrett said. "If we can reverse this ambush, we'll be a good bit of the way toward beating them. According to our sources, the Swamp Sharks have close to 90 men and 5 awakened. The Shark twins, Lurk and his brother Warren, are monster spark awakeners, while Ruel, Hollis, and the leader of the Swamp Sharks, Vic, are weapon spark awakeners. They previously had another awakened, but he's already been dealt with.
You mean outside the warehouses when we swiped the goods? Gorn asked.
Indeed. Thankfully, the Swamp Shark gang doesn't have any shapers, so we should be able to meet their awakened head-on. Considering they think Obe will be attending the trade, it's likely the ambush will include the Shark Twins and Ruel. If both you and Gorn counter-ambush them, we should be able to come out on top.
3 to 3 doesn't sound like good odds, Henrik said, his eyebrows rising.
No, it's not, which is why I'll try to get Ruel to split off. Like I said, I've managed to infiltrate their gang, and I think I can divert Ruel. That would put the fight at 2 to 3 in your favor. So long as the 3 of you work together, it should happen quickly. An ideal situation would be for both the Shark Twins to fall during the ambush and for Ruel to arrive right after they fall so you can cut him down as well. To that end, I have a few ideas for what we can do. The Shark Twins are monster spark awakeners whose powers are based around bats. Lurk, the smaller of the two, is a tracker. His sensitivity is going to be the highest, but he'll also be the easiest to kill. His brother Warren uses double daggers and has the ability to absorb vitality with his attacks. Ruel uses a sword and focuses on stabs that are tricky to guard against. Speed is his thing.
How do you know all this stuff?
Henrik asked, his forehead creasing. My sources are excellent, Garrett said, shrugging. According to the plan I put together, the 3 of you will kill Warren first, followed by his brother Lurk. Finally, if we can, we'll ambush Ruel when he returns. But in order to do this well, you'll need to follow my plan to the letter.
Fine. What are you thinking?
The trade location is in the outer tunnels of the crypts, right? Garrett asked, looking between Henrik and Gorn and gesturing for them to lean in. If we do this right, they won't know what hit them. Later that night, after Obe had led the Ghoul's Tooth gang members who were going to go to help with the trade, Henrik and Gorn called together the rest of the gang and went down into the basement. That was one of the only places Garrett had yet to go in the inn, and he had no idea the gang had created an entrance into the crypt system. The trader, whose name was Reeve, had gone with Obe at Garrett's subliminal suggestion, preventing him from being able to alert the Swamp Shark gang about the counter-ambush Henrik and Gorn were setting up. Once everyone had left, Garrett went back to his room and, with Rin's help, climbed into bed. Watching him lie down, Rin shook her head and gave an exasperated snort. "Are you seriously going to go to sleep?" "That's what I was planning on. What else should I do?" Garrett asked, tilting his head. "I mean, aren't you nervous?" "Should I be nervous?" "You realize we're going to be neck-deep in trouble if this doesn't go well, right?" "Nothing we can do about that, though. So why worry about it?" Garrett replied, shrugging and closing his eyes. "If you can't sleep, practice your letters." "Fine. I will." Hearing her mutter under her breath as she walked over to her bed, Garrett entered the dream, appearing on the dreamer's throne. As soon as he could, he activated Observe the Dream, targeting Ruel. The Swamp Shark lieutenant was already deep in the sewers, hurrying along with a large group. In front of him, Garrett could see the soul sparks of the Shark Twins, Lurk and Warren. Scanning the rest of the gang members, Garrett let out a sigh of relief. It looks like there are only 3 awakened. If they had brought Hollis, we would have been in trouble. Watching for a few more seconds, Garrett jumped over to Gorn, who was following close to Henrik, while 25 Ghoul's Tooth gang members walked along behind them. Seeing nothing out of the ordinary, Garrett switched to Reeve, who was planted in the group with Obe. It had taken some convincing, but he'd managed to convince Henrik and Gorn not to let Obe know he was going to be acting as bait, and one of the reasons Garrett had sent Reeve along was to ensure there were no accidents. 3 different groups all hurried toward the same spot where the supplies had already been hidden. The merchant who was buying the goods wasn't supposed to arrive for at least an hour, and the Swamp Shark gang was hoping to take advantage of the gap in time to swipe everything. At the same time, the Ghoul's Tooth gang was counting on the attack happening before the merchant arrived, giving them time enough to clean up the attack and dispose of the bodies before making their sale. All the way back in the inn, Garrett watched the three groups getting closer together from the Dreamer's throne. Without any way to physically impact the fight, he was going to be relying entirely on his voice to manipulate the situation. Time ticked by, and Obe and the others got to the room where the supplies were set up. Obe looked around and ordered a few of the men to go check the nearby tunnels to make sure nothing was out of the ordinary. While he waited for them to return, he had the others check the supplies. Garrett hadn't interacted with Obe a whole lot since he'd planted the dream seed in Gorn, but he knew the heavy-set man to be tough, detail-oriented, and fiercely loyal. Making a mental note to see if he could settle a dream seed on Obe, Garrett switched his view to Ruel, checking his progress. Seeing they were moving a bit slower than he expected, Garrett switched to Gorn and whispered into the air, "Slow down." Next to Henrik, Gorn's brow furrowed, and he stopped for a second, causing Henrik to look at him.
I think we need to slow down."
"Like you knew there was an enemy awakened hiding by the warehouses?" Henrik asked, his eyes narrowing.
"Yeah,"
Gorn nodded, his face filled with confusion.
"Well, your instinct was spot on last time," Henrik said after a brief pause. "No reason not to listen this time."
Seeing them slow down, Garrett smiled to himself and switched his gaze back to Ruel. When the swamp sharks had nearly arrived, Garrett took a deep breath and focused himself. Reaching through the connection he had with Ruel, Garrett spoke firmly in a voice that brooked no argument. "You need to head to the back entrance to cut off their retreat. If you don't, Obe will sacrifice his men to get away, ruining all your work." Hearing the voice in his head, Ruel blinked in surprise. This time the voice sounded even more strident than before. He had originally intended to just charge in, but once the thought appeared in his mind, he couldn't seem to shake it. Frowning, he called for a stop and checked his map. There was a small offshoot that would take him around to the back of the chamber, cutting off the Ghoul's Tooth gang's escape, and the more he looked at it, the clearer his internal dialogue became. Finally, shaking his head, he looked up and saw Lurk and Warren staring at him. "I just realized this room has an escape tunnel. I'm going to cut around the back. I'll take 10 men with me. You keep the remaining 20, and when I give the signal, rush in. I'll blow my whistle. You can respond with yours, and we'll all attack. It should only take me about 10 minutes to get around back, so just hang out for a bit without going in until you hear my whistle. Got it?"
"Yep."
"Yes. I'll see you in a bit." Patting Warren on the shoulder, Ruel picked out 10 men, and they hurried down the side tunnel, starting the trek around to the other side to cut off their enemy's retreat. Pleased with the effect he'd used, Garrett checked his soul spark and nodded. He'd been able to infuse his voice with his soul spark energy, which was the only reason it had affected Ruel at all. Still, the fairly simple task had taken nearly half of his energy. It was one thing to send messages to an awakened who carried a 2 or 3 flower dream seed, but it was entirely another to give them a command. The power of his voice had been directly resisted by the power of Ruel's soul spark, and it was only after he'd used up half his energy that he'd managed to get through Ruel's passive defense. The entire operation hinged on Garrett's ability to influence an awakened, and he'd nearly fallen out of the gate. While he'd come prepared with a backup plan, it would have been much riskier. Thankfully, non-awakened didn't have that same sort of defense, so the next step of the ambush was easy. Waiting for 3 minutes to pass, Garrett moved his view to Reeve, once again summoning his soul spark's energy and infusing it into his voice.
"The swamp sharks are going to kill you. The only way to survive is to let Obe know there's an ambush. Yell ambush!"
A faint glimmer in Reeve's eye revealed a 5-petaled flower as he suddenly stiffened. Fear seemed to take over his body, causing him to shake as the rest of the group looked at him.
"Something the matter?"
Obe asked, his eyes narrowing and his hand reaching for his axe.
"Ambush!"
Reeve suddenly yelled, his finger pointing at the doorway.
"The swamp sharks are going to ambush us! We need to flee!"
The yell rang loudly in the crypt, echoing through the open door and into the hallways beyond. Only 100 feet away, Lurk and Warren stared at each other in shock, their faces dyed with disbelief. Unsure what to do, they hesitated for just a second when they heard that voice scream out again.
"Retreat!"
Without a word, both brothers came to the same decision and sprinted toward the crypt, their men charging in after them. No longer trying to be quiet, they yelled their battle cries, and as soon as Garrett heard them through Reeve, he swapped to Gorn and gave a command. "Attack!" Spurred to action by the shout in his head, Gorn instinctively started running forward, Henrik and the others following close behind. As soon as they began to run, they pulled strips of cloth from the belts strapped around their legs, releasing the bells they'd tied up. Dense ringing filled the tunnels as they charged toward the ambush, moving as fast as they could. In the crypt, Obe swore viciously and pulled out his axe. With his left hand, he grabbed his curved dagger and strode to the front of the group. All his men had taken out their weapons, Reeve included, and surrounded the goods. They could hear the enemy coming, as well as a ringing sound that echoed through the halls. A moment later, the swamp sharks burst through the doorway, and Obe's axe cleaved one of the enemy gang members into 2 pieces. With a fierce yell, he ordered his men forward, hoping to trap the enemy in the narrow doorway. Unfortunately, Warren was too nimble and managed to dodge past him, flying nearly perpendicular to the ground as he jumped over a heavy slash that took a leg from another gang member. Rolling on the stone floor, Warren sprang up, his daggers crossing behind him to block a heavy stab from a short dagger Obe was wielding. Normally, his brother already would have attacked, but to Warren's horror, Lurk was looking around completely disoriented, his face screwed up like he was in pain. Though they were off to a bad start, losing both the element of surprise and getting blocked in the hall, the swamp sharks had the advantage of numbers and were able to bully their way into the crypt at the cost of a few of their men. A fierce fight started as the Ghoul's Tooth gang members backed up against the supplies, forming 2 small groups of 3. Reeve, egged on by a voice echoing in his head, fought particularly viciously, trading wounds with the swamp sharks so long as his blows could cut them down. Obe, who found himself evenly matched against Warren, kept glancing over at Lurk, but the tracker's face was twisted in pain as the ringing sound grew louder and louder, brought closer and closer by Henrik and Gorn with their men. The clashing of weapons was already loud, but with the bells added to it, the sound in the room was nearly deafening, and Lurk's incredibly sensitive hearing simply couldn't handle it. Seeing one of the Ghoul's Tooth gang members get pulled down, Reeve let out a roar and charged forward, his sword swinging wildly as he cut at the enemy. Driving them back, he grabbed his fellow gang member and pulled him back to the group, all the while slashing at any enemy who got close. Seeing that the man he'd grabbed was bleeding from a wound in his neck, he yelled for the others to cover him and crouched down, trying to staunch the flow of blood. Catching sight of what was going on, Obe kicked out, catching Warren by surprise and sending him stumbling back. Sensing an opportunity, Obe launched himself forward and hacked down with his axe, intending to split Warren in half. But the tricky dual-dagger fighter sprang to the side, ducking past Obe's dagger and stabbing toward Obe's liver. Before his dagger could land, a silky sound cut through the air, and Henrik's cleaver separated Warren's arm from his body. Chapter 22. Roaring their battle cry, Gorn led the Ghoul's Tooth gang into battle, smashing into the back of the 20 attacking gang members. Everywhere he moved, the swamp shark men fell into a morass, their movements slowing down as if they were tangled up with ropes. Gorn suffered no such restrictions, and his dagger stabbed out repeatedly, each stroke reaping a life. At the same time, Henrik and Obe closed in on Warren, whose eyes were filled with absolute shock. No matter how nimble he was, there was no way for him to escape with his wound, and Warren quickly fell. His brother followed soon after, and a scant 2 minutes after Henrik and Gorn had arrived, the fight was over. The only casualty on the side of the Ghoul's Tooth gang was the man who'd fallen earlier, and as the fight ended, Reeve got up, his face pale. Pushing his way over, Obe stared down at the body and swore quietly. Shaking his head, he patted Reeve on the shoulder and moved out of the way to make room for Henrik. Crouching, Henrik looked at the wound on the gang member's neck and tutted. About to get up, he heard Gorn's voice.
"Hey, what's that in his pocket?"
When Reeve was trying to stop the flow of blood, the gang member's jacket had fallen open, revealing a small bag and the top of a letter. Normally, that wouldn't have caught anyone's attention, but this piece of paper had a half-broken wax seal on the top of it that stood out. Eyes narrowing, Henrik pulled out the letter, allowing the bag of coins that was with it to fall to the ground. Opening the letter, he glanced at it but found it incomprehensible. Handing it to Gorn, he opened up the bag, his expression freezing when a gold coin and a stack of silver fell into his palm.
"You think—"
"Shut up, Gorn," Henrik said, standing up and fixing his lieutenant with a freezing glare. "We'll deal with this later. We still have an enemy coming."
"Enemy? What enemy?
Obey asked, his expression lost.
"Ruel, of the swamp sharks," Henrik said. "He should be arriving in a few minutes."
Listening to the conversation through his connection to Gorn, Garrett's expression was one of indecision. The current situation presented an opportunity for the ghoul's teeth to take Ruel down, eliminating an enemy and further weakening the swamp sharks, but Garrett was loath to lose a three-flower dreamer, especially one who was awakened. Leaving Ruel alive was a risk, but if he could work it right, it could also be an opportunity. Garrett was still coming to an understanding about how the influence portion of the dream flowers worked, but the more awakened who fell under the sway of the flowers, the safer Garrett would be. Rapidly considering the pros and cons of the situation, he tried to weigh the situation as objectively as possible. If I don't interfere, there's probably a 70% chance that Ruel dies. If he lives, the war between the swamp sharks and the Ghoul's Tooth gangs will heat up. On the other hand, if he never engages, he'll have to deal with the fact that he let the twins die. The best option is for him to live, but not return to the swamp sharks. Let's see if we can achieve that. Making his choice, Garrett moved Observe the Dream over to Ruel, watching as he hurried through the twisting passages toward the crypt where the ambush had already concluded. There were 10 gang members with him that Garrett knew they would have to get rid of if he was going to keep Ruel alive. Biting his lip, he hesitated for a moment. What he was about to do was tantamount to splitting with the Ghoul's Tooth gang, and if Henrik ever found out, Garrett would find himself on the sharp end of the gang boss's cleaver in short order. Rushing through the complex passages, Ruel checked his map again, making sure they were going in the right direction. They were only a few turns away from the room where they would ambush the Ghoul's Tooth gang, and he was feeling confident in the plan he'd developed. Finding a spy to betray the Ghoul's Tooth gang had been his plan from beginning to end, and once he'd successfully executed this mission, he knew that Vic, the Swamp Shark's boss, would have no choice but to make him the second in command. Reveling in the future he was imagining, Ruel suddenly slowed down, his heart plunging into his stomach. The shift in feelings was intense and came over him in an instant, snapping him out of his fantasies. Dread seemed to crawl up his spine, and the long shadows in the passage appeared to stretch, transforming into monsters that reached for their group. As quickly as they came, the intense feelings were gone, eradicated by the energy from his soul spark. Sitting on the dreamer's throne, Garrett clutched his chest as the backlash from Ruel destroying the feelings he was projecting washed over him. Coughing, he ignored the pain and kept his attention focused on Ruel. A moment ago, he had dumped as many emotions on the awakened lieutenant as he could, focusing on conveying the feelings he'd experienced during his encounter with the Crimson Eye. Even though the influence was almost immediately destroyed by Ruel's soul spark, Garrett's objective had already been achieved. With a small smile curling at the corners of his lips, he whispered into the darkness, "The ambush has failed. The intelligence was wrong, and the Ghoul's Tooth gang sent all their awakened. The twins are already dead, and if you go in there, you'll be next. You need to escape." Unable to shake the chill that had coursed down his spine, Ruel was on edge, and when the thoughts that Garrett spoke sprang unbidden into his mind, he flinched. A moment earlier, he had been completely confident of their victory, but now he was unsure. If the Ghoul's Tooth gang had really sent all their awakened over and counter-ambushed the twins, he would be walking into a death trap. Trying to reassure himself that nothing had happened to the twins, Ruel shook his head and led his forces forward. "But if anything did happen, I'm in a world of trouble. Vic will kill me if the twins are gone." Grimacing, Ruel's thoughts spun. He wasn't so naive as to believe that nothing could go wrong for him, and the strange premonition he felt was throwing him off. Calling his gang members together, he glanced at the passage leading to the crypt. "I can send these guys in first. If something is wrong, I'll still be able to escape." His mind made up, he explained the modified plan and had everyone put out their torches. Immediately the tunnels were plunged into darkness with only the faint light from the crypt up ahead revealing the way. "Remember, silence until I blow the whistle." Gesturing for his men to move, Ruel followed after them, his heart pounding loudly in his chest. They could hear the echo of voices up ahead, and the closer they got, the brighter the torchlight became. When they were a few dozen feet from the entrance, Ruel lifted his whistle to his lips and let out a sharp blast. Lifting their weapons, the Swamp Shark gang members rushed forward, yelling out their battle cries. Following behind them, Ruel had only taken 2 steps when a terrible thought popped up in his head.
Lurk didn't blow his whistle. Something's wrong.
Stopping in place, Ruel's face paled as his men rushed into the crypt, their weapons waving. The clash of steel and the shouts of the Ghoulstooth gang overwhelmed the 10 Swamp Shark gang members, reinforcing Ruel's fear. What finally sealed it, however, was hearing Gorn's voice above the din.
"Find Ruel! Don't let him escape!"
The fear that Ruel had felt spiked, and he retreated as fast as he could, turning and sprinting down the passage.
"I need to hide. I can't go back to Vic or he'll kill me."
Driven by these thoughts, Ruel fled through the underground passages, quickly disappearing into the darkness. Back in the crypt, the last of the Swamp Shark gang members fell, their blood splashing across the stone floor. Frowning, Henrik stared at the quiet passage where Ruel should have appeared.
"The rat seems to have run,"
he said, disappointment clear in his voice.
"On the upside, he probably won't dare return to the Swamp Sharks,"
Gorn said, shrugging.
"Want me to go after him?"
"No, it's not worth it,"
Henrik replied.
"Like you said, he isn't going back to his gang, which means we've cut the Swamp Sharks down to 2. Well done, everyone. Let's get this mess cleaned up so we don't scare our new business partners."
Seeing everyone begin gathering up the dead bodies, Garrett couldn't help but let out a deep sigh of relief. Switching his view to Ruel, he watched him run through the tunnels for a bit before letting Observe the Dream end. The warm light from the throne seeped into him as he opened his eyes. As his soul spark slowly refilled, Garrett reviewed everything that had just happened. His scheme had worked perfectly, though he wasn't out of the forest quite yet. Yennis, the gang member who had died, had presented the perfect opportunity for Garrett to throw Henrik off of Reeve's trail, and under the cover of the fight, Garrett had directed Reeve to plant the cryptic letter and the money in Yennis's coat. He had yet to see if Henrik took the bait, but even if he didn't, being able to preserve Ruel's life was already a huge win for Garrett. If the misdirection with Yennis was successful, Garrett would be in the best possible position, with 2 dedicated followers in the gang and another hiding outside. Though losing his agent inside the Swamp Shark gang was a setback, he was confident he could get another without much trouble. Pleased with how everything had turned out, Garrett set his mind to determining his next plan, occasionally jumping in to Observe the Dream to check on both Ruel and Gorn. It took nearly 2 hours for Garrett's energy to replenish, which was slightly longer than the last time, indicating that his soul spark had grown in capacity, a fact that pleased him immensely. Once he was back to peak form, Garrett left the room to find someone who was asleep in the inn. Stepping into one of the rooms upstairs, he pulled his energy together and created a dream seed, implanting it into the sleeping visitor. A light touch on the man's forehead sent him into his dream, and a bit of soul spark energy allowed the seed to bloom with 2 flowers. With a few whispered words, light entered the dreamer's eyes, and Garrett saw the notification he'd been waiting for. A dreamer has experienced their first lucid dream. You have gained 1 EXP. A dreamer has explored a new location. Personal dream. You have gained 1 EXP. EXP 18 of 40. For the rest of the night, Garrett was busy. He could grow 5 dream seeds before he had to go back to recharge his soul spark, and by the time the sun was hovering just under the horizon, he had managed to collect another 11 experience points, bringing his total up to 29. He could have probably gotten a few more, but there were no other people sleeping in the inn that he could plant dream seeds into. With only 11 more experience points needed until he leveled up, Garrett was confident 1 more night was all he would need to hit level 3. Feeling a heaviness around his eyes, Garrett realized he'd stayed up all night, and with a yawn, he fell out of the dream, falling asleep in his bed almost immediately. To his dismay, Rin woke him up a few hours later to bring him to breakfast. Full of energy, she was clearly excited about something, but was trying to hold herself back as she bullied Garrett into getting up and climbing into his wheelchair. Wanting nothing more than to go back to bed, Garrett yawned as Rin pushed him into the great room. The tables were largely empty, though Garrett immediately recognized most of the people present, largely because they all carried the dream flowers he'd planted the night before. "You should ask me about my letters," Rin said, shoving a large spoonful of porridge into her mouth. "Oh? Do you feel like you've memorized them?" "I had a dream that I was practicing them, and I learned them all. In my dream I had those cards you were talking about. The Fletch cards?" "Flash?" "Yeah, the flash cards. For 2 nights now I've been working on them, and I think I have all the letters and their sounds memorized." Raising his eyebrows, Garrett looked at Rin in surprise. He'd created the flashcards in her dream on a whim, without expecting that they would serve as more than a distraction, but clearly they were working. Listening as she launched into a recitation of the alphabet and the sounds for each letter, he couldn't help but wonder if this could be replicated. Rin was highly motivated to learn to read, which could be seen from the way she'd thrown herself into her studies during the day, so adding studying in her dreams had doubled the effectiveness of her learning. "That's really impressive. It's only been 2 days since you started learning. Today, let's practice sounding out words. At the same time, we'll start creating some vocab lists." "What's a vocab list?" Rin asked, her eyes shining. "It's just a list of words for you to memorize," Garrett said. "It's not as exciting as you're imagining. I don't see Gorn and the others. Do you know how things went last night?" Shaking her head, Rin looked around at the empty tables. "No, I'm not sure." Just then the door banged open, and Henrik, Gorn, and Obe walked in, leading the rest of the gang. Seeing that Reeve was still present and was actually walking close to Obe, Garrett smiled. Catching sight of Garrett and Rin at the table, Henrik walked over and sat down in one of the empty seats. Though his face was impassive, it wasn't hard to tell that the gang's boss was in a great mood. A small sack landed on the table with a thud, and Henrik slid it in front of Garrett. "That was the smoothest operation I've ever been a part of. Plus, we caught the spy." Feigning shock, Garrett's eyes darted to the group, widening when he didn't spot Yanis. Watching him carefully, Henrik saw the shift in his expression, and his lips parted in a tight grin. "The spy was Yanis," Henrik stated matter-of-factly. "How did you find out?" Garrett asked, his voice equal parts relieved and frustrated. "He was silenced by the swamp sharks. He'd gone with Obe and they targeted him first, no doubt to get rid of any evidence. But we found this in his coat," Henrik said, sliding a letter across the table to Garrett. On the one hand, it's a shame, since we won't be able to use him, but getting rid of the spy is good, too," Garrett replied, opening up the letter and frowning when he saw the code. "Exactly. And we traded 1 spy for 2 awakened. A pretty good deal, if I do say so myself." "2? What happened?" "Lose the long face," Henrik said, slapping Garrett on the shoulder. "We took down the Shark twins and killed everyone but Ruel. He's going to have to go into hiding to avoid losing his head to Vic, so it's as good as having killed him. Phew. It's been a long night, so I'm going to bed. This is a bit of something to express our appreciation for your planning. Keep up the good work." With a nod to Rin, Henrik got up and walked away, leaving Garrett to look at the small pouch curiously. Untying the cord that bound it, he flipped it over and watched with appreciation as 2 gold and a small pile of silver tumbled out onto the table. Chapter 23. Congratulations! You currently have enough experience points to level up. Would you like to level up to level 3? Nodding, Garrett saw the windows popping up and looked over his options. Each time you level up, you will be presented with the choice of acquiring a new ability and increasing the skill level of an existing ability. Please choose which of your skills you will level, and then choose your 3rd level advantage. Reading over the skills he currently had that could be advanced to the next skill level, Garrett checked out what new feature each would get. Whisper of the Dream. You have gained the ability to communicate with those who can walk the dream. New, You can now initiate communication without touching your target. Skill level 1 to 2. Whisper of the Dream was still at level 1, and even though Garrett wanted to increase its level, he found it to be slightly redundant. The Dream Seed ability allowed him to communicate remotely with those who carried its flowers, making a skill like Whisper the Dream somewhat lackluster. Its primary use would have been interacting with other dreamers, but Garrett had yet to find anyone who walked in the dream the way he did. Everyone he'd run across so far was either a nightmare, or he had pulled them into the dream through the application of a dream seed. Shaking his head, he put Whisper of the Dream aside and looked at the next ability. Observe the Dream. You have gained the ability to see the dream clearly. The energy cost of activating this ability has been reduced. New, you may now use your other abilities while using Observe the Dream. Skill level 2 to 3. Once again, Garrett had to resist the urge to select the upgrade immediately. He used Observe the Dream constantly, and being able to affect territory he wasn't physically in would not only provide a way for him to gain new experience points, but would also increase his ability to plan tenfold. It had been Observe the Dream that gave him the confidence to plan the encounter and counter-ambush against the swamp sharks. Being able to do things like plant new dream seeds while using Observe the Dream was a tremendous upgrade, and Garrett could see himself using it constantly. Given how powerful this upgrade was, Garrett could only assume he was going to be in for a difficult choice this time. With a sigh, he pushed the notification to the side and looked at the next one. Dream Cloak. You have gained the ability to use the dream to cloak your presence, reducing the likelihood that you will be seen. New, your dream cloak grows stronger, allowing you to hide more efficiently. Skill level 1 to 2. Just like Whisper of the Dream, this ability was good but also redundant. If Garrett hadn't had Dream Seed and the ability to influence the flower carriers, this ability would have been a must. Ever since getting Dream Seed, however, Garrett had begun to adopt a more passive style where he sat back in the relative safety of the Dreamer's throne while his agents went out. So far, his single level in Dream Cloak had enabled him to hide from all the nightmares he'd encountered, including the terrifying spider with the baby face on its body. Since it was still working and he wasn't going out much these days, he put Dream Cloak at the bottom of his mental list. With 3 of the 4 abilities out of the way, Garrett looked at the last and strongest of his abilities. Dream Seed. You have seized one of Unknown, Crimson Eye of Shalmaroth's abilities, Dream Seed. 1 EXP, Observation Seed. 2 EXP, Communication Seed. 3 EXP, Loyalty Seed. 6 EXP, Guardian Seed. 0 of 1. Other types of seeds locked. You can now plant seeds anywhere in the dream and nourish them yourself. New, you can now set your dream flowers to the following states. Defend, default. Dream flowers will actively protect their hosts or locations from nightmares. Hunt, dream flowers will release spores to attract nightmares with the intent of consuming them. Growth, dream flowers will absorb the mental energy of their host or any creature that enters their location with the intent of growing stronger. Skill level 2 to 3. Letting out a groan, Garrett could only shake his head. As much as he wanted to improve Observe the Dream, Dream Seed was just too good. It was clear to him that not all abilities were created equal, and he had lucked out tremendously by acquiring Dream Seed. Being able to set the state of his flowers was a huge boon, but what really tipped the scale was the new type of seed he could plant. Observation seeds let him share experiences, communication seeds gave him the ability to pass commands, and loyalty seeds increased the chance that the commands would be followed. Following this same line of thought, guardian seeds would likely transform the host into a guardian, someone who would protect Garrett implicitly. Though it looked like there was a limit to the number of guardian seeds Garrett could plant, it was possible that number would go up as he leveled up, allowing him to gather a group of people who would keep him, and consequently the inn, safe. It didn't take him long to make a decision after weighing the pros and cons, and with a shiver, Dream Seed leveled up. Congratulations, Dream Seed has risen to level 3. Please select your new ability. The tree diagram appeared in front of Garrett, showing the abilities he could choose. Illusory Dream was still an option, but he was more interested in the other abilities that had branched out from Dreamer's Cloak. There were 2 different abilities that had come, and both of them leaned toward a stealth play style. Dream Walk. You have gained the ability to slip between the cracks of the dream, allowing you to traverse great distances without being detected. Skill level 1. Dream Walk was a powerful ability, though considering Garrett's plan to stay at home as much as possible, it wasn't particularly useful for him. Had he not been playing a castle strategy, the ability to move long distances would have been amazing, but he wasn't sure how much he would actually use it. Banishing Touch. You have gained the ability to erase any sign of your existence within the dream, allowing you to remove any trace that you had once been present. Skill level 1. Just like Dream Walk, Banishing Touch had the potential to be useful, though less so given Garrett's current situation. Disappointed in the new ability options, he checked Dream Seed and was surprised to see that the crimson line had grown even stronger, splitting to reveal 2 different abilities. Full of anticipation, he opened up the first one. Guide Growth. Beautiful Bewitchment. Your dream flowers grow, guided by your will to become objects of supernatural beauty. Those who look upon them cannot help but become enthralled. Modify Dream Seed. Increase the bewitchment ability of dream flowers, strengthening your influence on hosts. Skill level 1. A shiver ran down Garrett's spine as he read the ability's description. The enthralling ability of the dream flowers already set his teeth on edge, though he hadn't shied away from using the ability to its fullest extent in the recent ambush. Garrett found himself of 2 minds about the ability, as the idea of controlling others was simultaneously offensive and tremendously practical. So far he had managed to justify his use of the ability because it didn't seem to remove free will from the Dreamflower's host, but after reading this ability, Garrett could only imagine he would be flirting with that line. At the same time, given his current objectives, increasing the enthralling effect of the Dreamflowers was by far the best option. Tearing his eyes from the description of beautiful bewitchment, Garrett looked at the other option presented. Guide Growth, Spirit-Sucking Thorns. Your dream flowers grow, guided by your will to become fearsome predators, hiding sharp thorns under their beautiful petals. Modify Dream Seed. Increase the attack strength of dream flowers by improving their ability to consume the mental energy of their hosts and enemies. Skill level 1. Spirit-Sucking Thorns was a much more standard ability and one that would increase both his offensive and defensive ability directly. Garrett hadn't expected there to be any contention in terms of usefulness, but both abilities were very attractive, leaving him at a loss for what to do. The smart thing to do would be to focus. The abilities clearly become more powerful as they grow in strength, so diversifying into other playstyles is going to become a real problem in the future. I don't know how many levels there are, so I should really be picking a path and sticking with it. Given my current approach, it doesn't make sense to try to move into an aggressive path. Instead, I need to be showing up the flowers I've been growing, which means taking beautiful bewitchment is the right choice. I have no desire to grow my flowers at the expense of their hosts, so Spirit-Sucking Thorns doesn't seem great. Besides, I have a feeling the Guardian Seed ability is going to make my choice for me. Firming up his conviction, Garrett made his selection and watched as his status window shifted. Status: Name, Garrett Klein. Path, Path of the Watcher. Subpath, Dream Gardener. Level, 3. EXP, 3 of 80. Abilities: Whisper of the Dream, 1. Observe the Dream, 2. Dream Seed, 3. Dreamer's Cloak, 1. Beautiful Bewitchment, 1. He made sure to collect a few more experience points than he needed, since each dream seed he planted still required experience points, as did creating objects in dreams, but what he was most excited about was the ability to draw others into his dream. A being's ability to influence the dream was limited, but Garrett had noticed that whoever owned a personal dream had significantly more sway. So far, he had only been able to go into other people's personal dreams, but by bringing in all the people he'd planted dream seeds in to his own dream, he should be able to get at least one more experience out of them. Whispering a soft apology, he got up from the throne where he'd been recharging his soul spark and walked over to where Rin was sleeping. Reaching out to touch her forehead, he heard the system's choice. "Target is currently dreaming. Would you like to enter the target's dream, pull the target into your dream, or link your dream with the target's dream?" Selecting the link option, Garrett saw a top-down view of Rin's dream, complete with the pouring rain and everything. Surrounding the room and street outside was thick black fog that surged whenever Garrett looked at it. "Please select the entrance to your dream." Bemused, Garrett pointed at the door to Rin's room and saw the hazy fog evaporate, creating a passageway. A moment later, he was standing in a dark space at the end of the dark hall that had just been created. Instinctively understanding how to make changes, he waved his hand to form a simple room. Shelves covered the walls, and a desk sat in the middle of the room in front of a large blackboard. In between the desk and blackboard was a lectern carved from wood that sported a dozen dream flowers. Garrett had modeled the room off of the classroom he'd spent most of his time in while studying with the now-deceased prince, though a few things, like the large standing globe in the corner, had been added from his days on Earth. Looking around, Garrett nodded happily and began to walk down the hall toward the door leading into Rin's dream. He could hear the faint sound of the music box playing, as well as mumbled letters and words as Rin practiced her reading. A small smile crossed his face as he listened to her earnest work. Reaching up, he made sure his mask was properly in place, and then rapped softly on the door.
Hello?
"Ms. Rin, it's time for your lesson."
Hearing the sounds of footsteps approaching the door, Garrett stepped back, making sure to give the door plenty of room. With a creak, the door opened up a crack, and Rin's dark eyes stared out at him. Dressed in clothing completely foreign to her, with both a hat and a mask, Garrett could only imagine the shock Rin was currently experiencing as she stared at him. Bowing his head slightly, he spoke in a calm, soothing voice.
"You've been practicing your flashcards, is that correct?"
Yes."
"In that case, it's time for your lesson. I'll be waiting in the classroom."
Straightening up, Garrett walked back to the classroom he had created. As soon as he stepped from the hallway into his own dream, he could feel the level of control he had over the space increasing. Any change he wanted to make in another person's dream typically cost experience points or energy at the very least. Here, however, there was no noticeable energy expenditure. While he would still have to use experience to create items that would stick around after this dream collapsed, creating objects inside the dream instance was effectively free. It was a few minutes before Garrett heard Rin coming, so he waited patiently as she crept down the hall. She had the music box in one hand and carried her dagger in the other, her eyes darting this way and that as she scanned for threats. Garrett could see the two dream flowers that had settled in her waving happily at him, and for a moment his mood sobered.
"Please sit."
Cautiously taking her seat at the desk, Rin looked around in wonder. She had never been in a classroom, much less a room like this with so many books, and from the way her shoulders shrank, it was obvious she was intimidated. Turning over his hand, Garrett held a simple rod that he used to tap on the lectern, drawing Rin's attention to the front of the room.
"From what I understand, you're making great progress with your flashcards and your list of sight words. Well done. From here, we will continue your education by practicing reading and exploring basic math concepts. I expect you to take these classes seriously, and if you don't, I will no longer waste my time with teaching you. Do I make myself clear, Ms. Rin?"
Yes."
Please sit up and speak with confidence, Ms. Rin. The classroom is no place for shyness.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, let us begin. Chapter 24.
I'm not so sure about this,
Rin said, her hands pulling nervously at her shawl. She and Garrett were outside a large building in the northern part of the city near the Adventurers Guild. One of the soap manufacturers Garrett had spoken to Henrik about was housed in this building, and the smell of the sharp chemicals they used as part of the soap-making process filled the air and stung their eyes.
"What is there to be worried about?"
Gorn asked gruffly.
"It's not like you'll need to do any of the talking. You're only here to push Mr. Brain around and look demure."
Exactly. That's what I'm not so sure about. I don't even know what demure means, so how am I supposed to act like that?
Rin snapped, causing Gorn to chuckle. Demure, meaning reserved, modest, or shy, Garrett said calmly.
Literally none of those words describe me. Now, if you wanted me to act vivacious, that I could do.
Good word, Garrett said, a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips.
Thanks. I've been learning,
Rin said, not hiding her pleased expression. Just relax and be confident. Be yourself. We're here to establish a partnership, and for that we need mutual trust. Mutual trust is built on honesty, so let's start there. Shooting Gorn a triumphant look, Rin got an eye roll back. Watching Gorn carefully, Garrett was quite impressed. Recently, Gorn's character had relaxed even more than normal, though it was only noticeable when he was around Garrett. Though he couldn't pinpoint the cause precisely, Garrett assumed it was the result of beautiful bewitchment. The change had been significantly clearer in Reeve, who wasn't awakened but still hosted 3 dream flowers. His attitude was normal when dealing with everyone else, but he was practically slavish when Garrett spoke to him, forcing Garrett to go out of his way to avoid the man. Thankfully, Garrett had been able to command him to act normally before things got too out of hand. But it was a clear sign to him that 2 dream flowers was the limit for any mortal. Beyond that, they began to treat Garrett with a level of reverence that made him uncomfortable. Awakened had much stronger minds, and were able to resist the influence of the dream flowers a bit better, but even they would often find their own rationalizations for the suggestions Garrett gave. It was strange, since they clearly had their own thoughts, preferences, and wills, but once the dream flower sank its roots into them, they were happy to reorient their desires toward what the flower, and consequently Garrett, wanted. If it kept up, Garrett was concerned he was going to turn into the villain. In fact, he often wondered if he already had. Shaking himself free of his thoughts, Garrett glanced back at Rin. "Let's go in." The office of the soap factory was messy, with papers and broken bits of soap scattered here and there. A large man with a bright red face sat behind a large desk that bent under his weight as he leaned on it. Noticing the 3 of them come in, he bounced up and ran over, his fat stomach sweeping a dozen papers to the ground as he tried to squeeze past the piles of paper on the table.
"Master Garrett, you're okay. I mean, alive. Oh, this is so great. I can't believe you're alive. The rumors said... Oh, it's terrible, but I'm so glad to see you're okay."
"Hello, Caraway."
"It is certainly a relief to see you, young master, and I trust the prince is well?"
Seeing the merchant's beady eyes staring down at him, Garrett wished for nothing more than the ability to stand up and knock the greasy smile off Caraway's face, but he lacked both the ability and the proper cause. His memories of the merchant weren't positive, but for the plan he'd proposed to Henrik to work, he would need the fat merchant's help. A barely noticeable smirk crossed Caraway's lips as he gestured for Garrett to come into the little sitting area in front of his messy desk. Rin pushed Garrett over and then stood quietly behind him, looking around with interest. Gorn, after giving the room a careful look, stood by the door, his thick arms crossed over his chest. Easing his bulk onto the large couch across from Garrett, Caraway gave Garrett another appraising look, his gaze staying for longer than was appropriate on the poor-quality clothing Garrett was wearing. "You're a busy man, so I'll cut right to the chase," Garrett said, his voice even. "I'd like to put the plan the prince had begun to talk to you about into action."
"You mean selling soap to the commoners?"
Carraway asked, his eyebrows rising.
"Indeed." "Ah, I was just thinking about that the other day. Prince Everin truly possesses a love for his citizens. I was talking to some of the other soap manufacturers about this, and we all agree that this is an amazing idea. It will not only help with sanitation in the city, but will prove to the citizens how wonderful the ruling family is. Of course, there are a lot of things to take into consideration for this to work out well for all parties. For example, the cost of labor has been high recently, and while we don't have to factor shipping into the price, there are a lot of fees that have to be paid to the different guilds."
Listening to Carraway's chatter, Garrett's eyes narrowed, and he failed to keep his frustration out of his voice. "Don't beat around the bush. What price can you give me?" The concerned expression the merchant wore cracked, and a dismissive smile replaced it.
"For you? Out of consideration of the deal we were talking about with Prince Everin, I can sell you bars at 49 copper apiece."
"That's not even a discount," Rin blurted out, unable to control her mouth. The smirk that covered Carraway's face deepened, and he held up a single finger.
"On the contrary, it's exactly 1 copper less than it should cost. But by all means, if you're not interested in a partnership, you don't have to buy. From what I understood, you were here representing the prince, but if that's not the case, I'll have to revise my quoted price. 1 silver, 10 copper. You—"
"Rin." Falling silent at Garrett's calm voice, Rin just ground her teeth, much to Carraway's amusement. The fat merchant was clearly taking pleasure in the current situation, and from what he knew of the man, capitulating would only make things worse. Without the prince, Garrett had no leverage, and Carraway knew it. While he hadn't expected to fool the merchant, he was hoping things wouldn't have come to this. With a silent sigh, Garrett decided to abandon all his plans. "Thank you for your time, Carraway. This meeting has been most insightful. Rin, if you wouldn't mind."
Gladly,"
Rin said, grabbing the back of Garrett's wheelchair.
"Oh, you're leaving? Here I thought you actually wanted to fulfill the prince's wishes. It's a shame, what happened to him."
Reaching down, Garrett grabbed the wooden wheel of his wheelchair, causing it to stop abruptly. Turning his head, he looked at Carraway's slimy expression, his gaze frigid.
"Oh?
And what is it that happened to him?"
"I would have thought, given your circumstances, that you would already know," Carraway said, laughing.
"Indeed," Garrett nodded, his voice flat. "Today is clearly not a good day, but I'll be back tomorrow." Laughing so hard his belly shook, Carraway shook his head, wiping away a tear that formed in